The 2024 Toyota South African Derby, proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa. Well, very good morning to you, wherever you might be, and welcome to Kyalami Equestrian Park. That's where we are. The Bob Charter Arena plays host today for the 58th edition of the South African Derby. Kicks off at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's Derby Sunday. The weather is brilliant. The sun is out. We've had some wind during the week, but perfect conditions today for this show jumping spectacular. The most traditional, prestigious event on the South African show jumping calendar. And of course, for the first time, sponsored by Toyota. We welcome them on board and wish all of them, all their delegates who are here at KPC today, a wonderful afternoon. Right, well, that's the schedule. Let's take a look. We start off with the curtain raiser to the big derby. That's the 1 meter 40 mini derby, which kicks off in around about 10 minutes time. After that, the Toyota Complete Horse. Complete Horse is all about showing. These are the finalists who have their showing today in the Bob Charter Arena, their final test, and then we'll crown the Toyota Complete Horse winner. After that, it's the Toyota South African Derby Course Walk. Then the Toyota SA Derby Competitors Parade. We'll see all the horses, 25 of them with their riders, parade before us. There will be a car parade as well, I believe. All of Toyota's wonderful vehicles will be on display. And then, of course, around about 2 o'clock this afternoon, it kicks off the Toyota South African Derby, and also a field of 25 horses and their riders competing for the most prestigious title on the South African show jumping calendar. Well, first time Toyota is sponsoring the Derby, and a new initiative to the Derby. There's always been complaints about there's not enough tickets. They sell out so quickly. So Toyota, along with the Kyalami Equestrian Park, has this year, for the first time, set up a fan park in the East Arena. And we're expecting many people to fill out that fan park. Joining us from the fan park now, our co-presenter this afternoon, Brendan McNevin.
Good morning, everybody. You join me here in the fan park at Kyalami Equestrian Park on Derby Sunday, which is definitely the most exciting day on the show jumping calendar. It's a new concept that's been put together, and for me, I think it's something that's really exciting. As you can see, there's a few benches behind me, and there's a few bean bags and a massive big screen TV with some live commentary. So you're definitely going to be able to get the whole Derby feel if you haven't managed to get a grandstand ticket or just felt like you wanted to bring your kids down for a fun day's show jumping. As I say, definitely the most exciting day of the year. Big thanks to Toyota for all that they have done for South African show jumping. And then after we've finished with the South African Derby, we're going to have the infamous Derby after party down here in the fan park. It's going to be headlined by Jesse Clegg, which is always going to be exciting. And there's going to be a few other DJs that are going to be on offer playing the tunes up. So everybody knows how fun the Derby after party is. So guys, if you can get there, don't miss out.
800 meters in length. Time allowed 1:28 seconds, and the speed requirement for this 1 meter 40 mini.
Well, lots of fun expected in the fan park this afternoon, and of course there will be Jesse Clegg, as you heard from Brendan. The after party moves to the East Arena this year. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, let's get into all the information you need to know, runners, their riders, and all the course information for the curtain raiser, the 1 meter 40 mini derby, which is up next. Don't go away.
You're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. You dropped us.
Come in, Fortuna. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The mild hybrid Fortuna 48V with smoother drive and better efficiency.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to KPC, the Bob Charter Arena, where we're just about ready for action for the curtain raiser. The first class of the morning, of course, is the 1m40 Mini Derby, sponsored by Toyota as well. Big thank you once again to Toyota. Let's take a look at the lineup first of all for this class. We'll skip through that quickly and then go to our co-presenter because we've got lots to chat about. So scratched is Thomas van Ryk Vossel, capital My Lady. That's unfortunate. Everybody loves to see her go around. Of course, the current South African show jumping champion is Thomas on that wonderful little crackerjack mare, but not going today. So first to go will be Paige de Roy on Silver Streamer. Hilton Ford visits us from KZN. Chad Cunningham is there on the capital My Friend. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, past winner on Greta Star in the Big Derby, rides in the Mini Derby today. Farnham for gold. Jean Corba on the lovely Pretty Woman M. Graham Wynne will be joining us later for commentary. He rides here on Callao Vivaldi. Kerry Reese goes on her wonderful little horse Le Champ. John Bauer, good to see him there. Brannick Cabana Boy. John also rides in the Big Derby, first to go a little bit later on. Thomas van Ryk Vossel, well, he was to have 3 horses in this class. He's down to 2. Ronnie Healy there on Magic Boy. Ronnie's in fine form, make no mistake. Hannah Gabo goes at 12 on Picasso. Helen Criticus, who recently won the South African Young Rider Championship, not on Forcabell, but on her other horse, Liberia. Helen's in good form, goes at 13. John Seaton Smith visits us from Port Elizabeth. Kimberly Williamson just up the road. She's stationed. She rides Callao Karina, the current Gauteng show jumping combination. They are champions. Courtney Webber from KZN on Opal Della Bastide. Paige Gage rides the lovely Biogen's Lexus, well named, seeing as that Lexus is a Toyota brand. 18 is Raina Korba, Callao Katinka, the little firecracker mare. She's small, but she packs a punch. Tessa Joseph rides Indigo van der Middelsteere for Big Smile, her sponsors. Thomas goes at 20 on Gulliver. At 21, Pip Baxter, Ushi von Hitnietov, Divan Bosman. We'll talk more about him with my co-commentator in a moment or two. Divan goes on Cornerstone's Nabello at 22. At 23, Ashley Healy on the wonderful Sir Crumble. Kayla Gartenbach, Ballard, a previous winner of this class a couple of years ago. She's in good form. Dominique Alexander at 25 with Soakley. Hannah Garten, Pollyanna, always there. You've got to give them a big shout. And Ronnie Healy. Of course, this is in qualification order. Top qualifier, 27, Verdant Capitals, Callao Connor. Should they go through to the jump-off, they'll be hard to beat as well. Super, super fast. Very good morning to my co-commentator for the Mini Derby. Jason, how are you, sir?
Morning, Aiden. Excited. It's Derby Sunday.
Derby Sunday is Derby Fun Day. Looking forward to it. But before we talk about the Mini Derby, let's talk about the Micro Derby, Jason. And you were just pipped into second. I thought you had it. But, of course, Divan Bosman, Midgard, Zakiro, he thought otherwise, didn't he?
Yo, and he rode such a great round. You know, it sucks coming second. And as my students told me, I was the first loser.
Wonderful.
It was just
when you got friends like those.
Yeah. But Divan rode such a beautiful round, and when you come second to a round like that, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
It was absolutely such a fabulous round, and so smooth and so calculated,
but
and
so
so cool.
was yours, Jason. And Fandango, wonderful little horse. He is little and jumped his heart out.
Oh, he loves this. I mean, he loves this arena. I was actually quite lucky because James had just come in before me and created havoc by doing 1 stride and a 2 stride on the top of the tabletop. So when he finished and went through the crowd all erupted and gave him a thing, Fandango thought that was his welcome. So he went from 15-2 to 18-3.
Were you tempted to do a James Kane Berman 1 stride on the tabletop after that?
I think you have to be a farm from Middleburg and be crazy to do stuff like that.
Well, brilliant. Well done. Second place, but yours was a brilliant ride as well. But, of course, Divan is really at the top of his game. He's the current South African junior show jumping champion. He took that title in July at Shongweni. And he rides here in the 140 Mini Derby as well. You've got to give him a shout. And, in fact, I saw Divan walking, and he said to me, "Is this 140? Why does it look so small?"
Yeah.
You walked the course. Is it small? Is it forgiving?
I think Derby's got so many different factors to it. You say it's maybe small, but you see the last jump here, 6 jumps 16, with 2 combinations. So I haven't worked exactly out there, but I'm guessing there's about 19 efforts here today. So that's a long way to go, and I think it's also a little bit trappy. Derby's normally been big jumps and bold and all that, and even this one looks a little bit trappy. So I don't know if there's going to be that many clear rounds. I'm sure there'll be a few. I think I don't know what the course builder's plan is from that side, but I know this was with a jump off. So we would like to see a fast jump off. So he wants to have at least 4 or 5, I would expect, in the jump off from that side. And I think the course will give us that. I don't know if we'll have as many as that from that side. But yeah, I mean, you say it's small. I think he's been inviting and encouraging. 1 and 2 are very nice. They're not big. They're 3. You come down the hill to a nice. Then you're playing with. Is your horse going to look at number 3, or is it going to look at the water? With the big, the big wall in front of it there. Then you canter on the dog's leg to the steps there, and the steps are quite tall coming out at the back there. You can see even from sitting here, you can see there's a big gap between the wall and the top rail. So that's an easy rail to have there from that side. Then you're going to loop down to the wall, which is also not big, but now we're doing the wall to the water backwards, which we don't often do. We normally go the other way. So that could play a little bit there. Then we're coming down to after that we go back to the dike, which is B and C, not all 3 elements. On the dog's leg to a big water tray square oxer, which again, is another with testing. And it's a long run up the hill to the St Andrews, which is quite narrow, down to your rail crossing. And then always you've got the bank and the planks, which play a part. And then I think when they turn them back, I think the last 3 jumps are tall. The white oxer combination away from the gate is a big square oxer coming in. 7 or 8 strides down to the planks and then back not a great turn to the last, So I think that's where you'll see where the...
And of course, you talk about little trappy things. There are a few committed distances that you have to go on here.
Yeah.
You're going to jump the wall. You're on a related distance to the water. Like you say, from the St Andrews cross to the road crossing. I think that's a dedicated 8. You have to sit on that. Talk to me about the bank to the planks, because yesterday we saw some horses go in 2 and 3 strides. Now, what is the if you manage to jump off the bank halfway down, you're on the 2.
They're saying 3 today.
If you're on 3.
If they jump off.
Okay.
So you want the horse to go halfway down and then just take a little jump off, and then you'll be on a nice 3. But that's again, that is the beauty of Derby. I think that's why we all love it, because anything could happen there. You could have trained it, and every single time your horse jumped off, and today it falls at the bottom. But, then you've got to make a plan and be up and running.
And that is a risk, that they could slide down and fall in a bit of a little heap, and then there's no rhythm. So
yeah, then luck. They need a bit of lady luck on your side, and hopefully you've got enough composure and horse and rider together.
Well, the speed is 375. Remember, Big Derby travelling speed is 400 metres per minute. This length of track is 800 metres, Derby 1,000. Time allowed 1:28 seconds. Talk to me about time allowed. I know yesterday was a table C, so Kevin was making you go. The course designer. Well, he's not the designer. He's the course builder. He's allowed to move some jumps around. Mini Derby he can change, but I'm talking about Big Derby.
The Big Derby, 100%.
Talk to me about time, because we saw a lot of horses get trapped by time yesterday. As we take a look at the first competitor going around, this is Paige DeRoy and Silver Streamer, who gets us underway in the Toyota
She
sponsored.
jumped beautifully up that double of steps already. Just go up to the wall. We see how she rides it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to the water.
We'll get back to time. Let's talk about time when she crosses the cuts the beam for the finish. We'll see if Kevin's put them under pressure for time or not. A element of the Devil's Dyke missing in the Mini Derby. Just 2 elements to negotiate. That was a
very light rail, wasn't it?
Light rail.
So this is in reverse order as well. So this horse is cantering with absolutely both of them. She's giving it a lovely good ride, and the horse is lovely and confident. You wonder why they were so lowly qualified. Something happened, but it looks very good. Then again, it's Derby. You can be on form and just have a bit of bad luck.
So far, she's just on the 4 penalties. Now let's see the bank.
2, 3. Just got a bit quick off the bank, didn't it? It was a bit excited, but it looks like a bit of a excited horse. It looks like she's having to just always keep it.
And that's what derbies can do. You can first, with the penalties, normally start coming towards the latter end of the course when the horses are getting a little bit strong, a little bit tired.
That was interesting. She turned inside the stile. I jumped the stile, then turned inside the last to turn back. So obviously she's a bit aware of the time, or concerned about the time. But then I suppose if you had a pole down, then maybe she was trying to be a fast 4-faulter.
Time 1:18.05. Time allowed 1:28. So a full 10 seconds inside of that. We don't think the time is going to be a factor, but she was on a really good Derby-style hunting rhythm.
100%.
And that's what you got to ride it as.
Yeah, also when you come onto grass, you've got to ride up a gear already, and then you come into Derby, and then you've got another gear up from that side. So I actually thought that was a lovely ride. I don't think that the faults reflected how beautifully she rode. But again, the last 3 jumps were the taller ones. It was, again, where the horses are getting a little bit more tired. So it'll be interesting to see that.
Just explain that to me. When you come onto grass, you have to go up a gear. Why?
I wish I knew the logic, and no one's ever asked me that. It's you just feel, and especially in an arena like this, you just need to ride up a gear. It feels better. The horses feel more confident, and it just gives a better feeling from that side that you need to ride up a gear. But it's also hard because we are. I was a very unlucky ride again at number 2. But Hilton comes from if I'm correct in saying, from a very strong eventing background.
I must say I don't know a huge amount about Hilton. I've seen him in Gauteng once or twice, at KZN. I'm not sure what his background is.
Yeah, so he rides with Grant now on that side, and I did see him jump there. I was helping someone. The only reason I saw it is I helped someone jump the 3-star eventing. I don't know, say champs or something like that, and I think he might have won it or been in the top 3. So he comes from a very, very strong and a very successful eventing background from that point of view. So I think he's made a bit of a little bit like Graham, and made it a bit of a transition to show jumping. He had a great ride yesterday in the mini derby, the micro derby, because he was actually leading for quite a while.
Until you came in.
So from that side, but yeah, and I mean he rides so soft and quiet, and his horses enjoy it, and they're all confident in jumping. So it is a nice rider, I think, and he's a youngster as well. So I think we'll see a lot of him in the years to come. And coming out of Grant Langley's yard, he's going to be nicely positioned and ready, and Grant has a lot of success with all his riders.
Now he's not going at the same sort of pace as our first competitor, who came home in 1:18. Let's just take a look at his time when he crosses.
It's very deceiving though. I thought yesterday it was quite slow in the micro derby, and then he came out leading. So I thought it was a bit. And he had a few poles, and I don't know what happened. He missed going down the bank, so he had to do a little circle as well.
Clear rounds seemed hard to come by yesterday in the micro.
Yeah, I think it's because a pole is 4 seconds. There were only 3 clears yesterday. The winner was cleared, which was quick. The other 2 didn't feature in the top 7. A jump clear, so it was more that you needed to be, you needed to sacrifice maybe 1 pole.
Unfortunately, he has run over the time allowed, 1:32.17. So a couple, 5 for time. Total score of 29 penalties. 1:32.17 seconds for Hilton Ford. But of course, when you have a surname like Ford, there's no ways you can win the Toyota Mini Derby, just not. As we move on now to Chad Cunningham, capital My Friend. A couple of the replays of young Hilton going through the dike here. Just a few light rubs.
Yeah. Might find that. I don't know if that is his eventing horse. Like, oh.
So currently on your screen now is Chad, capital My Friend, who's not got the start that he wanted.
I don't know if he was going to the toilet manuring there, because he just came around the corner and cut out behind, and that's just all the times that you don't want your horse to manure, probably at exactly that point on the day to number 1.
Strong ride now to number 1, kicks out behind, gives it plenty air. We saw quite a few horses yesterday having stops at that balustrade.
Yeah, so that balustrade is interesting, and we'll see it you'll see it in the big derby when you talk about it. They'll have it more on the edge, but they have so the 140 is ideally your breeding ground. So hopefully you'll see some of these horses in the big derby next year. So that's a little bit of a teaser. So you've got the ground dropping behind the dropping way behind the jump there. On this 140, they've given them a nice landing, so they do land on the flat. But in the 150, they're going to be jumping on the, landing on the bank. Definitely not my friend stated it. He wasn't very happy at all from day one, was he?
Second disobedience, unfortunately, means elimination. Not loving that wall either. And what would you put that down to?
He didn't look happy coming in, did he? He just really didn't look. Some horses just, it wasn't his day. But some horses come in here and they're not Derby horses. You can see, there's I jump Fandango because he's brave and loves the funnies. But there's some horses that I chose that wouldn't do it. They just don't enjoy it. They don't enjoy jumping off banks and going down over jumping hay bales, and they'd rather be lying in the hay bales than jumping them.
And of course, there's that Bob Charter factor as well. Some horses just shrink when they come in this arena. It's quite intimidating for them. Well, our next to go is, in fact, the winner of the 2007 Derby, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. She won that year on Greta Star. Of course, I'm talking about the big Derby. Today, she's here at number 5 in the Toyota-sponsored Mini Derby. And she goes on Farnham for Gold.
I think they've bred Farnham for Gold themselves as well. So it's always nice when you're riding something that you've bred yourself. He's a real character, this horse. Big, scopy. I think also pretty new to this level as well, and definitely would be this horse's first Mini Derby as well. Nicely over the wall.
Can you hear Barry from the outside of the arena encouraging her? Lovely big canter this horse has got, very rhythmical.
Yeah, what a super ride down to the... You can see that they've done all the homework, at the funnies so far, the horse hasn't blinked an eye. He's known what to do. That is a lot of it. If the horses have had enough preparation and all that, then at least they get down knowing what to do. They just got to understand it. So this one here is quite a narrow with 4 poles out the back. So as long as they understand it when they get down there, it makes life a lot, it's easier. I think that's where the hard work comes in with Derby. It's all the training beforehand to get them ready and prepare. There's so much work for Derby, and I think that's how the other problem comes in. There's only one Derby a year, one class of it.
Lorette's had many rides around the big Derby and the Mini Derby as well. She was a winner in 2013 here.
You can just see her experience. How cool is she? Oh, that's where size got away from her. He's such a big boy and couldn't fit 3 strides in there, could he, after that?
Do you think 2 might have been an option for him, or is the 2 just not on?
Yeah, I don't think the 2's on. Again, I say that, but if you know your horse well enough, and you're prepared for it, then you could say, okay, my plan is this, but should this happen, then I'm gonna be ready to go on the 2.
So finding a few fences here, currently sitting on a score of 12.
Just ran out of diesel at the end there, and that's where this turn is so horrible here. You see how you cut the engine away there?
And I'm afraid over the time allowed as well, 1:34.83 her time, so a couple to add to that 16 penalties, lands up on a score of 23. 16 would have put her into joint first place had she not had those penalties.
Just shows you what a nice round page rode. She made it look
yes,
so easy.
Exactly. But there's a big future for that horse. He's only an 8-year-old, so plenty more to come from him. As we take a look at some of these replays, last fence just clipping it on the way down, back toes. Probably just as an 8-year-old ran out a little bit of gas as well.
Oh, and she would be happy. This will be his first time around the big, Mini Derby from that side. He's newly up to this height. I think Lorette will be very happy, yeah.
In picture now, your next competitor, number 6, Jean Corba, Pretty Woman M. Love this horse. 9-year-old daughter of Vanan out of a Voltaire dam line. And Jean's done a hell of a good job producing this horse.
Fabulous. No, she really has done a great job, and we've seen him jump some very good classes this year and be very competitive. And also, how old is he? He's very young, isn't he?
She's a 9-year-old.
9-year-old, yeah.
Affectionately known in the stable as Julia.
Oh, Julia,
of
really?
Of course, of Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman fame.
Oh, I love it. It's funny how they all get their names and nicknames, isn't it?
And she is jumping, isn't she? Look at her behind up those steps.
Yeah, so positive and strong, and Jean's got a big day ahead of her today on her exciting Lexington later.
Yes, of course, jumped around the Derby last year just for the planks, where he did that in 1 stride instead of the 2.
Yeah, as we said,
positive ride to that
Lovely,
bike.
yeah. Definitely knew what the mare needed.
And that comes back to training, doesn't it? You know, you've trained those, you know where the mare's maybe slight chink in the armor is, where you've got to give it a little bit more positivity.
I just love her rhythm. It's just such a positive one on this horse. You know, they're cantering down, the tail swishing. You know, it just looks such a great picture. The horse's ears are pricked and they just look like they're having fun, eh? Sure.
From that St Andrew's Cross, is that a 6 or a 7, or is it you're on the 6?
No, I think you could do a 7 there from that point of view.
Page did a 7.
Yeah. You have a little bit of a choice there.
Okay, so that's a step backwards. That'll be the first stop. Come on, Julia.
Julia likes flat ground.
Julia's not interested.
Playing the game, yeah. And that's
Judith
Derby,
Boyer, the judge at the bank.
Come on.
Second. Oh, and she's right down. Well, she's a young horse. I mean, that was a beautiful round up until that point.
That is when we say welcome to Derby.
I beg your pardon. It's Marilyn Goos who's the bank judge. Of course, we've got a water jump judge, a bank judge. That is Derby, beautiful up until that point, and then suddenly, sorry, I don't like that.
We'll get undone, yeah, exactly that.
So unfortunately an elimination there for Jean and Pretty Woman M as we take a look at the replay. She comes to the bank. Looks down, goes, not so sure about that. But that's learning. You'll be back next year and she'll have no problems.
Exactly, for sure. I mean, she really can't be unhappy with the rest of the way the round went. You know, it really was a fabulous round. They had such great rhythm, and the mare hadn't touched a rail, and it looked like she was enjoying it in there.
Jump from the top of the bank. As you saw in the replay there. So Jean will leave, and in will come Graham Wynn. Talked about Hilton Ford with an eventing background. Graham, 15 times South African eventing champion, and of course he went
How do you do that? I mean, that is unbelievable. 15 years.
15 times South African eventing champion. Graham will be joining us a little bit later in commentary. So I look forward to that. Here he goes around on Vivaldi.
He does a great job on this horse, and I think he really understands it very well. It's definitely not the easiest horse to pilot round, and he just does make it look.
He's a 12-year-old son of Valentino, and I think a little bit of sharp blood lies in that Valentino.
That's right, yeah. But it was very interesting. So actually, when I was training for Derby this year, we were cantering up the hill towards a jump there, and it's like, Dominic who's my coach, said, it's like, what is the best thing to do? Wait in there. And he said, listen, Graham said, when you canter to something like that, just don't look at the gradient, just look at the top rail and ride it normally, and the horse will sort out the gradient. And it just made so much more sense and really helped. And I mean, that's just where you get that kind of experience of 15 years South African champion, He just knows how to attack everything here and prepare for it, isn't it?
Of course, he went into that 5-horse jump off a few years ago in the big Derby.
Yeah, great Obi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. You can see.
Keep it together. Come on. Oh, already.
No problem with the bank there.
Okay,
of course, Graham's got all the funnies at his property in Springs.
This horse must think it's at home.
Yeah,
finally. Okay, come Graham, this is going to take a little bit of jumping, so he's going to try and not put too much pressure so he doesn't hit the front rail of this oxer. You give it time so he's helped it, and then you've got to have enough power, and then you still got to stay balanced enough to these. Ideally jump it in the middle. Okay, now make sure that you have enough engine around the corner to clear the back rail of this oxer. We're going to see it. Come on. Oh.
1:13.92, 3 for time, clear for jumping, 3 for time for Callao Vivaldi and Graham Wynn. That is a cruel blow.
Yeah, I really didn't think he was slow from that side, but I think he then became, after you jumped the planks and you knew the last ones, maybe he became a little bit careful, which I totally understand. But at least he's better than a four-fault. He's one better.
He goes into the lead, and of course, Derby rules, equality of penalty score goes to a jump off, but time doesn't factor in anywhere else other than time penalties. There's no separating the minor money through time. Penalties count. So
So you have 3 people that finish on, what's it, second, 2 people that finish on 4 faults, or both of them will be second.
Times
So,
are irrelevant. They will tie for the minor money. So he does go into the lead at this stage, but of course we are in reverse order of classification. So the stronger horses and riders, qualifiers, will come toward the latter end of the class. This is number 8, Kerry Reese. She goes on Zias Le Champ.
They've had a great partnership over the years, these two, haven't they?
Magnificent. Top junior competitor, brought him up into adults, firing away in adults.
Yeah, I jumped a few of the big Grand Prix as well. Naturally quick. So, judging from what Graham's around there, I think you just got to not waste time between it. So you can enter down and do the correct distance to the water, but then don't waste time getting to the dike. This is where you got to try and make up your time. There we go. She's come inside the flowers there. And then after she's jumped down this line to the water, she mustn't waste time getting to the St Andrews. Just subtly try and make up time without putting pressure on the horse. A good ride.
And here now is where you can make up time, because it's a long gallop up to the St Andrews, so you can really push on up that hill.
Yeah, then just balance up for it. Sure, she saw her distance from a long way. Super. And then now when she's jumped this, now she mustn't waste time getting to the bank again, and she isn't.
You've got to buy yourself time at the bank in the early part of the round, because the bank is not one that you can rush.
Yeah.
Otherwise you are going to scare them. You've got to trot up there and let them have a look. And
Sure, well ridden. This is when you can see partnerships understand each other. Good, you. It's just, she knew what the horse could do. The horse was comfortable. She's just got to keep it together.
rail at that double of gates.
Oh, what a good round.
Beautiful round
Really
in 1:18.94. So are there time penalties? Sorry, 1:28 is the time allowed. Beg your pardon, 1:28. I was going back to Silver Stream's time, also came in 1:18. So clear for time, just the replay then of the pole that came down. So 4 penalties. Graham still leads on the 3 for time.
That's really good, and we're not almost halfway. No, not yet.
27 go in this class. Well, Thomas was a scratching at number 1. He still has 2 horses in the class. Number 9 is next to go. John Bauer, Evenflow, Brannick, Cabana Boy. Of course, John also has a ride. And Franklin in the big class. And another rider that has an eventing background, John. Did a lot of eventing apparently in Australia when he was stationed there.
I didn't know that. I didn't make him a background. Yeah, so this is a nice horse, if I'm correct, owned by Joe Roberts, isn't it?
Correct.
And sure, definitely got the jump, and John's had some great success on this horse, and a little bit of unlucky when he actually, when he was a bit, I'd say 18 months ago, the horse was still up and coming and made a mistake in the combination, and John actually ended up breaking his hip, I think. So Sten took over.
Subsequently broke his leg after that, or had another fall. Another fall.
So then Sten took over the ride for a while and kept the horse going on behalf of John, but I think John quite liked it, so it was only going to be a temporary one for Sten, as much as I think he liked the horse, but why would you not? And it's good to see John back here on all his horses again, you know. And
now to get inside of the time, he's going to have to ride a very clever round. We saw him come inside of this little flower coach bench. Because this horse doesn't have natural speed, so he's got to try and make up some time where he can, if he can.
Exactly. It has a long stride, but spends a lot of time in the air, which is not great for time.
He added 1 down to that, did that in 8. That's not going to help.
It has been smooth, so it'll be very interesting to see how his time. Sure, he doesn't best time with this. It's quick down there.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. The horse landed in a bit of a heap down at the bottom, and then he had to really...
And then as you landed, you were like, "Oh, it's 50-50 whether it's going to get over the plank there," because he almost must have felt like he had a flat tire. So now, this horse has a lot of scope, a lot of ability to jump the big fences. Come on, getting tired. You can see a little bit now.
One to come. Time should be
gonna be
okay. Jumps on the angle, crosses the beam. 1:27.40 sneaks in, and into the lead he goes on a clear round. Well done, John Bauer, Evan Flo, Brannick, Cabana Boy, Joe Roberts goes crazy.
You know you definitely back your horse's scope when you jump the plants at the end.
Yes, on that angle, yeah, right over the middle. Let's aim for the highest parts.
Yeah, 170 last ox.
So well done.
What a good round.
He's cool, isn't he? He just stays cool.
Horse or rider or both?
I think both of them, actually. It's a good
100%.
match.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure they both know that they just jumped mini derby clear.
Yes. Looked like just a Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning hack.
No,
So,
it's
first
fabulous.
of 2 rides for the current South African show jumping champion. Of course, Thomas took that title just on a month ago, and the wonderful My Lady, she was carded to go at number 1 in this class, has been scratched. This then is Pippa de Axma and Thomas van Reekvorsel. Now, it's all down to the clears. We need to jump off.
Yeah, definitely. This is an exciting, nice horse. It's brought in, I think he said this will be his first season on the horse from that side, so they're still getting to know each other. Both horse and rider have a lot of talent. You know how much derby she's done in life, so I think this will probably, well, I know it's her first mini derby here.
9-year-old daughter of Tangelo. I don't think that this partnership is that.
No, this is
Still
their first
new,
season.
right?
First
Yeah.
season, yeah. I think came in the end of last season. They were kind of getting to know each other a little bit more, so they're still on that.
He's a real supreme talent, young Thomas, and works very, very hard as well. Stationed at the Sellerhoff Stud and Stable, so he was weary of that rule. Gave that a good ride.
I think that's where you'll see the inexperience or youngness, because she's keen and she's going, but she's definitely got pricked ears and is taking in everything there, you know. Super. I see written there. Flowing down to the open water track.
Do you think the riders would have got the message from Graham about the time? It was here or there with the other ones, but he rode a nice round and came out with 3-time penalties. Information would have been fed back.
Yeah, you could see
You
that.
really do need to come inside of this flower cart.
And you can actually see John and Thomas rode very close up the bank there. They didn't actually straighten up as much to the St Andrews as the other earlier riders, you know. And it just because, like you said, they can't rush that bank. Yeah, she didn't even know she had to jump that.
That is a skinny.
Yeah, it is very. It is.
So
it is
now
skinny.
you've got to be accurate. Coming down,
Yeah.
focuses on the bank. They look up and suddenly
Yeah.
there's a skinny planks in front of them.
She was actually looking right. If they do a replay there, you can. She didn't even know that was the next jump. You know, she was like down the bank. And I don't know if we would have. I'm pretty sure that we wouldn't have trained a skinny plank at the bottom of the bank there. You know, we normally actually have a double plank like the one that's built on the far side there for the big derby. You know.
That's a test that Kevin put in.
Yeah, and that's where going clever course building. You know, subtleties.
Beautiful jump out over the last. There's Thomas's fan club. Of course, his longtime groom Willie yesterday received accolades in the groom's presentation. Willie, who has been with Thomas for a long time, part of the family. Let's take a look at the replay. So here, Jason comes down the bank.
Yeah, and you see, she didn't actually. She was going right.
She was going right. Yeah.
She had no clue that was, she didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
And then again, that's just greenness, you know.
A little bit swervy into that double.
When you canter around the corner and you're coming away from the gate to all those white poles, it can be a little daunting, eh?
So a total score of 15, of course, 3 of those being for time after that disobedience. For young Thomas van Reekvorsel, Ronnie Healy goes next. Blue Turtle's Capital Magic Boy, a horse that has had a jump around Big Derby and then unfortunately suffered inguinal hernia and was out for a while, so he's on the comeback trail. No doubts next year he'll be in the big one. Today here in the Toyota sponsored 1m40 mini derby, he should just eat these jumps up, shouldn't he?
I mean, you could watch this horse jump all day, can't you? I mean, it's effortless, and we're seeing the end of the production phase now and how beautiful it is. I mean, it wasn't this easy, and Ronnie's done an incredible job to get this horse to go this way, and they had to have an understanding, because I mean, Ronnie really just understands him. He doesn't I think he makes it look a lot easier than what it is. But he knows what Magic Boy, wants to do, and Magic Boy knows what he's allowed to do. And the partnership is just incredible, And how crazy it's to say that you said he hasn't got him in the big derby, but it's so funny he didn't need him this year in the big derby.
Exactly. Got two
what an
really
opportunity,
strong. So he's had one down there, unfortunately.
Just got there a little bit too easy, isn't it? The other problem is, it's another problem that you would think would be a problem when a horse is used to jumping 150, 160. It's quite difficult to come and jump a 140 here. They're 20 centimeters when a horse is used to it. It actually makes it a little bit harder. The horse actually sometimes needs the bigger jumps to jump bigger, just the way he's built and used to it. So now Ronnie has to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Sometimes, how did he jump that?
Yeah, and again, Ronnie had to make a plan because that wasn't what they planned to come off the thing. If they do the replay on that one, you can see that they landed and scrambled, and it was a. So now he's going for a fast four-faulter, turning inside there. Or he was worried about time from the beginning.
Or he was worried about time, yeah, unfortunately.
Which is this?
Time in the derby classes will be irrelevant for the minor money. It's all about penalties there.
Oh, so easy.
So, score of 4 penalties in a time of 1:24.67 inside of that 1:28 time allowed.
I think if you'd gone around, you would have got time penalties.
So let's take a look at the first rail. Comes down, lightest touch on the front rail.
That I think is where you would need. If he had that, that'd have been 150. It would have been easier for Ronnie.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Sometimes these good horses, if it's too easy, they're not really focused. It's just they need a bit of a challenge to keep their mind in the game. Hannah Gerber, as we saw from Ronnie's round, she was watching keenly from the gate. She goes here on number 12, CDE Lauralock Picasso. 4 penalty score for Magic Boy.
Where does that put him?
Tied second at this stage, so Graham leading on the 3, and then we've got, I beg your pardon, Brendan Cabana Boy leads on the 0, and we've got Graham on the 3 and 2 on 4. As we watch Picasso going around, of course there was that clear. We're looking out for another clear to force a jump off. The higher qualified horse and riders will be coming later on in this field of 26 starters, and in fact Ronnie Healy is the highest qualifier on Connor.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Jesse has had quick rounds this week on that horse already. This is a young rider, if I'm right in saying, am I correct?
Correct.
Hannah Gerber, huh?
Hannah Gerber.
Yeah, new to the adult ranks.
Trained with Barry for some time, I believe. And Lorette. Oh, foot in the water. Big splash there. Jean-Michel Telot, his hand goes up in the air, so sitting on the 4. And again, with all the fibre surfaces that we're so used to, the water jump doesn't factor too much in our seasonal show jumping calendar. Easter show, yes.
Yep.
Derby, yes.
And it sprung up at SA Champs.
And if you've got Anna building at SA Champs, they'll dig out the fibre and put in some open water.
It did create a...
But it's good. I mean, we need to jump it.
100%. It's another test. It's an element that we need to be able to ride.
So this is Hannah's mini derby debut.
Fabulous. That was well. I think it's probably
Very
the best
nicely done.
bank ride today.
Kept the momentum off the bank. She trotted it, but she was going forward.
Went to plan, eh?
Yeah.
Now she can just keep it again to this oxel. Just take some
To
jump.
come well within the time allowed. Can get the horse straight, keep the canter, swerving off the turn, jumps it.
Go over that.
Cuts the beam in 1:22.95. So on the 4 penalties there, 8 penalties.
Yeah, the water.
Water, of course.
Yeah.
And of course that plank. Let's take a look at the replay of the 2 faults. First of all was a foot in the water.
Oh, just that was really unlucky. She just hit the tape, didn't she? Oh, and that fell. She was almost jumping the second element when it fell.
To breathe on those and they come down. So, 4 penalty score there. 8 penalty score, big pardon, for Hannah.
What a great debut, eh?
She's got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
13 is next to go. Helen Criticus for Cabell. Helen joins us from KZN, but has been putting lots and lots of miles on the highway. She was here for SA Champs in the adult SA Champs class. Jumped two wonderful rounds there on Liberia. Then just a couple of days later, of course, was the Youth Festival at Maple Ridge, and she won the big class there.
And that was really competitive, eh? And it was building, and it was a great test, and it was good jumping. It was really good. It's I don't know if it's exciting or daunting to see all this young talent coming up.
I think it's great. The future's good, and it's going to give you a run for your money, Jason.
Well, exactly that. Showed us yesterday. Amazing how her pace is a little bit quicker. Didn't foresee that. Many of the dynamics of that arch wall is so different to a solid wall, and some horses just struggle with the. I don't know if it's
optics of it.
Yeah, that's a big word. Optics. That's why we have you.
So she's going to round this cart now, and of course at time really she's had the stop, so there's lots of time to add, so she's never going to make the time allowed.
Yeah.
She's riding now for experience really, because those time penalties are going to rack up. Another
Yeah.
rail there.
So now it sounds horrible, you want to spend actually time in here and give your horses a great approach to everything, so that when you come back next year, you know, you've been able to. She just has a natural fast ground speed. It's incredible. And the horse does seem comfortable and happier at that speed. I think she's definitely by far the fastest into that St. Andrews Cross. Jumps off. Also going right though, hey?
Swerving. The hindquarters were out to the right, but she was trying to get him back in, but.
And that's, I think, you probably found that this horse is. I don't know how much Derby it's done, but it was a green Derby horse. I think that's exactly what that was, you know. And she pats him on the way out, shows him the water game. You know, it's.
She's a wonderful talent. We'll see plenty more of that young lady from KwaZulu-Natal. Here's a replay of Cabell coming off the bank. I think Cabell was watching those planks even halfway down the bank and wondering.
And I think you made a big point there that they are narrow, which I didn't notice when I walked the course, but it's a massive difference.
Yeah.
It really is. Eh?
Grant Seaton-Smith joins us from Port Elizabeth.
I think I'm saying Grant is the 130 current South African champion. He won the 130s yesterday.
The Toyota Derby champion. Yes.
Yesterday. Morning at 9 o'clock. You know when you were sleeping?
Yes, exactly. Missed that.
That's pretty cool. What a great. So, I mean, whatever happens, I think he's already had a great show.
Now he's on a proper rhythm. Look at him go. He's not hanging about.
Yeah. Setting the tone.
Milkwoods Wish to Land is the horse, thoroughbred by the lovely Philanthropist out of a Giant's Causeway dam line. Nice sizey thoroughbred. Philanthropist and Giant's Causeway were both very big horses. And the Milkwood Stud, former breeding operation for thoroughbreds, formerly owned by Ian Robertson.
So I didn't know. I mean, there's been some very nice Milkwoods. I think there's another one, King Julian, if I'm right, that jumped to the 130s, which was saw him at SA Champs for the first time. It was very impressive.
In fact, I think the Seaton-Smith family does still breed thoroughbreds as well as warm bloods on that stud now.
And this is a full thoroughbred.
Full thoroughbred.
Because he must be one of the only ones in the class that's as being a thoroughbred from that side.
Correct.
Such a place for them still in the sport. I really do believe that. And I mean, they just have the natural ground speed, the natural, speed that they do carry, which really helps in the sport. You know, the sports become so fast. You were talking about time and the differences, and we can't make the jumps any higher, and you generally can't make the jumps any wider, and you can't make the poles any lighter and the cups any flatter. So then the guys go and make the time shorter, so that you can't prepare so much for each jump. You have to just keep on running and flowing.
And isn't it amazing how
Oh, well written, well fixed.
Also, the warm blood breeding projects, they go hand in glove with what's happening in the evolution of what's happening in the ring. Like you said, it's about speed now, so blood starts coming into the breeding programs.
Yeah.
You can't make them, you know what I mean, in the days gone by, the jumps were big, they were big, heavy warm bloods. Now you seldom see that type anymore.
Yeah, very much so. And you see how, I mean, I think, okay, I mean, the ultimate horse would be, I think, My Lady, as you mentioned, being our current South African champion. It's small, it's compact, it's fast, it's quick. And that's what the sport is needing, and you're seeing it, you know, just overseas. You don't see these, you know, horses 17 hands plus anymore. They're all little horses which have, which have. It was a great round, wasn't it? I mean, he was really unlucky. What did he end up on there?
12 penalty score. Let's take a look at the replay. So that was the first.
Yeah.
And a few people have had that front rail. This is another fence that's caused quite a few problems.
Yeah. And that's a scope and a strength test later in the course, you know.
That's it. You know, this is a much longer course than horses would normally jump. And fitness will, endurance come into it towards the end of the class. We'll see that again also in the big derby. It takes a horse with a lot of stamina to jump a clean round in a derby.
That class especially, I think your stamina has to be next level.
Kimberly Williamson is next. She rides Calaho Karina. Kimberly is the current Gauteng show jumping champion, a title that she won in this arena.
She did, yeah.
Rides out of the Manador setup, not too far from where we're based here.
When we talk about blood, this is the perfect example. Look
Exactly.
how game it is, and it's hot and buzzy, and you know, you definitely are not creating an engine there. It's automatically there. I've seen them win some speed classes that
Yes.
you know, when they had gone, you were only fighting for second place. There was no way you were going to be beating her.
I always thought that about you in Fandango. Just,
Yeah.
he's in the class. He's in the class.
No, she's beaten me once or twice, and I was like, sure, okay. Today, boy, we we settled for second.
But that's what these blood horses can do, right? You can bounce them to the base, and that they've got that fast twitch muscle, they're reactive. Just get up in the air very quickly. It's there for you. Press the button and it comes.
Oh, it was really... So you can see the horses like that one, I think, you know, the horse jumped to the right coming out and wasn't straight. And then those are just the little things that you can train the dike as much as you want, but you can't put people on the side when you're training, and you can't recreate Bob Charter. You know, Bob Charter is, as you said, hello ground and very special. Sure.
It's all about the clears. We've had one from John Bauer, looking for another clear to force a jump off. As Kimberly Williamson comes up on this lovely mare. To the bank.
So brave.
Was that a four? She
Yeah,
jumped
that's
it?
exactly that. Again, just like you said, because it's you know, she's so quick-footed, that mare. You know,
You
she
can do that. You
Mm.
can shorten bounce and it's there for you.
Yeah, it doesn't. Sure. I mean, she showed such quality through the combination there. Jumping Kimberly out the saddle there.
Well within that 1:28-second time allowed.
Sure.
Jumps the last clean, beautiful jump out. Finishes on a score of 4. Kimberly Williamson, Calaho Karina.
And she did everything right there. She really did. I mean, every element was presented correctly, was beautifully written. I mean, that's just, unfortunately, Lady Luck not on her side.
Yeah, coming out.
Oh,
Just a little bit inverting in her back over that. Drops the back toe, maybe. Easy from here. Who knows?
yeah. So I mean, I think she should have stayed straight to it, put her heels down from here. It's very simple on the sidelines.
So we've got one clear, John Bauer. We've got 3, Vivaldi, 3 time penalties, and now we've got 3 on 4. So she is enjoying 3rd place at the moment. Courtney Webber from KwaZulu-Natal. Number 16, this is Opal Della Bastide.
She's had a great year as well on this one. I think she jumped her first World Cup, first place down in Changweni. I think she was highest qualifier going into the Young Riders competition at Maple. So really has had a great year. I'm thinking that this is a build-up
Langley
for
Equestrian
big-
does put in, come to a lot of shows, don't they?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I told you before, but I always think she was, I need to go to this show, but it's a long way, and then I see Grant Langley on the starting list, and he's come all the way from Durban, so my little hour's drive fades into significance. No, they do put the miles on, and gee, but they've had great results through this year, and I think Grant's quite highly qualified with Bengtson in the big class as well, isn't he? In the middle somewhere.
Yeah. Shelley will be watching on, Opal de la Bastide, Shelley Moore. She's going to have to make up some time. She's opened up the horse's canter around that back end of the arena, back in from where we are.
Yeah.
She went around this flower pot, so that's going to flower wagon, trolley.
So then you sometimes think that she had to give, she maybe felt that she had to give the dyke more respect for her horse. So then you have to do that, but like you said, then you've got to make it up somewhere else,
Either that or she didn't have brakes after the water.
1, 2, 3.
Nicely.
Yeah. So what's her time? 91. 30 seconds to get back. Is she inside? Okay, she has gone inside there.
Yeah, so she's aware of the time.
With nice rhythm.
Really good. Hold it together. 2 more
Yeah,
fences.
come on.
Here we go.
There we go. Come. And not to cut down. 20 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah, she should be in here. Sit it. Oh.
Wow, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
we
jump
have a jump off.
Sure.
Well done, Courtney. Well done, Shelley. Team Langley Equestrian.
Her year continues, eh? Great one. Well done.
Super ride in there from Courtney Webber. That was deceptive because I saw her go around that flower trolley and thought, oh, is she in trouble? But of course she came back tight to that double of, I want to say gates, but there's only one gate, the white double we'll call it. And she came in quite easily inside of that time allowance. So 1:17.72.
Like you said, she did put her foot down after the dyke and that, and she was quick after the double back to the bank.
So next to go is local Lass Page Gage, number 17, and this is the wonderful Biogen's Lexus. And this has got to be in the money since Toyota is the sponsor, and this was called Lexus, which is a Toyota brand, the luxury brand. Come on, Lexus. Come on, Page.
Yeah, also nice. Incoming young rider. Great. Sure. Jump that. Yeah, and just like Toyota Biogen's a great sponsor of our sport and supporter, isn't it? It's been lots of making the sport work.
How long has she been partnering this horse?
I don't think that long. I've watched. I know Page's other horses a little better, and for some reason I don't know Lexus that well.
Top plus minus 18 months or so.
Oh really? Who had the ride before? Where did she get him from? He looks great. It really does. I mean, it suits her.
Yes, Jason.
I thought she knew everything. Wow, beautifully over there.
Over that star.
And again, we're just talking about, I mean, he's not a small horse, but he is game, and the blood and all that side
I was going to
is...
say another one, the blood is there.
Shows you how modern these horses need to be.
Also going around in fairly simple tack, isn't he? No. Is there Martingale? No.
Oh, okay, it's a bit skew off there. Let's see if he picks it up. Sure, that was well ridden. Great composure. Because when you're coming off side away off the bank, you know that's not the plan.
Yes. Not the plan. That's skinny. Skinny planks.
Oh, held it together. Come on, Page. 2 more.
Obviously very careful. This horse
Come
as
on
well.
up. Okay. Time is pretty good there. She can give herself a nice wide berth. Oh, a little slip there. Oh,
Beautiful.
fabulous. Fabulous.
122.74. So the third clear, Page Gage Biogen's Lexus through to the jump off in the Toyota sponsored mini derby. Well done.
That was a great run. It really was. Beautifully ridden.
So 3 go through to the jump off now. John Bauer, Brannick Cabana Boy, Courtney Webber Opel De La Bastige, and Paige Gage Biogen's Lexus. But we are, of course, expecting a few more clears as we get into the higher qualified horses and riders in this mini derby.
The mini derby, for some reason, the mini derby jump off, it always seems to be fun. It's flat out. There's lots of, if we can have 4 or 5, everybody wants the title, and it really is a fun jump off. I've got some great jump offs in this class.
And Jason, I've accessed my memory banks
did
now,
you?
and Isabella Lewick Martins was the owner of Lexus.
Of course.
before.
Isabel, of course.
Yes. It was there, I just had to.
Yeah, I understand. Sunday morning.
Rainer Korber, Callagher, Katinka. Also Ray, winner of the big derby, brought Clooney a few years ago, so he's certainly got a derby pedigree.
He was the only clear that year, wasn't he?
Yes. Beautiful ride to 3.
That's one thing. I can watch Ray ride all day. I don't know if it is this. He's definitely one of the smoothest riders in the country. Definitely the coolest as well, one of them. And this will be, I think, this horse's first mini derby. And it's funny, you can see all the young ones. They all had a little look at the wall. That was Ray's experience, and knowing Tinker well. There we go. He already knew that it'd be a bit of support through that.
You got to love her expression always when the jumps come up. The ears are pricked, looking for the work. She's not the biggest, but she's got step as well. You watch her canter up that hill. She's got motor.
And just look at that canter. Like, you'll see when she canters down here, look how high her front legs come off the ground on the way to the jump. Yep. So she's sitting up on her hocks, and the power's already there. Exactly. And that's again your modern horse again. That's just, just how connected that is. That picture down to the bank is just beautiful, Oh, reading this again. Ray's working hard, yeah. It's. I don't think people see how much Ray's actually doing to. The horse has definitely got the quality and everything like that, but she's definitely a little, not secure or sure about what's.
Comes inside of number 8. Oh, she jumped that big. Almost jumped the big one. The first one too big.
Yeah, Ray felt her back off, and I think he had to put it on. But then, then you sometimes don't get away with.
What a pity, because
Ray will still be chuffed with that. He really is. So that's her. She was very green in there. I think that was where you can see where the rider, with the experience of Ray's, just helped her out and gave her the support and confidence she needed. So
we're going to take a look at the faults. Foot in the water.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, it just looked like she backed off there just on the tape. So I didn't actually pick that up first time around. She just.
And like you said, the first.
She doesn't like to touch them, though. You see how she's like she's allergic. Wow, what a wonderful effort, the game little man.
Fabulous.
Finishes on the 8 penalties.
She'll be young as well, won't she? She's 8 or 9 or something.
9-year-old?
Yeah. Imagine her in 3 or 4 years' time with the experience.
Exactly. Tessa Joseph on track now. Big Smile, Indigo van der Middelstede for Stephen Flex.
That's a great, I'd say new partnership, but her riding for the Flex and both horses. Her horse jumped really good in the micro, the 135s this week. Nicely qualified here.
Foot on the water, on the tape, hand goes up, 4 faults.
I don't know what it is, and I wonder if it does make a difference with jumping the water the other way and stuff like that. Because even if we do ever have the opportunity to jump the water in the bob on a training day, you only ever jump it the other way.
Towards the gate.
I wonder if the dynamics are. I don't think I've personally ever jumped the water this way. I've only always jumped it the other way.
Element, a little bit of a wrap behind, but it stayed up.
Horses have jumped out relatively well today, haven't they? All of them. Hasn't really been a factor.
It's not up to 140 though. When you looked at it, I think he's giving them a real chance there, Kevin. Unfortunately, that's down.
Just very quicker. Just trying to slow him down, and he was going.
So now sitting on a score of 8. Last couple of fences to come.
It does look like he's enjoying it though, isn't he? His blood and his ears are pricked and
Big smile.
yeah. He's got a big smile on his face.
Big smile, Indigo. Coming to the last now, sitting on 8. That one's down. 4 to add. 12 penalty round inside of that time allowed. 123.16. So 12 penalties for Big Smile, Indigo van der Middelstede. Tessa Joseph. Let's take a look at the replays of the faults. Here's the first, the water. He just backed off that a little bit. You can see the plasticine tape there just going up into the air, and here was the second fault. Just didn't get the height he needed, maybe a little bit forward to that. So, Thomas is back, his second round. Thomas van der Reekborsel, this is Gulliver.
Yeah, nice to see him up with Gulliver. He's had Gulliver for a little while, but it was a bit of bad luck.
Yeah, I think if memory serves, a few years ago in this very class, in this arena, the horse injured himself.
Yeah, exactly that. And then it was
off for a while. So great to see him back. Wishing him a great round here.
I think if things go well, this has been a building year for the two of them and actually getting to know each other. I think you'll see him partnering later in the big classes next year. Might even have a few choices with Pippa. Might wait.
Yeah, he's got a string of very nice horses.
Had a bit of a look at that wall, didn't he? He's the first one who's had a look at that. Number 3. Oh. So maybe actually when you looked at number 3, I was looking at the water. When you see he didn't jump the water that great there.
You can see Thomas giving that water a very positive ride, but the horse just backing up, shortening stride. Also finds the tape. So on the 4, foot in the water. Can't win it today, but we'll have to finish well.
Yeah.
3 clears so far.
How many places in this class? Something about a grey horse, isn't there? How nice they are. I don't know why. And he's Oliver thought there was another stride. Thomas was telling him it wasn't.
Well, that style is down as well. So
I did,
reckon up the penalties in the back end of this class. 7 places on offer for this mini derby.
As much experience Gulliver's got, he's still getting strong. A big horse like this takes, I think, a little longer to get there, and he also hasn't. I think he's a little bit rusty. Hasn't been in this ring for a while now. Like you said, probably 3 years, 4 years.
So finishes on a score of 17, 1 for time. Gulliver and Thomas van Reekborsel, number 20.
Yeah, still not bad.
So let's recap. Our clears are John Bauer, Inflow,
okay.
Brannick Cabana Boy, Courtney Webber, Opal Delabastide, and Paige Gage Biogen's Lexus. Here's a replay. Oh, he was having to ride rather hard to that. 20,000 Rand up for grabs to the winner. 14,000 for second. So big thank you to Toyota, who have come on board. It's their first year as the sponsors of the Derby, but also, of course, let's not forget that the Derby is the 3rd leg of the Triple Crown Series, where the winner, the points winner, will walk away with the Toyota Crown car.
And they're going to finalise that today.
That will be
So
presented today.
someone will get a set of keys.
Somebody's going to get a set of keys.
Sure.
To a very, very nice motor car. Pip Baxter now, Uschi van het Neerterhof. This is number 21 on your program. Uschi, a 10-year-old mare by the mighty Diamant de Semele out of a Katoki dam line. Beautifully well bred.
Yeah, and also not a long partnership, maybe 18 months, 2 years, but she's already she's won. I know she's won a title of some sort in this mare. And also a little bit decepting, I saw her do the jump off, and we thought, oh, okay, that was nice, and no one could catch her. It's a big stepping mare, and careful, and she really does love this mare. Yo, it just showed its ability there. I think this horse, if I'm correct in saying, was actually owned in Belgium by Sancho and sent out here, and not for Pippa, but she ended up buying it. I think Jonathan Clark partnered it for a while.
She's got a really nice partnership with it.
Looking good together so far. Nice off the tabletop. She's been quick everywhere, so I think Tom shouldn't be. She hasn't slowed down too much here. I think also their 140 debut here as in the mini derby. Yeah.
Nicely done. Yeah, just looking for work there down to that style.
Just wants to do the job,
Yeah,
doesn't she? Yeah.
Beautiful.
She's gone around
So
there.
she's gone around. So is time going to catch her? 128 second time allowed. Well, that's down, so it's really irrelevant now.
She obviously thought she needed to go around for the mare or for their own sake,
Right to the last off that turn. Jumps it, just the 4 penalties. In a time of 121.58, so well within that time allowed, had a good rhythm, so she went round number 8 to come back to that double of whites. Let's take a look at that replay. That was the only mistake. It's got its ears pricked.
Yeah.
Just looked maybe a little bit too keen. She was sitting up and also looking for the work, wasn't it?
Probably find that she's getting stronger and stronger through the course for Pippa, and maybe just, she was like, well, running out of physical strength.
Shots there of Pip leaving the arena here, number 21. Right, Divan Bosman comes in, Cornerstone's Nabello. Divan, of course, the winner yesterday of the Micro Derby on his wonderful mid-guard Zakiro. Jason was second.
So that. Really big jumping scopy horse, this one.
I was walking the course this morning and Dylan was out there and was saying quite small for 140. He said, well, there's the course designer, Mr. Spratley. Ask him to put it up 3 holes.
So funny how when you say that thing, it's relevant to what you're sitting on. I've had to sit on a horse and you think you can't make the jumps. You put the jumps as big as you want. That's fine. On this horse, I'll jump it. Then you sit on another horse and you go, yo, is that 90? Are you sure it's not 1.10 m? Can't we go down 3 holes? So it's all relevant to what you're sitting on and the confidence you feel. But this horse does look like, the way he jumped number 3, it didn't look like it was a 140 jump, did it?
Beautiful pedigree as well. Sort of action breaker out of a chin dam line. And that front rail has caused a few issues today.
Very much so.
Why do you think that is? Close to the gate, horses clocking that, or do you think the rider's making up time already, building up?
I think the horses are getting a bit flat on there, so they're not as... He looked like he was trying to keep it up there, because I thought the canter on the way down there was good enough to that, but it does look like the horse is just getting a little bit flat on the way there, and Kevin's probably been a bit clever in giving them a cantering 7 or a more steady 1, and then if you think time's on the thing, then you go on the 1 less.
Finds that Toyota plank as well, so now on 8.
I'm glad he is human.
Yes.
I've only ever seen him win by 10 seconds.
And that front rail has caused issues today. I mean, that would have to, you would think, be the bogey so far. It's come down more often than any other.
Against that, I think the subtleties of Kevin, such a great course builder.
So a score of 12, 120.72. Not going to be their day today.
And a nice round as well. I mean, you can't really fault it, So
So here's the first rail. We've seen this front rail come down a few times and plays a part in Divon's round. Then the planks, light touch on those.
Seen a lot of the bigger horses struggle with the planks off the bank.
That's a element of that double of white. Do you think there's an optical illusion looking through that as well, with the white poles, with the double, that maybe they don't sight the front rail quite?
I must think so, because when I walked around to it, it takes me a while at a certain distance where everything becomes clear, and I'm sure the horse must see that. It also looked daunting for some reason. When it's all just pure white, it does look bigger and more insecure.
In the ring now, a fabulous stallion, 9-year-old son of Crumble, Casal Dam Line. He is absolutely magnificent to look at, to watch.
It is
the way that he jumps, his canter, just almost the perfect jumping horse, this.
I mean, you can't get more modern, like you said, Blood. I think in 2 or 3 years' time, we're going to be watching the Sir Crumble and Ashley show in all the classes. I really do. When he's got the final experience and put everything together, I really do think they're going to be the ones to beat in a couple of years to come.
And how good is his canter? I mean, look at him just eating up the ground on the way up that hill, around the corner to the Star.
Does help that he's got 25 kgs on his back.
Such quality.
Yeah. He just looks so healthy, doesn't he? I mean, even the stallion, and he's
playing a buck.
Yeah, just let you know that he's enjoying this. This is not hard. See how confident he is.
And the way that he just props himself up, his balance. He was forward off that bank. He needed to shorten. Actually said, "Whoa!" and the whole body just shifts back to where you need it.
I mean, he turned inside there. Everybody else was I want to say, like pulling and hurtling around the corner, and they turned around like a little go-kart. It was around the corner, and
just got all the attributes of a top horse: his balance, his canter,
just so cat-like.
Oh, beautiful!
Wow.
Well, we've got another one in the jump off, and he might be a difficult one to beat because he's got natural ground speed with that canter.
This arena suits that horse. And so well ridden there. I mean, that couldn't have. I mean, that was absolutely textbook. How to ride this course was just shown.
Quality pairing there. Ashley and Hausberger's Sir Crumble. Big pats for the boy. We'll see him in the jump off, along with John Bauer, Cabana Boy, Courtney Webber, Opal Della Bastide, and Paige Gage. Biogen's Lexus. Will we have a few more? Coming in now, Kayla Gattenbach, Lacano Ballard, a past winner of this class in 2021, this combination.
Yeah, Kayla's a great jockey. I mean, she's had she 4th highest qualifier here, highest qualifier in Micro Derby, and where is she in the Big Derby? Also, when she was,
she'll be high.
Yeah.
She won on Thursday.
Yeah, so she 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 highest qualifier. I mean, to have horses in each grade at that highly qualified, there's only one common denominator. Hey?
Yeah, she does a good job.
I think most of them are self-produced as well, aren't they? I think the other one she's taken over the ride, hasn't she?
That's a foot in the water, I'm afraid. It's not going to be a double win in the mini derby for Ballard, 4 penalties. Been such a game campaigner, Ballard, over the years. This 14-year-old mare.
She's old as that, I thought she was younger.
Maybe in blood, challenger Consuelo.
Sure. 3 more left after there in the class. I'm trying to see how many with 4 clears. What do you think? Still the last 3. 2 go clear?
So we've got Domini on Soakley. I would predict a clear there. Pollyanna, I would say possibly 3.
3 from 3.
Form combinations coming up next. Another rail for Ballard there, so moves on to the 12 as it fences 2, 6 and 13.
She had 2.
I had the balustrade as well.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, super.
Finishes on the 12, inside of that time allowed 125.91, 12 penalty score for Kayla. I would imagine she might be a little bit disappointed with that.
I think once you've won it already, you know you can do it. You know, again, it's all about. But again, you know that unfortunately, Derby, the other factor on everything is luck. You need lady luck.
Plays a big part, doesn't it?
Just needs to fall your way, you know. And today I think she rubbed 2 and landed on the tape, and both 2 fell. You know, that was her cards dealt.
So Kayla leaves this one for Bob Charter Arena, and in comes Dominique Alexander in 2022. Took the big class aboard Athena after trying for many, many years to get that Derby monkey off his back.
Yeah.
He did it in 2022. And here he goes with Soakley Z. 25.
Yeah, Soakley, I think he was telling me he loves this arena. And Soakley, that will be his. I don't know if he jumped. I don't know if he jumped Derby last year. I think he done maybe the micro Derby. And then he's got Capital Collier in the big class later.
He does.
So nice, quite hardly.
On form.
Very much so.
Be a Derby debut for Collier.
Yeah, these horses have had lots of debuts and everything, huh? Their World Cup debuts this year, Derby debuts. It's all. So you also know, imagine in with another 2 years experience under these 2 horses' belt, I mean, he's going to have a pretty formidable string.
Beautifully partnered through that dike.
You can just see the experience, can't you, of the riders that have been doing this for years, you know. What they need, when they need the support, when they need to be left alone, a little bit, you know, similar to what Ray did, you know.
Just looks easy, doesn't it? Like the prep is there,
Yeah,
the horse is not
exactly.
looking at anything. You don't want to put the mockers on him as he comes to the bank, but so far everything has just looked cool, easy, comfortable.
It was interesting when the horse came into the country. I liked him. But Dom spent quite a lot of time in the 130s with him, and I think it was getting to know him, and also getting him strong, and then also just finding out a bitting combination. And since the final thing was a bitter, like you said, it just looks so smooth and easy now, and everybody's got their ducks in a row. Until that rail that has played a part today for many combinations, and now sitting on the 4, won't go into the jump off. Front rail of that double. What I do think again is a little bit like Magic Boy. This horse probably needed the jumps a bit bigger. It was very easy in that, and he won't be unhappy with that. I mean, it was a fabulous round, but again,
let's take a look at the replay and see if we can.
You can say something bad. He's my coach. I'm not going to say that was
my coach
beautifully
too. I'm
written.
not going to say anything.
That was fabulously
But there's
written.
nothing bad to say. It was. I think for me, it's a bit of a lucky fence.
Yeah.
It looks like it could be an optical illusion that they're not sighting that front rail quite well.
And for so many horses to hit it,
Yes.
they've either jumped off the front rail and land on the back, or like you said, got an optical illusion, hit the front rail. You know.
You could say that they're coming away from the gate already, and after a long track, but didn't look. He looked rhythmical. He looked balanced. He looked like he was in a good spot. It comes down to luck. He just didn't. So Pollyanna next.
This is a fun horse. This is a fun combination to watch, isn't it?
And they'd make a brilliant combination.
They do.
You almost can't say, well, would Pollyanna, she's a great mare, but the two of them just click.
They're very much so. I'm not sure that Pollyanna would jump like she does for anybody, but I mean, that was...
it's the Hannah and Polly show.
Yeah, exactly. That is. And it is so fun to watch. It really is. She looks fun to ride.
Yeah.
But I think it looks, it's one of those ones, like you just said, it looks fun when Hannah's riding her,
and rides her in a specific way, constantly going forward to the fence. Let me look at that over that water. Beautiful. She lets her travel.
Yeah, and Hannah's also flown the flag overseas for us nicely over the last couple of years, hasn't she?
Top rider.
Some great stuff there. Nice to see her. I didn't think we'd see her back in the country as much. It has been good for us, I think, and good for the sport that she comes back and campaigns here and sure. For how careful she was, I never actually thought that she would be a Derby horse and enjoy this. You know, she's so cat-like and jumps all those World Cups and all those, fast and light poles, and it's so different to those World Cups. Now they have no fillers. And then you come here and it's bold, and they got this. Don't worry.
Looks like
Hold your beer.
It looks like she ran deep there, but the horse just bing, pops up.
That was the plan all along.
Jump it.
Come on.
Clear. Jump it. 2 left to come. Here we go. Time is good. Pollyanna. Hannah Garten.
Come on, keep it together. It's the last.
Last jump to come. 16. Straightens up. Oh, no!
Oh.
What happened?
When you try too hard?
What happened?
It's the last. Oh.
Off the turn. Did she lose the rhythm and then have to chase and found herself off of the front rail? Couldn't clear the back rail.
Oh.
What a pity. I'm sure we'll have that on the replay. It's quite an acute turn here from 15 away from the fence to 16. She looked like she gave herself enough space.
If you ask them to jump it another 20 times, they jump it clear.
So watch here. She comes off the turn.
And just wants to set up properly. So
Yes.
then just left.
She just saw.
Just caught behind the leg. Like they just lost that little momentum and impulsion connection.
And how did she try?
Oh.
How did she try? She
Both
was
of
a
them.
mile off that. She gave it her all, just couldn't clear it. What a cruel blow at the last.
But that was hard. That was hard to the end. She fought.
Oh, so highest qualifier, last to go. Ronnie Healy. Will he join the jump off? Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor was a winner of the first of the qualifiers on Connor. In fact, he was a winner of the second of the qualifiers on Magic Boy. In the second qualifier, he was 5th, which puts him into the highest qualifier today. Here he goes, for a lovely clear to join John, Courtney, Page, and wife Ashley, who's there on Hausberger's Sir Crumble. This is a magnificent little horse who in a jump off can go hell for leather. He's a real quality individual. 9-year-old by Con Coriana out of a Landor S.
Who's it owned by?
Damn line. One of his clients, Tanya Strauss, I believe.
Yes. I've seen Tanya win some classes as well. That was.
I saw her at Stocky's Dry a year or so ago. I think it was in the 130 championships, and man,
Yeah.
flat out, the horse just
In game,
operates.
isn't it?
Oh,
But
I'm
when
a
you
big
do,
Connor fan, I must be honest.
Oh, yeah. It does help when you have Mr. Cool riding like this as well, doesn't it?
Who's in a rich vein of form as well,
Yeah.
riding at the top of his game at the moment is Ronnie.
Everybody sees it now, but he's taken time to get there, and he's put a lot of work in to get there. It hasn't come overnight, coming back from Europe and resetting up and building the string of horses and everything like that. It's now you're seeing all the paying dividends, but it definitely wasn't an overnight success. Everybody always thinks that when they watch it, And
He's a true professional. He puts a huge amount of work, dedication, early hours, planning,
but he does love Derby.
structured training
Yeah.
towards a goal.
100%.
Right,
Come on,
jump
finish
the
it.
last, getting the jump off. He
Yeah.
is clear.
Pole position.
As Ray looks on. Well done.
Yeah. Great run.
So through to the jump off, and he's in, like you say, Jason, pole position. Ashley will go as the penultimate competitor. Ronnie will go last. How is this going to play out?
It's going to be very interesting. I mean, the Brannick boy, it'll be interesting to see what the course is from that, because Brannick's got a long stride, but he definitely can't see him being as quick as
Yeah, I mean,
The
let's
other
take
ones.
a look at the horses in the jump off. John will go first on Brandon Cabana Boy.
He also has to put he has to give them something to catch, but leave them all up.
Yes.
So he's in a bit of a predicament there.
Courtney Webber, Opal Delabastine, Biogen's Lexus, Sir Crumble in last to go will be Verdant Capital's Callagher O'Connor. We'll talk more about the jump off track, and our fancies, our predictions in a moment or two. But before we do that, let's go to a quick ad break. Big thank you to Toyota, the sponsors of the show and this live stream broadcast.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww. Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it. The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Bob Charter. There is the first competitor to go in the Toyota-sponsored Mini Derby. John Bauer, Courtney Webber, Paige Gage, Ashley Healy, Ronnie Healy. Let's take a look at the track there, Jason. 1, 3, 13, 14 AB, 15 and 16. Take us through it.
So John's actually cantering down to 1 now. So 1 it was 1 from the first class. And I think you're going to have to gallop around the road crossing, down the hill, and you want to hit 13 at a slight angle, and you're going to run down to that stile fence, which was after the planks, after the... Oh, no, he's going
He's on
inside.
the inside of the road crossing.
Okay, looks like it's... Oops, okay. So I think John has to go quick enough to give them something to chase, but has to leave them all up as well. Straight down the stile, then we're going to have to do a handbrake turn.
So he's done 10 from 3 to the stile.
Perfect. Handbrake turn back to the combination. This horse has steps. I expect him to go on 1 less down here, maybe 6 to the inside. Okay, there
Gone
we
on
go.
the 6.
And then cut across and jump slightly across the last. Going over the hedge again. Well,
Jumps it. Nicely done, John Bauer. Getting flow. Brandon Cabana Boy cuts the beam in 38.81. Has he put enough pressure?
I think they'll be quicker than that, but I think he, I expect him to be in the top 3. I think on that side, I think he'll be 2, but I don't think he's quick enough to win it on that. But he'll be super happy with that.
What he has said to them is you have to come inside of the road crossing. I think you
100%.
can't be faster going round.
No, I agree with you there. I didn't think it was doable, but he made it very easy. Oh, we say
Where's
that.
Courtney's gone round? Let's see. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe the gallop going the long way round is the faster way. Let's have a look. So he did 10 now from 3 to the stile.
So, oh,
So
9.
she's gone on the 9.
Then you may pay the price turning back, but she's been quick. She's a good shot out here.
He was on the 6.
Yeah,
The
also.
6 is going to be easy.
Yeah, and then She would expect it to be slightly quicker everywhere. She did go to the outside here, so she might have lost a second or two there, but
So that's interesting. Courtney goes into the lead, 36.84, going the long way around the road crossing at the gallop. Now they've got choices, these riders.
Yeah, very much so.
Do you think that the quicker way is still inside, but at a faster ground speed? Because John did come inside, but his natural ground speed on that horse is not mine.
Yeah, I think what you just said there, I think that jump off course suited that horse.
Yes.
If that makes sense, because I don't think, he was a bit cautious down the hill, which I think the horse is naturally. I do expect if you can go inside and quick, which maybe Connor can. Here, Alexis will go inside. Okay. So Alexis started just as quickly as Courtney. Okay, and she's had a better shot at that then. She didn't see that one. Yeah.
So that's put pay to her chances, I'm afraid, here. Paige Gage and Lexus takes down number 3.
That's what John had to do. He had to put the pressure on.
See how quick that horse was off the floor there.
Lovely, lovely. I mean, still, what a great round. That was super. And I mean, she slowed up and she had 30, she slowed up and look how quickly she was.
38.40.
Yeah, I mean, that was her. So I think inside does make a massive difference if you can ride the way Paige did.
Well, let's take a look at the replay. So for your money, inside of the road crossings from 1 to 3.
The winner will go inside, for sure.
Inside and quickly inside. That's what you got to do. And how many more left to come? Just the 2. The Ashley and Ronnie Healy show here. Let's see.
Ronnie could be in a predicament.
I know. If he wins, he might be in the dog box.
This is going to be a fun horse to watch. I think this is going to be, and I think this course suits him. Okay, she's going inside. Definitely, she's a little slow to it.
Leader's time 36.84.
Here we go.
His reaction time, this horse is so quick as well.
That ride isn't nice off there because she almost had the same one as Paige.
She also got deep, didn't she?
Yeah.
How many did she do down there?
I don't know. But
7.
It was okay. A little slip there. So she had to go a little wider than I think she wanted to.
But
get on the 6.
Such step.
Sure, she got to balance on the 6 there. And if she has a nice turn to this, if she can see it from here and hit it, it'll be fabulous. She does.
Oh, it's down. It is down. Look at the time, 35.99. Time was good. Time to beat 36.84. She had the time. She had Courtney on time, but unfortunately 1 down, 4 penalties at the last.
So the only way she beat Courtney was by going inside. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because Courtney's sitting there at 36.84. 1 to come, going around. Had a good shot at that number 3.
He just left the toe, didn't he? The right toe. He just
a bit of it. I think it's when you jump across it and the angle. And
she's still happy with her boy, Sir Crumble. Plenty more to come from him. No doubt we'll see him in the big derby next year. So, Ronnie Healy, Connor, last to go.
Are you going inside or around? What do you think?
To be 36.84. No, he's coming inside.
No question.
I think he's coming inside. Ashley came inside. Look, he's on the angle already. He's prepped on the angle before he even went through the start beams.
That first step, eh? Also the deep one, eh? Okay, I got away with it.
Gets it.
He's done 10 though, eh?
10.
Yeah. Then look how quick this is going to be.
I do think he needs to move up on time though, this last couple fences. Got to jump them. Oh, and that's down. So Courtney wins.
Courtney put the pressure. Where does he come in? Is he quicker than Ashley? Oh, he's just slowed up there. Oh.
I think he did that on purpose, let the wife have them. 8 penalties, 36.41. 2 down. So, the win goes to KZN. As we take a look at the replays of Ronnie, his 2 poles. Back rail of that A element going in.
The horse looked tired there, eh? I don't know if it was after the jump off of, having the whole round, and it just didn't, just looked tired there. There was just some pushing it got there,
So Courtney Webber, take a bow. Opal de la Bastide, 36.81 in first. Then John Bauer in second. He was first to go, 38.81. In third place, Ashley Healy, Sir Crumble. Fourth place, Paige Gage, Lexus. And Ronnie there in fifth position. 7 places on offer for this Toyota Mini Derby. We'll be taking the prize giving next. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, more of the action here from the Bob Charter. Don't go away.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that, boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more or less cash.
No, 6 sevens.
Big thank you to Canon South Africa, affiliate sponsors of Equestrian Live, supplying all of our cameras. So all the pictures you see today on Equestrian Live, we've just seen pictures from the Mini Derby, courtesy of Canon South Africa. Do go check them out, www.canon.co.za. So we're back in the Bob Charter. We've just seen the completion of the Toyota-sponsored Mini Derby. With me for co-commentary was Jason. We'll get his thoughts on the class in a moment or two and look forward to the big class as well. But let's take a look at the provisional result of this class. There were 7 prizes on offer. The winner's check goes to KwaZulu-Natal. Courtney Webber bags 20,000 Rand. Opal Della Bastide for owner Shelley and Moore. Clear, double clear in 36.84, and of course we'll be having an interview, a winner's interview with young Courtney after the completion of the prize giving. John Bauer was first to go in the jump off, did a good job there, 38.81, had to put the pressure on. Jumps clear in 38.81 for second. Third place to Ashley Healy, was the fastest in 35.99, but unfortunately the final fence comes down, gives her that 4 penalties in the runoff. Paige Gage, Bijan's Lexus, she had fence number 3, 4 penalties there in 38.40. Ronnie Healy, 2 down on Verdant Capitals Callagho Connor. 8 penalties in 36.41, and the 6th place going to Graham Wynn and Callagho Vivaldi, 3 time penalties in the opening round. And there were 7 prizes on offer. Those will go to the 4 falters from the first round. There were a handful of them: Kerry Reese Lechamp, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy, Kimberly Williamson, Callagho Karina were the 4 penalty horses, and Dominic Alexander and Soakley as well, 4 penalties there. Pip Baxter, Ushi, and Hannah Garten, Pollyanna, who had the final rail down that rustic fence. So, pictures from our Bob Charter. They're the horses for the prize giving. Courtney Webber, Opal de la Bastide. Nice day for Courtney.
Fabulous day for Courtney. Fabulous. I don't know if there's much left for her in the year, but what a way to finish the year after such a great year for her.
Yeah, they've been up and down at all the big shows, haven't they? Putting in the hours, putting in the miles on the N2 to Durban.
Yeah, I think they know every pothole on that road between her and Grant and
Helen as well.
Helen, yeah. But what a great, you've got a great venue here and view here, Aiden. You've got the last jump right in front of you here. For the big derby from the gates. I mean, you're going to be feeling all the tension and the anxiety and excitement and everything here. And when the stands are going to be full, it's going to be electric in here, isn't it?
Well, we certainly are looking forward to Derby Sunday. The stands are filling up. Of course, we got the fan park as well, and I believe lots of tickets sold for the fan park. Fan park will play host to the after party. Jesse Clegg playing there this afternoon. And there is the VP, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, Mr. Glenn Crompton, going forward with daughter Gwen to present the prizes. Mr. Jean-Michel Turlot, the judge for the competition, also out there for the prize giving. Big thank you to Toyota South Africa. Martha Hector is alongside Mr. Crompton there as well for the prize giving. What a magnificent sponsor Toyota has become in equestrian sports. And I mean, they are sponsors. You start noticing when you're aware of it how much they sponsor. That Toyota Cadence, they sponsor rugby, Toyota Cheetahs.
Yep.
They're everywhere, aren't they?
No, they're incredible, the sports. And I mean, I think they've really upped the ante this year with the Triple Crown. And the 3 legs. It's been exciting to watch the whole Triple Crown. You know, suddenly you were aware of who won the outdoor Grand Prix and who was first, second, and third.
Exactly.
And then, you know, SA Champs had another add addition to it. And then to finish at a derby here and have that beautiful futuristic car sitting on the side there, knowing that it's all going to end here, I think it's been so exciting. It really has. I think it's definitely added another huge value to the sport and for everybody.
Well, as you say, Jason, the car will be awarded to one person this afternoon. I think one young man has almost got his hand on the steering wheel of that. Of course, Ronnie Healy has really dominated the Triple Crown Series for this year, the inaugural Triple Crown Series. He was the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix against Lisa, who was in second. And then, of course, just pipped into second by Thomas in the outdoor, at SA Champs.
That was such a great class, wasn't it?
Wonderful.
Sure.
And comes in really in the can we say, in the driver's seat going into Derby this afternoon. And he, of course, is the defending champion of the Derby. And Gillian back in this afternoon again. But, of course, Mandarino, the horse that he's really hoping to win on, hoping to have a clear round in the Derby as well, which will mean that Mandarino in the series hasn't touched a pole, which is quite amazing.
Another bonus, sure. Yeah. No, it has been incredible. Yeah, and I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's you know, I don't know if I've ever heard of a series outside of the World Cup series spoken about so much outside of other competitions other than the Triple Crown. You know, when they launched it, I had no clue what they were talking about when they had Triple Crown and that, and you know, now it's, you know, the Triple Crown, which is fabulous. So it really is another addition to the sport.
And as we see Courtney getting the winner's sash and the trophy from Mr. Crompton there. That car in the background is the Crown Motor car.
Is that it?
That is the car.
Yeah.
That is the car that will be awarded to one person this afternoon as the trophy gets hoisted aloft there by
Fabulous.
Courtney. Well done. The curtain raiser certainly was a good class.
Fabulous. I think Kevin got a perfect 5 in the jump off. Nice and fast, maybe a little strategic, you know, a little chess game in the beginning, and yeah, fun.
Courtney receiving the winner's medallion there, the gold medal.
And some big names on that trophy.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those names of the previous mini derby winners. Barry Taylor is the person who's won most with 3 titles. Dominic Alexander has won it twice. But some of the names there, of course, Barry Taylor. Tossie Rayner was a winner in 2004. Tammy Clegg, remember Glendon, the great little Glendon. Nicole Horwood, Tara Lowe, Heather Mostert on Summer Bridge. Kayla, as we said during commentary, Ballard, Oliver Bishop, and Kiara Byrne last year on Lindor.
Yeah, she's stepping up this year, isn't she, as well?
She is. There is Grant jumping into picture. Of course, he'll have to go put it on his tighty whities for the class a little bit later as he partners Bengston.
They really do have a great vibe, that Langley Legends Equestrian, don't they?
Roger Bierman going to do an interview with Courtney, but of course we will have our own interview coming up a little bit later. Right, with me, Jason. Predictions. Let's look forward to the big one, the 2024 South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota. Predictions, Jason, predictions.
It's really tough, isn't it? I mean, like you said, I mean, Ronnie's sitting in there with 2. You've then got Jean at second highest qualifier with such, I mean, she's got, hasn't she been bridesmaid 2 years in a row?
She's been on the podium, I think, in 2nd and 3rd over the last couple of years, yeah.
You have to say that. I mean, you can never discount Leonie. I do think it's Hay Vilma's first one, though.
Yes.
I think she's a rookie
Quite
in there.
Quite a few debutants in the Derby this year. Classy Boy will be his first time. Lorenzo will be his first time. Lexington's been around a few times, and that's got to be an advantage.
100%.
The only mistake last year when he jumped off the bank and did that 1 stride pop in that 2 stride to the panels and just clipped it, almost jumped it.
Yeah, exactly that. So it'll be interesting to say now this year. No, you know, do you? It's so horrible because in the back of your mind, are you thinking, is he going to slip down and do the 2? Is he going to be brave again? You know, what are we? That's why we'll all be holding our breath at the top there when she's up there. You know.
I think she's got to be in with a big chance. But for me, I think Ronnie is focused, prepared. He's zoned in on the Derby. He wants another Derby, and of course he wants the points in the Triple Crown. So lots to play for him, and he's got 2 very strong chances.
Yeah, very, very much so. And you can, and you know, a little bit of a in his favour. He comes in early on Mandarin at 5. You know, gets a feel, and then as 12 horses later got Gillian, which definitely must help.
Absolutely. There is the Triple Crown car in the background. Mr. Crompton going forward to present the top 3 grooms with their accolades. Well done, gentlemen. Let's talk about those first-timers, those debutants. You've got Franklin, who I think it's his first time around. Quintessence at number 6. Oscar Ngube on Consigo. I think Capri has been around with AJ before, but certainly not Vagabond at 9 with Mika Choka, who could be a lurker because she is focused. He looks like a Derby type of a horse.
Brave. Good warm-up so far classes.
And rides in that really strong forward Derby type of a rhythm. So, and he can jump those big fences. Best Company has got Johan Lotte on his back, but Best Company a first-timer as well. Danielle Smith at 13, first-timer. Down we go. Lamborghini, I think, is a first-timer. Did he jump last year?
Yeah, I think he might have jumped the 140. I don't think he jumped the big one, though, did he?
Don't think so. Impossible is there as well, but remember Night Star was a debutante and was second in his first year with the great Nicole Horwood. Got a 4-time Derby winner in the saddle.
Yeah.
As we take a look at Courtney Webber, who we're going to get for an interview. So going to be a cracking
Collier
class.
is also debutant.
Collier is there. Conzano, I think he's jumped with Yanni maybe.
Yeah.
But first time with Kayla. Let's take a look at the result of this class that's just been the Mini Derby, sponsored by Toyota. Is a wrap, has been confirmed, ratified, and that is your result. Courtney Webber, KZN wins. Well done. 36.84. John Bauer in second and 38.81. An amazing comeback from all of his injuries and the time off. It's like he never left.
100%.
Ashley there in third on the 4 penalties, fastest time 35.99. Paige Gage by Jins Lexus. 5th place Ronnie Healy, Connor. 6th place to Graham Wynn and Vivaldi.
Yeah, time wasn't on his side, was it? 3 time faults.
Exactly right. Fabulous. Exactly. But you see how they learn, because towards the latter end, not too many.
Yeah, exactly. Time didn't play an issue then. Then they were strategic.
Right, so Jason, I'm going to say thank you very much for your participation. You're welcome to sit in the chair over there and enjoy the sights and sounds of the Derby along with us. Graham Wynn will be in for co-commentary. We're going to have an interview with Courtney Webber, but before we do that, let's go to a quick break.
Thank you.
Fortuna. You're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortuna. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The mild hybrid Fortuna 48V with smoother drive and better efficiency.
My lunch's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and with me is Courtney Webber, winner of the Toyota-sponsored Mini Derby right here in the Bob Charter, the curtain raiser to the big one, the Derby, which happens a little bit later. KwaZulu-Natal raiding Joburg. This is like a happy hunting ground for you lot.
Oh, no, they've been so good. Our whole team has had such an incredible show.
Talk to me about Langley Equestrian and what goes on there, because you all seem like a happy lot and we see a lot of you and you guys are determined. You come up here, you win a huge amount.
No, Grant is honestly amazing. I've been there 16 years now and I've loved every minute. And our team, everyone's happy. If you win, if you lose, we're all there for each other. It's like just an amazing team.
Tell me about Opal Delabastide. You've been campaigning in the bigger classes. Today back to the 140s. How was your prep coming into today, and did you fancy your chances?
It was good. Our prep was super. He's the bravest horse I've ever ridden. So I wasn't nervous about the elements. It's just honestly me, if I can ride him the best I can. And yeah, our prep was good. I was always planning the 140s. I'm very scared of Derby stuff, so the big one is just too scary for me, but I'm
sure we'll see you there next year.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Owner Shelley Moore, you say she wasn't here today, but certainly she's been watching, so shout out to Shelley.
I haven't even spoken to her. I don't know, but she definitely is watching, and yeah, I'm so thankful for her as well for letting me ride Opal and all of that.
Let's talk now, Courtney, about your jump off, because interesting course in the jump off, interesting strategy. John Bauer, there were choices to make. Do you go round the road crossing or do you come inside of the road crossing? You obviously had a plan and you stuck to that plan, because you were the only one who did go round. John from the get-go came inside and looked like that was the ride to be on. Your choice was to use the gallop and go the long way round, and it paid dividends.
Yeah, so I was planning to go around, and then when I saw John go inside, I was like, oof, maybe I should. and then I had a flowing one to number 1. So I was like, oh, actually, I might waste more time trying to turn him now. Let me just carry on. And
Does your team in the warm-up let you know what's been going on? Do they influence your decision at all?
Yes, they're always there. And they all watch and come. And I promise you, as soon as you leave the arena, the whole team is there, all so happy. So I said to Grant, I think I'm going to go around. And then when I said I'll see when I'm in there. And then I hit number 1 quite forward. So I was like, let me just canter around and keep flowing.
We have your round queued up. You're going to talk us through it.
Okay.
This is the winning ride of the Toyota sponsored 1 meter 40 mini derby. Let's roll it. And here goes Courtney. She's going to take over.
Yeah, so I thought, it doesn't look as flowing, but it felt more flowing. Kept going around. And he was so good here. I was a little bit quick, but yeah, he was so good.
And then the 10 strides was on. That's what John did, and everybody really committed to that 10 strides.
This, I nearly stumbled there, but he was so good here.
You would have to come inside.
Yeah.
That A element caused a lot of problems in the first round.
Yeah.
Lots of people had that down.
Yeah, he was so good there.
And then to the last.
Yeah, I took and add another one, but yeah, he was so good. Oh, he was the best.
Tell me about this wonderful horse, his character, his...
He's a little bit quirky. He doesn't do horses coming towards him, or in the warm-up is a bit tricky, but he's the cuddliest horse, super friendly. It's like a big teddy bear, but he is a little bit quirky, like doing your girth and noise and horses. Otherwise, he's the bravest horse, jumps anything. I could aim at anything and he'll go. So that's like the best part about him. He's always there, the same every show. I've never had like a funny ride. It's always, it's me. Yeah. Any problem will be me. Otherwise, he's super all the time.
He's a soldier, honest as the days long.
No, he's so good.
What's left for the rest of the year now? Derby is over.
Yeah, Derby's done. We are planning to do the ranch in a few weeks' time.
So you're back here?
We're back, yeah. We're going to do the ranch, and then I'm not sure after that. We've got some KZN shows for other clients at the yard, but yeah, maybe 2 or 3 more shows, and then the year's done, and they can relax.
And now tell me a little bit about your future. What does it hold? Is horses what you want to do? Have you studied anything else, or is it professional in the horse industry?
I studied a marketing degree. I did a BA in business management and marketing.
So you're going to market the Langley stables and stay there?
Yeah, so I was in Stellenbosch for a few years, and then I carried on riding. But yeah, riding is my passion, and as long as I can do it, I'm going to keep doing it. You never know when you can't. So
well, you're certainly up on the up. I mean, you've won lots, but plenty more to come. Big future. Well done, KZN. Grant Langley and his team are certainly bringing the goods here. We wish Grant obviously the best in the big class. Any tips?
Well, he had a super round on Bengston, but yeah, we have to see. It's a tough track. It's huge. And Bengston is a very difficult horse. He's strong, and you never know what you're going to get on the day, but I think Grant and him have got it.
And they've been around a few times. Courtney Webber, you are the 2024 winner of the Toyota Mini Derby. Congratulations. Well done. Enjoy the big class.
Thank you
wherever
so much.
You might be watching from, probably assisting in the warm-up, I'm
sure.
sure.
Yeah, the warm-up and the stands a little bit, yeah.
Right. Well, enjoy it, and congratulations once again.
Thanks, Aidan.
Courtney Webber there takes home the big prize, the 1 meter 40 championship title in the Mini Derby, sponsored by Toyota. Of course, plenty to come here on Equestrian Live. We're going to come back from a break, and then plenty of the action from the Complete Horse showing. Don't go away.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries. Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows.
Okay. Right, here we go.
Been on the flow, chilling at the gas station when the times come.
Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
Welcome back to pictures from the Bob Charter Arena here at KPC, Kyalami Park Club. It's Derby Sunday. Big thank you to Toyota. And with me for co-commentary for the showing complete horse, this is the free test, is showing guru, legend, extraordinaire. What other accolades can we bestow on you, Mr. Gregory Goss?
I think you've said all. Thank you for that. Lovely to be here, Aidan.
Lovely to have you. Right, so the complete horse. Well, before you go there, I need to get this in. I hope you don't mind.
Yes.
Because the Highveld Horse Care Unit are here and brought up this. This is called Honky Harry. Harry the horse has become very famous with regards to fundraising for the Highveld Horse Care Unit. This is Honky. He's not Harry. I think Honky is a donkey. And you can buy Honky Donkey at the Highveld Horse Care stand. I'm not sure what he costs, but he's very cute, and all proceeds for Honky will go towards Highveld Horse Care. Right, I've got that out the way. Please support that. A very noble cause. We'd like to raise as much money as we can. They do fantastic work. Back to the well-fed horses.
Yes.
Not so well-fed. That's why they land up at Highveld Horse Care. But these horses that we are about to see are very well-fed because they're fat and shiny and ready for their complete horse free test. Tell us what it's all about.
They are in top-class show condition, having qualified for, we're going to see the top 5 today. There weren't many entries this year, but these are the creme de la creme of the complete horse. A bit of background, the complete horse, spelt with an A, may I add, is the all-round horse.
Why spelt with an A? Why?
I don't know. It's just a traditional thing. It started at the Inanda Derby in 1972.
Because somebody misspelled it back then, and so it just stayed?
Perhaps. So it's become traditional to call it the complete with an A. It involves the definition of a complete horse is the horse you would have in your stable yard, which you would give a novice rider to ride, perhaps, to hack it out. It'll be comfortable, obedient. It'll walk over a bridge on an outride. It'll do a little dressage test and pop over a couple of jumps and get them home safely, and will be a quality horse, well conformed.
So, in other words, none of mine.
There are one or two of yours that fit that description.
Little bit skittish. Now, complete horse, is this the test that we're about to see now? The test that the judges have seen already and we're just seeing it on the main day? Or is it another test that they do to get into the final, and this now final is the first test that the judges will see?
This is the final test that the 3 judges will see. You see, we've got 3 judges there. 1 judge the confirmation. Incidentally, everything is a mark out of 30. You've got Shirley Sadlier, who did the confirmation, giving a mark out of 30. You've got Kirsty Kleinek, who did the judge's ride. She gave a mark out of 30. And Sue Goodman, who did the utility riding horse type test, a mark out of 30. So this is a brand new test. They are allowed 2 minutes to display their magnificent qualities, how beautifully their horse is schooled, how versatile the horse is, and how relaxed it can be in this arena, which, as we know, is quite an arena full of tension, especially if you've never been in here before. So this is a complete new test, and the judges have no idea what's lying ahead for them.
Let's have a look at the lineup, the horses that are going to go into this complete horse final test. And there are 5 of them, I believe. So let's take a look who they are. There is the lineup. Haley, how do you say that? Haley Daddy?
Daddy, I think Haley Daddy.
Brandenburg Limousine is the horse. We'll go first.
Correct.
Shanine Kritchner, Grazia. SVU, Alexandra Wexler, Snow Capital Contrast, Ella Syndicome, Sparker Rhythm, and Claire Martin, Martini Ebony Rose. Are these all seasoned showing competitors, showing riders, showing horses?
Most of these, just looking at this list, are all-rounders. 1 or 2 do eventing, a couple of dressage ones, but most of them are showing competitors, if I can put it like that. And if you look at the marks here, we have a 109 for Brandenburg Limousine, so that's fairly far behind. 121, 122, 123, and Ebony Rose is, I see, many points in the lead.
So this then these are the points that they carry forward to today. It's not
correct.
So they don't start today on a clean slate.
So a mark out of 30 will be added to these points, and that is the winner.
So some horses and riders are chasing scores, some are defending scores.
Correct. And here comes our first horse, Brandenburg Limousine, number 006. They have a few minutes to set up their test, exactly what they're going to do, and then once the bell goes, they have exactly 2 minutes to complete their test.
So Brandenburg Limousine and Haley Dady. Is that Scooby-Doo? Do we know what the theme is?
Yeah, I'm just having a look. This is a new one.
She's dressed, I think that's Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
As we can see, it becomes quite sort of fancy, dressy, and slightly circusy, but that's fine. But as long as you demonstrate that your horse is relaxed, versatile, well-schooled, and able to do absolutely anything at the drop of a hat.
So what are the judges looking for exactly? Originality must be one, a good...
Absolutely. I think theatre applies here. It's got to be original. There must be music involved. A little bit circusy, but still demonstrating the versatility of your horse.
I see it is a Scooby-Doo theme because on the flags that are in front of us, not in your picture, but from my vantage point, it is written Scooby-Doo. Now, Greg, you've been judging for many, many years. You haven't ridden for a while, but in your day, how many complete horses did you win?
I was just telling a couple of people the other day, when I first won it on Ronnie Lawrence's horse called Genius, there were 62 in it. Goodness. 62. And then sort of at Inanda, they were always up to 40. And in the last 10 years, it's gone down to 10, 12, 20.
That's sad.
We're hoping to revive it because it is a fabulous event, and what a lovely opportunity to ride in this amazing arena.
And you won a good few of those in your day, and I remember you jumping a Porsche on Philip Tucker's horse.
Yes.
Was that in this arena or that was in Inanda?
Inanda.
So you've been there, done that.
Correct. And here goes our first horse, so the bell is gone.
Scooby-Doo, so the music has started. There's the ghost jumping up and down, so this unflappable horse. The ghost jumping, trying to scare it, and obviously not succeeding, and that's so judges will look for. You said a brave.
Yes, and so far I'm just having a look at this horse. It's going quietly, as one can see. It's a well-balanced horse. It definitely is well-schooled. It's not bothered about jumping unusual obstacles, which that obviously is. And yes, this looks good.
So is it possible for a horse on 109 points to make up the deficit that we see, the leader on 132? You'd have to be extraordinary.
Unfortunately, even if you were extraordinary,
you'd have to jump a Porsche or something.
The last rider would have to get 0 out of 10 for all 3 movements.
Well, not a Porsche, a Toyota, of course. This is the Toyota Derby. So there you see the ghost running around trying to scare Scooby-Doo, and Scooby-Doo will have none of it.
Absolutely.
Unmasks the ghost, gallops away with the ghost's cloak.
You've got to look at this horse and think, would I love to hack this horse out and have a bit of fun? And the
I think
answer is
you would.
definitely yes. You'd be safe. You'd get home safely.
Gives the ghost back its headdress. And now puts it over Scooby-Doo's head.
And please note,
Oh my
he
goodness.
stood like a rock.
Now he can't see out of that. He's going blindfolded here. This is a blind Scooby-Doo horse. Unflappable. Oh no, can he see? Can he see?
There might be a slight
Oh, he
little-
can see,
yes,
but
yes.
I mean, it's not protesting. Thou doth not protest the hood over the ears.
And look at that
Well done.
wonderful halt. How absolutely amazing.
So, on the bank, the judges, if we could get a
Yes.
shot of the judges on the bank there. I saw a 6. Is it out of 10?
It's all out of 10.
A 6, a 7 from the second judge. So, there's the director swinging the camera across. 6, a 7, and
8.
to the third judge. What is that from Sue Goodman? Was it an 8?
Yes.
All right.
My hat.
A 6,
My hat.
a 7, and an 8 from our 3 judges. For Scooby-Doo, would you say those scores were fair? Were those fair scores?
I think so, yes. You know, it's all about what the judge likes and how versatile the judge thinks the horse is. I think those are fair. As you said, it's going to be impossible to win the competition on that score, but I think if I was judging, I would have certainly given an 8.
That's more generous. I thought a 6 maybe was a bit mingy.
Well, it's
So what the judge likes.
exactly.
So
The end of the day.
right, so that was the first to go, Brandenburg Limousine. Let's write these scores down in here. A 6, a 7, and an 8.
Correct. Which will be added to its grand total, and that will obviously at this stage make it 5th in the competition.
Okay, right. Next to go will be number 18, Grazia SVU Janine Kreitzner. Right, and the owner is Stephanie Martin, so they'll come in and set up. How long do they have to set up?
2 minutes.
2 minutes to set up. How many helpers are they allowed?
As many as you like.
Really? So you could commission the entire grandstand if you were able?
And the rule, of course, is do not tamper with any of the derby fences and don't use them, obviously.
Okay. Now, Shanine, I think, has been in this competition many
Definitely.
times.
I think she's won it a few times, and she shows a lot. And yes, her horses are always beautifully schooled, and certainly she is an all-round rider, and her horses are all-round horses.
Comes in on a score of 121.67, the leader on 132.17. So is she at all able to make up the ground?
Possible, and as you see, the next 3 are extremely close, separated by 1 point. So we're looking for 10s from judges to really boost these scores.
Okay. So, let's see what we have in store here from our second competitor, Shanine and Grazia.
And look, the helpers are all in costume, which is fabulous. Let's see what the theme is going to be.
Our picture is currently on Shanine. We'll get a shot of those helpers in a moment or two. Very theatrical. You must enjoy this complete horse be with your theatrical past and interests. So here goes Shanine.
Right, and she's got her music to the event. Everything's in lilac and black. Beautifully schooled horse.
It is a horse that grabs the eye possibly more than the previous competitors to Scooby-Doo. Would that count?
Certainly. Well, it would. This is a real quality horse, as we can see. Beautiful mover, beautifully balanced.
And as you see there, the headdress being removed, so the horse was partially blindfolded for the first part of this test.
Didn't stand quite still.
So would that count against?
I would bear that in mind. Beautiful mover.
Yeah, you can see this is showing and a dressage horse, I'm sure.
She is now demonstrating her schooling plus going under a netted lilac lacy fence.
And you must be loving this, the music from The Greatest Showman.
Absolutely. How can you not love this music? we go. Circle round the last Derby fence. Lovely flying change to the right.
All of the helpers you wouldn't have seen because pictures were on a Shaneen. They've all come together and created some sort of a jump it. I hope there was not anybody underneath there because she did tap it with the back toes.
Yes. He was quite casual over it, but beautifully done. And now I should imagine she's going to give us a magnificent gallop.
Is that part of the test? We didn't see Scooby-Doo. Are there certain things that you have to do in a complete
No, you don't
course,
have to gallop. But
completely up to you.
Completely up to you, but a fabulous gallop.
A 9. Look at that. A 9.
It puts the cherry on the cake.
Okay, so that's a good score to start. Who is that
Super.
judge?
That is Sue Goodman.
Sue Goodman, a 9. So what were the other judges' marks? Did we see?
I think.
We got a 9, and an 8.
Right.
Okay, so we got an 8, a 9, and a 9.
Which is going to boost her score tremendously.
Some of our guests in the fan park that we've just cut to, watching on the big screen, expecting that fan park to fill up. Going to be lots of fun here on Derby Sunday. So a good test there from Grazia and Shaneen.
And Aidan, you know, people who come to the show, they're maybe perhaps not horsey people, they've bought their tickets sitting on the stands. I think this is a wonderful event for them to watch.
You don't have to be horsey. It's a celebration and a spectacle of the horse.
Correct.
So next to go in our showing complete horse, spelled with an A capital Contrast, Alexandra Wexler Snow, who owns and rides, sitting on a score of 122. And I can see what's going on here. That surely can't be the horse that's entered.
No. That's
a mascot.
Correct.
That's a helper.
Very interesting. How cute is that? So you see now the scores, we're really under pressure now. We're looking for 10s because the next 2 are very close, and then we have quite a distance.
So we're sitting on 122 points for Contrast, who's about to go. Spark a Rhythm, penultimate competitor with Ella Syndicum, sitting on 123.67. And last to go, who's really dominated the preceding classes, the what would you call them? Would you call them qualifying classes?
Yes.
Is Claire Martin and Martini Ebony Rose, who's well clear of the rest of the field on 132. So 9 points clear of the next best Sparker Rhythm. So she just needs to give would you say she just needs to show up to take the title? Or
well, I mean, she could still get 6s and win it if I can make that quite clear. But I don't think she she'll want to wow us.
So this looks like an Olympic theme. I think that's an Olympic torch, very fitting in the year of the Olympics 2024. Of course, a few months ago in August, Paris hosted the Olympic Games, and Alexandra Wexler Snow Capital Contrast looks like they've got some sort of an Olympic theme going on here. Does it help to be current?
I would say, and I was just going to say to you before, I'm expecting an Olympic theme, and here we have it.
Good.
How wonderful.
Okay, so she's delivering is Alex.
Certainly.
And she sits on a score of 122. So we'll need good scores.
Yes.
She would need good scores. Claire would need poor scores for there to be some sort of a change. But she could, of course, sitting on 122, leapfrog herself into second position.
Easily.
Because Sparker Rhythm is sitting on 123.67. So much to play for with this test and the next test to come.
Correct.
But, of course, Claire and Ebony Rose would have to be horrendous, which is not their style, for them to drop out of the lead.
They're absolute professionals. And so this next horse obviously got a good confirmation mark. It was obviously a good ride by the judge. He did a wonderful dressage test, must have, and obviously jumped the course beautifully. Those marks are good.
And Alex, a consummate equestrian, I know that she jumps up in the 130s, 135s.
Yes.
On her other horse.
Just having a look how relaxed that horse is, just sort of waddling in. Probably been in this arena many times. Some horses have never been into this arena, and as you know, as a show jumper, it's like a Super Bowl, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's always an electric atmosphere. And at the moment he looks very relaxed, but he hasn't started yet.
Right, well, let's see what she has in store. Waiting for her to cue her music. Her helper's still getting a few things ready there. I see Lauren Lachransi is part of her support team.
Can you imagine the preparation required for this? You really have to get your team in order at home and go through the whole thing. Music, etc., etc.
Props.
And timing.
Music, props. It's very theatrical.
Very. I think you'd even enjoy it.
Right, so here we go. Sounds like Chariots of Fire that's going on over the PA. Oh, and she shoots those streamers up into the air.
And the horse stood like a rock.
So she's got the Chariots of Fire theme going, very Olympic.
Very much so.
The Olympic flag there.
Yes.
That doesn't bother the horse.
No, not at all.
Rides under that Olympic flag with those 5 rings. Capital contrast is the horse not bothered. I'm not bothered.
Not at all.
I'm really not bothered. Little extended trot. Now she's going to go over the Olympic flag.
Not quite all 4 feet on, which one would have wanted. Decent rein back.
Now the rings, the Olympic rings are going to be... Look at that, the soccer ball, one of the Olympic sports, shows that the horse can play a bit of soccer, a little bit of footy.
Yes.
The ball thrown between the horse's legs. I just keep thinking back to my horses. I would be on the ground right now.
Honestly.
The horse would be out the arena, can you imagine?
But you would have practiced it about 40 times.
No, I wouldn't, because I would have died 40 times.
Okay, right.
Right, over the Olympic rings.
Beautifully
Fantastic. Jumps those Olympic rings.
Very much so.
Flying change. A little bit reactive on that flying change, one would say, Mr. Goss.
Definitely, but the horse is certainly having lots of fun. He's livened up now.
And of course, look what's he's got the French beret. Oh, don't kill. Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Right, yeah.
Okay, so has jumped the Falabella. The Falabella didn't appreciate it.
Yes, but the pony's fine.
Now, would she wouldn't get marked out down because of the Falabella's reaction, would she?
No. We are judging the horse, aren't we?
Okay, but if she had squished a Falabella, that's another story.
That's another story. That would have been frowned upon. And let's see how she's going to halt here.
Look at the beret, the French...
yes. I just...
That it's wearing.
Right, let's see what the judges thought.
Right, so let's pan across to the judges' scores, please, Mr. Director. Up on the banks, let's see those 3 judges, what they are going to score. There they are. So let's recap who our judges are from right to left.
From right to left is, let me just have a look there. That is Sue Goodman, Shirley Sadlier, and Kirsten Kleinak.
Right, so let's see what Sue Goodman... What are the scores for these judges? I enjoyed that test.
So did I. It certainly showed the horse's versatility, didn't it?
It did. Are we going to get these scores? Have we had these scores?
I think that they want them all together.
Okay. So Alex and her arena party are leaving.
One wonders what the delay in the reveal of the scores are.
What could it be?
I don't know. They're waiting for the command from the judges' box, I should imagine.
Oh, we're waiting for the exit of the Falabella with his blue beret as he leaves this bub chatter.
Could have been fun with some French music as well. That theme.
A bit of Edith Piaf.
Absolutely. As we saw in the...
Oh, he's got his little beret.
It's gorgeous.
Going to go and have a croissant.
What a lovely experience for him to be in the main arena just before the big derby event. Little boy.
Right, so let's have these scores, judges. Have they scored already? Did we miss it? I think they might have scored already, Greg. I think we might have missed it. Yes. Oh, no. Movement of a... Here are the scores? Yes? No?
Could we ask them perhaps to re-show their scores?
I think we missed it. Right, so let's... we'll keep an eye on that. But next to go is Sparker Rhythm, Ella Syndicome, for owner Bronwyn Pruitt. Sits on a score of 123.67.
Right, let's see. As she
got those lovely goggles on, is she going skiing? What is her theme?
How lovely is that? Let's see.
I think this might also be some sort of an Olympic theme.
Do you?
Well, we've got the South African flag there.
I think our scores...
I think we missed those scores, unfortunately. So we'll ask... We'll have to try and find what those scores are. Okay, next to go, Ella Sindercombe.
Has the bell gone? Seven, 7, and 8 were the last three scores.
Okay, 7, 7, and 8.
And this horse has commenced her test. 7, 7, and 8. Right, we're on to Ella Sindercombe.
Spark of Rhythm sitting on 123.67. Penultimate horse to go here in this complete horse. This looks like a fat and shiny horse.
And beautifully schooled, as we can see. Beautifully balanced. Let's see what flat work she's going to give us. Super flying change. Sort of a half pass to the right. Another flying change. He looks a pleasure to ride this horse, doesn't he?
He's going to jump that South African flag.
Sun goggles. How lovely is that?
Sun goggles. And we've got Shakira's Waka Waka playing.
Yes.
It's a bit of a, I know she's Brazilian, but I think this was the opening song for the opening ceremony of the World Cup. Galloping there with those streamers going on behind her.
Yes.
Spark of Rhythm not phased
at all.
The slightest.
No.
With those goggles on his face, he's loving his shades. Right, now let's go to those judges.
Yes.
Is that complete? So, right, a 9, an 8, and a 9.
Right.
So very generous scores, one would feel, from those judges. A 9, an 8, and a 9. So the same scores as Grazia and Shanine. Limousine and Haley had a 6, a 7, and 8. Limousine, Grazia, beg your pardon, had an 8, a 9, and a 9. And Capital Contrast had a 7, a 7, and an 8. And Spark of Rhythm, a 9, an 8, and a 9.
So very good scores and well deserved.
So she's certainly not going to lose that second placed position that she came into today's event on. Spark of Rhythm will stay in second, unless, of course, Martini, Ebony Rose, and Claire Martin completely bomb out. But I can't see it happening. Look at that costume. What is she? The B?
Even with three...
B all.
Even, sorry to interrupt, even with 3 10s from Spark of Rhythm, she still couldn't put herself into the lead. Do you agree? So those were super mocks. Our final competitor.
Martini, Ebony Rose, and Claire Martin. And just look at the effort that's gone into this. Dressed up as a bee, and the helpers dressed as bees. You would have to go and rent or manufacture these costumes. The horse dressed up as a bee as well. There's Claire. Look at this. So much effort.
And although miles in the lead, she still wants to wow us, which is certainly her style. Gee, look at all the helpers, all dressed in costume.
Look at that, the four-wheeler, the quad, dressed as a...
So her scores for her first 5 tests must have been amazing to give her this wonderful score of. That score of 132 is an extremely high score. I don't think I've seen that before, to be honest.
So really one would feel unbeatable. Claire puts her hand up in the air, ready to go.
For her 2 minutes of free test.
She's ready. Here comes the music. Katrina and the waves is walking on sunshine, is what we're hearing.
Yes.
The horse trotting in with that quad bike. Oh, that driver of the quad bike needs to sharpen up. But you can see completely unfazed with that quad bike and trolley driving right next to that horse. Ebony Rose picks up the sunflowers, dressed as a sunflower and a bee. Lovely theme, isn't it?
Absolutely, and what a beautiful quality horse this mare is. Beautifully schooled.
Claire, of course, is an out-and-out equestrian, does all disciplines.
Absolutely.
And wins in all disciplines.
She does.
And competes at a very high level in all disciplines. So.
And all her horses are extremely versatile.
And her and her mom have the Martini stud. They breed,
That's
so
right.
it's all and out horses.
Look at that fabulous
Nice
movement.
extended trot.
Horse clearly does a lot of dressage. Gee, I don't think we've seen such an extravagant extended trot yet in the top 5.
Nice ride onto that sunflower blanket. Rein back.
Very obedient.
And back through the horse goes. That little sunflower patch.
And look at the horse, just full of sparkle, ears forward and having an absolute...
It looks a
super
picture
charm.
as well.
Absolutely.
Jumps the trailer.
Fabulous, beautifully
and
jumped.
Off she goes. Beautiful gallop. Lots of appreciation from the crowd as well. The crowd really loved that. Horse's ears pricked, enjoying the job as well, which certainly says a lot. You don't want a horse running around there with the ears flat back as it was sour.
And came
Look
back
at that.
to
A
her.
10 and it's like Nadia Comaneci, a full score of 10s.
Not often we get 3 10s.
A 10, a 10, and a 10, and just really consolidates, cements her lead, sends her well clear of the rest of the field. She was already well clear, and into the distance she goes as the leader and, of course, the winner of this complete horse. Well done. Well done, team.
I don't think it's ever been won by such an amazing amount
Margin.
of points ahead. Yes.
She really has dominated this this class.
So this will certainly go down in history to win it on such a high score.
And Claire, of course, she's won this before.
Yes, she has.
I think 2 years ago, I
Yes,
remember her winning.
yes.
She had a motorbike and some
Correct.
soldiers and jumped the motorbike.
Always goes to so much trouble and wows us.
Oh, well done. Martini, Ebony Rose, Claire Martin and team came in on 132 and a perfect score of 3 10s.
So do we see any changes in positions? I don't think so. They stay as they are by the looks of things. Just at a glance.
I think Grazia might have gone ahead of Contrast with an 8 and 9 and 9 on 121.67 and Contrast on 122 with a 7, a 7 and an 8.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think that might be the only change to the order here in this class.
But really, it's such a fabulous event to win this, and congratulations to Claire. Beautifully
Congratulations to the Martini team, sitting here with Greg Goss, and your overall impressions of the first of the Toyota derbies, hopefully many more.
I've been here every day, and I've been coming to the derby since a little boy, as you can imagine. I really had a wonderful time, did lots of judging, and going off to London tomorrow to the Horse of the Year show in Birmingham.
Wonderful. Are you judging?
No, I'm just spectating this time, and then I'm coming home via Switzerland.
Lovely.
So
And Greg, where will you be watching the main class from?
upstairs here at the lunch
You
table.
You cracked the nod, did you?
Will you be there later?
No, it's a working day for me, but we do enjoy it, doing the live streaming here. But once again, big thank you for being with us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
My pleasure.
Wonderful commentary. Mr. Greg Goss there. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, the build-up to the main class, the 2024 Toyota South African Derby.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that, boot space. Sold, sold, sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Pictures from the Bob Charter Arena. The grandstands are filling up here. The fan park is filling up, and that is the prize giving for the class that's just happened. The complete horse, dominated by Martini Ebony Rose and Claire Martin. So well done to Claire. Another win here in the complete horse derby. Brilliant stuff. I believe that the fan park is filling up. There's going to be lots of festivities there. Over in the fan park for Equestrian Live, Brendan McNevin.
Afternoon, guys. You join me here at the fan park at Kailami Equestrian Park. Derby Sunday. I can hear that in the background. The bagpipes are warming up. It just sends chills down my spine. I still get goosebumps. It's definitely all about to go down here. As you can see behind me, everybody's getting their seats. They're on their bean bags. They're charging their glasses. There's lots to eat down here. Hopefully the vibe is going to increase as the people start filtering in. As Aidan said, people are really starting to fill up here. It is a beautiful afternoon. And I must say, I'm really excited to see what's going to be going on here. If anybody is around a little bit later, there is going to be the infamous Derby after party. It's going to be led by Jesse Clegg here this evening. There are going to be a few other DJs in and around that, but it's going to always be a real festive event as it is every year. So if you guys are around, please pop into the fan park. If you guys have got your tickets, please don't forget to join us again for the Derby after party. It always is going to be a real hit.
Big thanks to Brendan over there in the Toyota fan park. Back to our pictures here in the Bob Charter Arena. The winning pictures from the complete horse. And Claire Martin takes the win. She climbs to the top of the podium. The crowds are filling up here at the Bob Charter. It's getting exciting as we build up to the Derby Sunday. Start time 2 o'clock. We will be having an interview shortly with the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, the man behind the sponsorship, Mr. Glenn Crompton, who's currently presenting prizes. First prize to that young lady right there, Claire Martin. That's Shirley Sadler, President of the South African Showing Association, going forward to present Claire with the winner's medal, the gold medal. And the winner's sash there, struggling a bit with the bumblebee wings or the bee wings. Of course, Claire's still dressed in costume from the Complete Horse. And there is Mr. Crompton going forward to present the trophy for the Complete Horse. I think Claire only managing... Oh, there she's got her second arm free, able to take that trophy. Picture time. Well done, Claire. In second place, Ella Sindicombe. And in third place, Shanine Kreiser. Well, there is the result of the Toyota Complete Horse Free Test. The winner, by some margin there, 162.17, Claire Martin Martini Ebony Rose. In second place, Ella Sindicombe Sparker Rhythm, 149.67. Shanine and Grazia in third, 147.67. Alex Wexler Snow, Capital Contrast with her Olympic theme, 144 on the nose. And Haley Dady Brandenburg Limousine in fifth place, 130.17 the score there. Coming up next, we'll have an interview with the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, chatting about this wonderful Toyota Derby, the sponsorship, the Triple Crown. Vice President of Marketing is Mr. Glenn Crompton. That's up next in our build-up to the big one. The Derby kicks off at 2 o'clock. You're watching Equestrian Live. Plenty more action to come. Make sure you grab yourself a cup of tea, coffee, or a beverage of your choice, and do join us for the rest of the afternoon for the first of the Toyota Derbies. Toyota, wonderful to have them back in the game. Glenn Crompton, chatting to him up next.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be great, so my name in stone. My name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota for the first time. Wonderful to have Toyota back in the game, and with me is Vice President of Marketing, Toyota South Africa, Mr. Glenn Crompton. What a day this is.
Yeah, it's a fantastic day. The weather's playing along as well, so it's an awesome experience.
We've spoken in interviews previously about the synergy between equestrian sport and Toyota, durability with your vehicles, and here the Derby, that is a test of durability. So a perfect sponsorship and a perfect alignment of the two brands.
Yeah, I mean, Toyota originally was involved in equestrian sports, and over the years kind of lost our way. But we're now, I think, fully back committed, and I think we're starting to make our presence felt, and we're trying our best.
Absolutely brilliant to have you back in the game. Yes, many years ago, Peter Gotts, Johnny Myberg, George Myberg, we remember them riding under the Toyota banner. We do have some clips of Peter that'll come up a little bit later with his win of Toyota Gossip, a throwback to the past. But Glenn, equestrian sport is one of the many sports that you guys sponsor, and now that I'm more aware of Toyota, I see you guys everywhere. Toyota Cheetahs, the stadium, when I watched Chasing the Sun, sponsored by Toyota. What is the marketing strategy for Toyota?
So Toyota as a brand has got a lot of products that we sell, and we cater to pretty much the entire market. So as a result of that, we have to ensure that our sponsorship strategy does the same. So obviously our main goal, we have 2 or 3 really big sponsorships, being football with the Kaizer Chiefs, rugby with Cheetahs and the Springboks, and then also we do motorsport, obviously being a car brand. But we have a lot of peripheral sports, and those are really, they really function of either catering to a specific part of our market. So we know that the equestrian sport people are very much reliant on a reliable vehicle. And if I take a walk through the parking lot, we can see a large number of Toyotas in the parking lot. And as a result of that, it's really about giving back something to the community that supports us.
Now, Toyota as a brand, as a car company, dominant globally, but it didn't just happen overnight, many years. Is that to do with the vehicles themselves, the marketing behind it, or a combination of both?
I think it really is about a company philosophy, and a lot of companies have, I think, slogans and things that they put on a wall, and Toyota really believes them and they really live by them, and we really value our customers. And our first and foremost priority in everything we do is about our customers. So obviously that then boils down to things like reliability, support, etc. And I think that over the years is really where Toyota has kind of, I think, opened itself from the rest. And I think products, you can get many similar products from different competitors, but you get the whole package with Toyota. You get that complete care. So when you buy into Toyota, you're buying into a known rather than an unknown.
Yes, absolutely. Turn our attention back to equestrian sport there. You are back in the game, but you've built the sponsorship over a few years. You started off with Sinisa. Yep. Then we saw you enter into the World Cups, sponsoring a few of those. Now, the Triple Crown, a new sponsorship. Of course, all 3 legs held at Kyalami Park Club this year. It's been exciting. So many people are talking about it. Before, I was talking to Jason, he said before this year, nobody was aware really of the Triple Crown. Nicole Horwood has won it once, but it wasn't a thing. Now it is a new series, a title, something to go after, and what a great sponsorship as well, that somebody's going to walk away with that Toyota Crown car today.
Yeah, I had mixed feelings when we decided on the rules as to how we were going to apply it. The one side of me wanted the winner of all 3, but the fact that it's been done so few times, we didn't want to be in a situation where we were not really giving something away. We really wanted to give something back to the community and to highlight the sport and to recognize the effort that the athletes put in. So yeah, we decided on a point system across the 3 different events. And yeah, it'll be exciting to see who wins it today, but somebody is going to be driving away today with a brand new Toyota Crown.
Of course, third leg of the Triple Crown is the Toyota Derby. It really has a lovely ring to it, Toyota South African Derby. Great to have you sponsoring here. Obviously, the sponsorship, like we say, has grown. So what does the future look like? Is Toyota, may I ask, going to stay in equestrian sport?
So one thing about Toyota is if we find a sponsorship that we feel is a good fit for the brand, we generally tend to stay in it for the long haul. And the reason behind that is that you kind of get a recognition more than just the specific event. So if you dabble in and out of things, it's not really a very viable option. So yes, we're definitely in for the long haul. As to what we're going to do next year, we'll do more. For sure, we'll do more. Obviously, we'll do something a little bit different. We like to try and keep it fresh. But yeah, watch this space. I'm sure we'll have some exciting news coming soon.
Brilliant news. Great to hear. Mr. Crompton, you've got to go to your guests. You've entertaining a lot of Toyota clients up there. We wish you all the very best. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the Toyota South African Derby with us.
Yep, I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Lovely to have you on air. Mr. Glenn Crompton there, Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa. They've changed the game. They really have, and great to have them on board. This will be the inaugural South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota. We're building up to it. The excitement is growing. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more about the Toyota South African Derby in its inaugural running 2024.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2. Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to our live pictures from the Bob Charter. The man running across the arena there is FEI 3-star course designer Kevin Spratley, who builds for his first year here in the Derby. Of course, as per tradition, all course designers are permitted 3 years. They are not permitted to do much. The course design stays the same, but they can alter the heights or the distances between fences. We'll chat to Kevin a little bit later on our course walk. But of course, the Derby is the third leg of the Triple Crown. The first leg was, of course, the Outdoor Grand Prix, which happened in this very arena at the Toyota Easter Festival. The second leg happened at the Toyota-sponsored SA Champs, and we look forward to the third leg. The man who has pretty much dominated the series so far is Ronnie Healy, and in the week we got a chance to chat to him about the Triple Crown and his chances going into today's final leg.
"2024 sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all 3 legs.
Firstly, amazing what Toyota have brought to the party here for show jumping and our sport. So big thanks to them for this. At the beginning of the year, this beautiful car was launched for the highest points over the 3 legs of Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs and final of the Derby. I'd set my goals out and I wanted to win the 3 big ones, Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs, Derby in the same year and the same horse. I think it's been done once. Nicole Horde and Don Camarco has done it, and I think it's an incredible thing to win all 3 in 1 year, 3 different classes all together on different surfaces, different elements when you bring the Derby into it. So we went to Outdoor Grand Prix very early in the year to jump at that height. It's 3 rounds. I actually had Cornets Mandarino. It was his first big show of the year, and he was not super fit at that point. No horse really is. Cornets Mandarino, I think, is just an incredible, naturally fit athlete, and jumped 3 amazing clear rounds. And then Goofy also was in the 3 horse jump off with Lisa.
2 from 2, Ronnie Healy. Freeway jump off, Ronnie, Lisa.
What a round. Lisa went first, jumped a really fast clear. That horse, it suits that horse, that arena where, he's a big horse and she has to ride him quite positively. And she was quick.
On the angle, nails it. She gone around. I wonder if Ronnie will be brave enough to go inside there.
She missed the last turn. I don't know if she saw it. I think if she saw it and went in, I wouldn't have won it. Because I don't know if I would have quite caught her, but I was quick with Cornets Mandarino. He was second to go.
Opens the horse's canter up now. Weary of the front rail. Clears it.
Inside
he comes.
And I saw that last inside turn, and it's and then I obviously won it, and I still had Goofy to come.
Time to beat 35.85. Oh, and it's down. So he may as well put his hand up in the air because he can't do better or worse than third.
I had number 1 down. He was the last one to go, and so I retired. So he finished third. So it was a good start to the Triple Crown.
First to go, Cornets Mandarino.
He loves going first.
Combination, the winners of the Outdoor Grand Prix.
And then obviously go back to South African Champs. I'm now first to go. Gonda said to me before I went in, put a good clear round in, and then either they'll make a mistake or they might be faster. So, but if you put the clear round in, you're going to put pressure.
It's a new pump, jumps beautifully across it. Sure. One thing about those horses, that step and it landed going there, hey? Sure, it really did.
I jumped beautiful, quick as I could, with Cornetto. And Leantos had an unlucky rail. The horse doesn't have many fences. And then Thomas, I think, just had the round of his life. He was incredible. That mare was incredible. They have an incredible partnership. Actually, I saw the mare stop in the warm-up in the jump-off, and I thought, sure, maybe it's my day, No, it wasn't. But we'll keep fighting. I mean, it's the one that's got away from me. I didn't win it as a child, a junior, or an adult. Thomas snatched it from my hands. Last horse in the jump-off, and I finished second in SA Champs. So I didn't get to win this year of the Triple Crown on its own, but I'm in a very good place to win the car. I want to win, and the horses are in good form, and if I ride well and they perform like they have been, there's no reason why we won't be there or thereabouts. I'm fortunate to have two very good horses in this year. Cornet's Mandarino has jumped 3 clear rounds in Outdoor Grand Prix, 3 double, a triple clear in the South African Champs. I would love for him to do another clear, to try and win the Derby and the Toyota Crown. I think that would be very just. He didn't touch the fence in that whole series then. So he's obviously leading on 37 points, 20 points and 17 points. Tam Rueda with Leantos, I think, is lying second on 26 points, something like that, and I think Gillian is on 24 points. And then I think the next closest one would be Lisa. She would have to win Derby and Cornetto not to jump, but then we'd be on the same points. But I obviously have to compete in all three. Fingers crossed my horses stay sound. And it will be really special to walk away with the car. But my focus right now is on winning the Toyota Derby.
Well, Ronnie Healy certainly does have his eye on the prize. He is the defending champion of the South African Derby. Of course, won last year's title on Gillian van Orshoff, who will jump again this afternoon. His second horse. He also has Cornet Mandarino. Gillian is a little bit higher qualified than Mandarino, and of course he leads the series, as you've just seen in that insert on 37 points on Mandarino. Our pictures from the Bob Charter here. Toyota, the sponsors of this derby. That is the Toyota Crown, not the exact one that Ronnie will walk away with. The exact one that he'll walk away with is here. It's the white Toyota Crown, that vehicle valued at just under R1 million. Is he going to claim it today? Ronnie Healy, defending champion. Toyota cars, certainly, as you heard from Mr. Crompton there, durable, reliable, brilliant vehicles. Leaders are Toyota, and great to have them involved once again with equestrian sport. You heard also from his interview how Toyota are associated with the mighty Springboks. Lots of synergy there as well. Springboks bringing power and glory to South Africa, winners of the World Cup last year. How they made us proud. Some wonderful vehicles here. Toyota Hilux is here. The Fortuner is here. RAV4 Crown. Do support Toyota, as they have supported equestrian sport. You're tuned in to Equestrian Live. Perhaps you're watching on our YouTube channel. Perhaps you're watching on Clip My Horse. Great to have you on board as we build up to the big one, the Toyota South African Derby, which kicks off at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Mr. Kevin Spratley currently putting the final touches on the course for 2024, after which the riders will have the opportunity to walk this famed course. Of course, it remains the same. Pam Carruthers, many years ago, designed the South African version of the Derby course. Douglas Bunn, the first one, which I believe was at Hickstead, if memory serves. Equestrian Live is interactive, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, leave your questions, your comments and your queries. We'll do our best to field any questions you have to make your watching far more enjoyable. So, as I said a few moments ago, the Derby course does remain the same. In fact, it changed slightly when Kyalami Park first opened its doors to the Derby in the year 2000. The course was tweaked with a few minor things after the first couple runnings. 2003, I think it changed to the present course. And Lisa Williams, the 2021 winner, of course, on Campbell, she takes us through the course that we can expect here in 2024.
Number one, you can approach off either the right or the left rein. It's a half wall with white poles on top of it. You need a good canter up the hill and get straight to number 2, an oxer. Down the hill at a good canter, because time is of the essence here. Number 3 is a Liverpool, quite wide and tall at the bottom of the hill. You need a good accurate take of spots so that you don't clip the back rail. The steps are number 4, taller than you think. You need to ride the first one as a very tall 160 vertical. Then you need good flowing canter to number 5, the white oxer in front of the tents with the crowds, and hope your horse concentrates really well. Number 6 is the balustrade, which is tall on the edge of a slope, and you need your body up to make sure the horses are on their hocks, and you actually need to slow them down. Number 7, the road crossing, is a double of verticals on 2 strides, and then you have 7 strides to the St Andrew's Cross. You must be careful not to get too deep, as the St Andrew's Cross is bigger than you think. A left turn to the bank, you slide halfway down and the horse must jump out. It's 10.4 meters, which is quite short to a tall panel. Turn left to a white oxer next to the water jump. You have the option of turning inside the brown rustic or around it to the dike. Inside obviously saves time. The dike, being quite tall, consists of 3 elements, 2 strides apart. After the dike, you need to turn as quickly as possible to the stile. Horses are getting tired by this stage, so it's important to rebalance, put them on the hock for the stile. Then it's 8 or 9 strides on the left or the right to the brown rustic, and a tight turn to the water jump, always trying to save time. The water is very wide, and then it is 6, sometimes 7 strides, depending on the course designer, to the wall. Now it's a right turn around the panel to the second last jump, the white balustrade double. Jump it on the left if you're going to do the 9 strides to the last fence, or the right if you're going to do the 8 strides. The last fence is really big and you need a bit of space. And that is a clear round.
Well, the excitement is building as we get closer and closer to 2 o'clock, the start time for the Toyota South African Derby. As you can see there behind me, the Toyota Crown. This, of course, the Derby is the third leg of the Triple Crown, and one rider will walk away with that car. Of course, Ronnie Healy in a very, very strong position, but anything can happen. Right, let's see who we can find as we build up to the course walk. Riders not yet on the course, so we're going to try and track down Mr. Kevin Spratley, the designer of this track for 2024. Of course, he's in his first year of building. We start off with this wall, number 1. A few horses have had this a problem with this wall in the past. Perhaps Gail Foxcroft can tell us more about that and her casino. Then it's a ride up to the KEP. Very solid, very wide Oxer at jump number 2. If Dirkie is keeping pace with me over here, we'll grab some riders along the way. The course around about ready to be opened. So up the hill we come. It's a long run from 1 to 2. As you can see there, the VIPs, if Dirkie can cast his camera along there, the VIP section. All of those looking forward to the Derby. Heather Mpofu, the show director. There she is. Hello, Heather. How are you? Show director here at Kyalami Park Club. Look at this jump. It's big, it's wide, it's solid. Jump number 2 here. It's going to take some jumping early on in the track. Then it's a run down the hill to jump number 3, which is always the Liverpool. Remember, it's a standard course. It remains the same. Kevin Spratley is allowed to move 1 or 2 things. I can see that the course is about to be opened. This is different now. Jump number 3 is set past the gate. We've seen it in previous years where it's been set up just at the bottom of the hill, around about here. It looks further down the hill to me. Here you can see the riders coming in, ready to walk. Who can we grab here? Let's try and grab Dominic Alexander. Maybe Barry Taylor. Barry, come and have a word. Walking with Tracy Carney. 4-time winner of the Derby. Checkpoint, Sunday's Eagle, Avalanche twice. You're not riding this year, Barry, but you've got pupils. Are they prepped?
Yeah, I've got 2. Oscar. Oscar's like my son. So it's a big day for us, for him. He started with me 15 years ago. He basically lived in my house as a little kid. He came to us and he's ridden with me ever since and produced him. So it's a very big day for him, and we just hope for a nice round. He's got a young horse. Leona's also another one who lived in my house. Lorette put her through school and now married with 2 little kids. And it's her first Derby, but she's the highest qualifier, and we're hoping top 3 today. A win will be cherry on the cake, but we'll be disappointed with anything less than the top 3.
Well done, Barry. But a little bit of FOMO. You're not riding this year, but you've got a special horse, and he's on the up. We're going to see you 2025?
I'd love to. I've got a horse that's good enough to do it in time. But when I see the course, it's better to watch, I think.
Listen, Barry, you're on 4. There's nobody on 5. Gonda's on 6. You can still catch her this time?
I'd love to.
Barry Taylor there. Go well. Enjoy. Right, so that's Barry Taylor. Let's head on this direction. 3 is that Liverpool with the water tray underneath. As we come along, who can we grab? They're going to come back this way. So let's perhaps... Gonda. Gonda's at the top of the bank. Derby legend. 6-time winner of the South African Derby is the doyen of South African show jumping, Gonda Beatrix. Let's head up there. We're going back up the hill. Dirkie, keep pace. I'm going to pick up a jog here before Gonda finds her pupils, before she runs away. Let's go get her. Right, we're coming to get you, Gonda. 6-time winner of the South African Derby. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Legend of the sport, Gonda Beatrix. You've got some pupils today?
Yes, all walking past the back of me.
Yes, I know. Very, 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 very quickly, Gonda. 6 wins. Who's your money on today?
You know, all mine are very competitive. The highest qualifier is Leona. I think it's open. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to bad luck my guys. I think I've got 2 men and 4 women or something in it. So, I want one of them to win. But if they don't, well, that's the luck of the game. There's always next year if I'm still around.
Of course you'll be around. Many more years to come, Gonda. Gonda Beatrix, lovely chatting to you. Let's grab Chris. Should we grab Chris? Chris is walking away. He's focused. He's not riding, but of course, Chris, your wife, Leona, top qualifier. This is her first derby?
No, it's on Vilma. It is. She's been around, I think, 3 times before. First time on Vilma. Vilma hasn't done the other derbies, but she's been super.
Top qualifier, got a good chance today. How's it going? The prep's done?
Yeah, I think it wasn't the plan. It was just to get good rounds, and she's performed really well. I think you have to jump it whether you're number 1 or last. I've been trying to say to her, there shouldn't be added pressure. You have to jump the round, and I think the fact that she mustn't put that pressure on is important.
Go well today, all the very best. Chris, we'll see you back in the derby next year for sure. Chris there watching here, Mr. Spratley, the man responsible for pitching this track, Kevin Spratley. I was saying to the viewers, you have the option of moving jumps slightly, fiddling with distances. What have you changed this year? What's the Spratley touch in 24?
No, I've actually just left it the same as last year. We had one clear round last year, and so I've made the heights distances basically the same and hoping to get one clear again. But
right.
It doesn't always work like that, though.
What can we expect from a course designer? Are you just expecting the one clear? Ideally, in an ideal world, how many would you want?
Yeah, look, for derby, ideally, the course designer would like one clear, but it's nice for the crowd when there's a jump off, whether it's 4 falters or clears jumping. It's nice to have a jump off for the spectators.
All the very best. Enjoy it, Kevin. We're going to move on now. I want to take viewers to the top of the bank. I'm going to have a look here. Dirkie's going to follow me as the riders will grab. There's Ronnie Healy, Ray Corber. Ray Corber, former winner, of course, defending champion is Ronnie. Let's go to the top of the bank here. Come and have a look at this, Dirkie. Right, so this is the ride to the bank. This is what the riders are facing when they get up here. Take a look down there. And then that 2 strides to the panels. I'm going to hold you, Dirkie. Don't fall off there. Right. Ominous look down that derby bank. Let's see who we can... There's Gail. Let's go catch Gail. 3-time winner of the derby is Gail Foxcroft. Of course, by and by, Lindenberg. Let's see if we can catch Gail. Gail. I was mentioning to the viewers, jump number 1's been an issue, but you've trained. I said you've trained. There's no doubt it won't be an issue this year.
Not this year, I didn't. I trained last year and it was fabulous, and I just thought I'd rest on that.
You've had many rides around the derby. You've had wins in the derby. What are you expecting this year? Casino is your ride. You're prepped and ready?
Yeah, I suppose as well as anyone is. He hasn't been feeling great, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But just so that everybody knows, no matter what the result, he's the best horse in the competition. It's my bestie.
Excellent, Gail. We wish you all the very best, and I concur. Right, let's go down here. Carl Bunzaya, come and have a chat. We'll chat later. Rochelle, she's highly qualified. Debutante, should we have a quick chat to Rochelle? No, Rochelle's focused. She's got a game face on. She's running away. Her first ride in the derby, of course, on Classy Boy. There we have Anne-Marie Esslinger with Sandy Manassi. Of course, Anna's won it a few times. Sandy on Carinius. Graham will be chatting to plenty. Let's see who's over here. Jonathan Clark, a man, a few words, but we're going to have a few words with you. Rides Pilgrim today. How do you rate your... You've never won the derby, and how many times have you ridden?
8 horses, a couple of them multiple times. The closest I got was either Diadem. I was 3rd one year, 4th another year. Last year I was tied 3rd with Pilgrim. So,
can you go better this year? How do you rate your chances? He looks like a derby type of a horse.
No, he loves this arena. He was so good last year. Last year I did have more time on him before I rode him for the whole year. This year I started on him 3 weeks ago. He'll be good. I've got to keep my nerves calm.
I'm rooting for you, Jono. All the best. Go well. Right, who have we got here? We've chatted to Barry. Charlie Crocker, there she go, not riding in the derby this year. Lorette with Leona. Let's have a chat here. Let's see if we can quickly interrupt your Lorette and Leona. Leona, come and pop in here very quickly. Lorette, previous winner of the derby. You must have a little bit of FOMO today.
Yeah, I do a little.
but it's nice to walk with Lee. Lee's been a long time family member, and I'm actually a bit teary.
Oh, that's fantastic. Leona, top qualifier. Hey, I'm Wilma. Looks a lively prospect. How do you rate your chances?
Yeah, I mean, she's exceeded all her expectations. She's never jumped the micro or the mini before. She's had 2 years in the World Cups. And yeah, Barry said we must train her and give it a go. And she's been amazing. So whatever happens today is, yeah, I'm just so proud of her and lucky to have her on my side today.
Awesome. Go well. We won't keep you too long. Leona there's the defending champion leading the Triple Crown Series, Mr. Ronnie Healy. You don't suffer from nerves, but how are you feeling?
Yeah, not nervous, but it feels like there's a lot of expectation. Very different to last year. I guess that comes with, the success, but I'm excited. My horses are in great form. They've been really good all year. Obviously, Goofy, knows his way around. Cornetto's been once before. He had the plank down, so hopefully I ride it well today. Didn't ride it very well this morning in the 140s, but Aiden, with this class, anything can happen. I'm just going to try and give my horses the best ride possible.
Happy with the qualifiers and where you're positioned in the class today?
Yeah, listen, this year's a strong year. I had them very close. My first one is Cornetto. I've pulled him earlier. I think he's fifth to go. He was in the middle of the pack. And Goofy's sort of towards, just over the middle. So, yeah, let's see. We're going to give it a go.
All the very best. We won't keep you too long. Ronnie Healy, defending champion, and of course leads the series. Let's walk this way. Ray Korber walking the distances. He's not riding this year. Lawrence Mowat and Kayla Gertenbach. Don't know if I want to interrupt here. Laurie, can we grab you for a sec? Lawrence, Lorenzo, primed and ready. How's he feeling? How are you feeling, sir?
So the last time I did this event was 11 years ago on a thoroughbred called Aquablade. So it's nice to be finally back 11 years later. Lorenzo feels great, just take every fence as it comes, take every show as it comes with him. I'm quite busy at the moment, so it's nice to be here, nice to jump this height, and yeah, hopefully it goes well.
All the very best. Cool. Enjoy today. Lawrence Mowat there. He's riding Callao Lorenzo. Right, so in the week we managed to catch up with the defending champion of the South African Derby. We've actually just had a few words with him. Ronnie Healy, of course, he won last year on Gillian van Horshoff. What that win meant to him last year and how he's feeling about his chances in the 2024 Toyota South African Derby.
Whatever reason, I just really enjoy the Derby. I love the Derby. I go way back. I started my first one as a 17-year-old here. I think I was third or fourth in my first Derby. So from the beginning, I had good horses, and it set you up to enjoy a Derby. I think, I've jumped, 9 or 10 South African Derbies. I've jumped 5 Hickstead Derbies. My first year, actually, I was second. My horse reared up.
He's having a nasty moment there. Doesn't want to go away from the collecting ring. And that's going to be faulted. As one refusal, just didn't want to go away from the entrance. Some horses, they like to go back to the entrance and not come away from it. That's really bad luck. Really bad luck. And he's done very well to settle his horse and get him going again.
Still to this day, Hickstead play it back, and I got famous for the wrong parts of Hickstead not winning it. I think my worst result in the Hickstead Derby was 6th. And then I jumped Hamburg, which was an incredible, Hickstead and Hamburg were just incredible. And then I was third there. Then I actually came back to South Africa. I think since I've been back, I've had a 4th, 3rd, and then I won last year. So finally, I won one.
Nothing worse than a 4-fold jump off.
Yes, Ronnie! Come on!
Ronnie Healy, the winner of the 2023 United Aviation Group South African Derby.
Last year was, for a number of reasons, was emotional. Obviously winning on Goofy. Last year Ronnie passed away. So it was a very special day for me. And Goofy had really started to come into good form and he felt incredible. And yeah, it just worked out.
Come on, Julian. This was previously owned by the late Ronnie Lawrence.
I felt it was going to be a good day, and yeah, it worked out. But I certainly felt someone was guiding me around. Julian has a very special place in my heart for what he's given me last year, obviously with Ronnie, and he's just the nicest person you can have in your stable. He's friendly, he knickers, he's just the nicest, he's like an old man, and he just is, I'll forever be grateful to him. 12 months later, I wanted even more, but it's not a pressure where I'm like, I have to do it. If it happens, it happens, because I have one, luckily. But I want it. I want to try and win as many as I can. I've got, 2-3 horses that, Cornetto and Magic Boy have got another 7-8 years left. I mean, they're still young. So there's no reason why the next 7-8 years they can't be, winning a few between them. But anything can happen. There's so many elements of the Derby which makes it so special. And, the thrills and spills of the Derby. I've fallen off in the Derby. I've won the Derby. I've had it all. So it is luck on the day, form, and just keeping a cool head. I think through experience, jumping in it, I know the course and I stay calm, and you try and just jump one jump at a time. I think that's the nice thing with derbies is you have time. As weird as it sounds, you don't have time, but you have time. You create time. You've got to just jump for jump and stay calm in your head. Set each jump. If something doesn't quite go right at one jump, you have time to set yourself up. So through experience and time, I know that. You need a horse for it, that is for sure. I'm fortunate to have 2 very good horses in this year. Been consistent all through the year. I gave them a little break in the beginning of the year, mainly for this last push, so that they weren't burnt out by this point. I wanted SA Champs, I didn't get that one. I really want Derby. I might not get it, but I have my plan. Hopefully all goes to plan. These horses know what they're doing. I mean, we're going to do a few practice sessions before, but Derby is so much luck. Series apart, I think that's secondary to my motivation of winning. Like the cars, if I have a good round, that will take care of itself. I think that will be the bonus at the end of it. So fingers crossed, it all goes well. But I mean, I obviously have my eyes on the Derby, and I will be fighting and hopefully in the mix.
My mum's dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww. The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it. The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Well, the riders just putting the finishing touches onto their course walk for the 2024 South African Derby. Sponsored by Toyota for the first time. Gone to Beatrix down there with her lot of pupils. Dominic Alexander walking with his, just discussing the various heights, distances. Could time become a factor this year, 2024? New course designer Kevin Spratley, we chatted to him. I don't think he was telling the whole truth, Mr. Spratley, when he said he hasn't changed much. I certainly noticed that Liverpool has moved a little bit, and one or two other things as well. I just think he was trying to keep his cards close to his chest there, Mr. Spratley. We're getting closer to the off time, which is around about 2 o'clock, I believe. Grandstands are certainly filling up. Excitement is building. For the first time, we've got a fan park here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. The fan park apparently is filling up as well. That'll play host to the after party, the Derby, the infamous Derby after party. Jesse Clegg will be playing there as well this evening, so look forward to that. So plenty of debutantes. These are some of the people at the fan park. Hello, fan park. Enjoying themselves. And the grandstands around the Bob Charter filling up as well. Third leg of the Triple Crown Series. Once again, just to recap, first leg, the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, held Easter in the Bob Charter, was won by Ronnie Healy and Cornets Mandarino. He was after, as you heard from him in that insert, he was after the Triple Crown, really had his eye on winning the Triple Crown itself. Only one other person has ever done that, that's Nicole Horwood. And the great Don Kamarko, who've won the Derby 4 times. They won the Triple Crown in the same year. They won all 3 titles, Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs and Derby. That was in 2015, the only time it's ever been done. Ronnie came close. He finished second in the South African Championships, just behind Thomas van Reekworstel and the wonderful Capital My Lady, who won't compete here today. And of course, he's looking for the South African Derby here this afternoon on Cornets Mandarino. He's already on 37 points at the top of the leaderboard in the Triple Crown Series. It'll be very, very difficult for him to be beaten. In fact, nigh impossible. So almost certain that he will drive away this afternoon in that Toyota Crown. Toyota, the first year they are sponsoring the Derby, but of course, as you heard from Glenn Crompton, not the first time Toyota has been associated with equestrian sport. There was a hiatus of some 36, 37 years that Toyota was not involved in equestrian sport. But of course, they used to, back in the day, in the 80s, sponsor a handful of riders. Johnny Myberg, George Myberg were the first. And then, of course, the Toyota sponsorship went to Peter Gotts, the legendary Peter Gotts, who won the Derby in 1986, some 38 years ago, on the wonderful mare Toyota Gossiper. We're going to take a blast from the past and go back to the Nanda Club to 1986 to recap the jump-off, where Toyota Gossiper went into a 3-way jump-off with Ronnie Lawrence and Genius and Barry Taylor and the mighty Power Force.
Starting the jump-off over fences 1, 8, 5, 6, 7, 16 and 17. A 3-horse jump-off in the 1986 Dunhill Derby. First to go, Peter Gotts on Toyota Gossiper with 4 penalties from the first round. And a 3-horse jump-off we have. Peter will be followed by Barry Taylor on Fidelity Guard's Power Force and Ronnie Lawrence on Sandvik Genius. So what an interesting Dunhill Derby this has proved to be. The crowd always love a jump off, and today they've got one. Onto the bank. Didn't make the mistake he did with his previous horse. Now they're fighting the clock as well. 385 meters they have to cover. Time allowed of 67 seconds. That's all they're allowed to get through this course. And he looks like a great one. It looks like a marvelous one. He's clear. 44,2, I think's the time. 44,24. So there we have the first of the jump-offs, and Peter really setting them something to go for now.
Well, 1986, the year of Peter Gott's Toyota Gossiper, his second win in the Derby that year. Of course, he won it again in the 90s on the mighty Noble Cut as well. Joining me now in co-commentary for the big one, the South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota, is Graham Wynne. You'll remember Peter Gott's, what a rider he was.
Very well. It was interesting. During COVID, when we were doing all those interviews and we chatted to Peter, and he's the most unbelievable rider who could ride any horse his way. It was a little unorthodox, but thoroughbreds he could ride. He really was on top of his game, and it was a pity for the sport that he actually retired from the sport so early, because he was an unbelievable talent, and it was really interesting. And I also remember the year at the previous venue where he pulled a groin injury, and that's just how much pressure that it is to go over these big jumps. It's not easy, and we saw it with a very fit, capable rider having that injury just by basically trying to hold on. It was unbelievable.
And then, Graham, the year that he won on Noble Cut, where the stirrup broke, I think, after the water, and he had to cling on, jump the double of gates and the rustic, and then was over Noble Cut's neck as he crossed the finishing line. Peter came down, skidded across the grass, jumped off, hands in the air, and he had won his third title. Just a magical moment.
No, it is. I think we've said it, and I think a lot of people agree with me. He was possibly one of the greatest riders South Africa's ever seen, certainly at that time, and if not now, if he had just kept going, it would have been unbelievable. But
great to have you in co-commentary, Graham. You're a man who knows the Derby well. We saw you earlier on Vivaldi jumping in the mini Derby. Those three dreaded time faults.
Well, I've become king of slow, so I was very happy that he jumped well, and straight after the event I thought, well, maybe next year, but it's such an incredible sport, this. And then walking around now and just looking at the size of these fences, and it's not any just one big jump, it is the entire track, it's the entire test that is very, very not hard, but asking a lot of these horses. And you'll see when the competition starts, it's those riders with the experience and the horses with the experience, because we've got a lot of new first-timers this year. So it'll be interesting. And this track in particular, it's long, it's hard, and it's the duration of the entire test that eventually starts getting to horse and riders. And so often when a horse starts to fatigue or get a little tired, the riders tend to fall into the trap of trying to maybe help the horse more, and they're actually better off to keep going on the rhythm that they are intended or expected of them. And that is what will be interesting for the viewers to have a look at, as any horse. And especially the young, very big jumping horses. This puts a lot of strain on them, and it's about experience. We've got some riders and some horses in this competition that didn't do micro nor mini, but just brilliant riders on top of them, and brilliant horse. And we'll talk about the rider when she's in the arena. But for me, that's incredible that you're that confident to come into a competition like this, just with that unbelievable kind of gut feel that this horse can do it, and very competent.
Well, as per tradition, we've got the parade of the Derby winners. Remember, Derby is really a festival of equestrian sport, and hosts multiple disciplines, showing and dressage as well. And here we have a parade of the other Derby winners who are coming in. The Dressage Mini Derby was won by Bobby Archer on Saratoga Donovan. The Dressage Derby was won by Andrea Harrison on Wild Thing. The Show Horse Derby was won by Leon Combrink on Destel Smith El Grande. The Working Riding Derby was won by Shanine Kritchner. Then in picture, we saw them go earlier on and win the complete horse derby. That was Claire Martin in picture a moment or two ago on Martini Ebony Rose. The Groom Handler Derby was won by Simon Ntlapo, showing Man of the Cloth. The Show Jumping Junior Derby was won by Capital Crawford, ridden by Georgia Scribanti, who's having a wonderful season on Capital Crawford. The Show Jumping Micro Speed Derby was won by Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro. That was yesterday afternoon, brilliantly piloted by Divan Bosman. And the Show Jumping Mini Derby we saw this morning was won by Courtney Webber and Opal Della Bastide. So all of the there's Georgia Scribanti, Capital Crawford coming in. So the Italians certainly have had a wonderful show here in the Bob Charter. Gauteng territory, Georgia Scribanti, as well as Courtney Webber, making the trip from KZN and doing brilliantly well. So congratulations to all of them. There is Divan Bosman. He rode one peach of a round yesterday afternoon to deny Jason Phillips the win on Fandango. He's highly qualified and absolutely rode one brilliant round. Of course, he is the current South African junior show jumping derby. Coming in on foot, Zakiro not coming to the show today. He's at home. He's earned a bit of a break. There is Courtney Webber and Opal Della Bastide, winners of this morning's mini derby, currently coming in to line up with all these other derby winners. Only one winner remains uncrowned, and that will be found out this afternoon when we crown the winner of the South African show jumping derby, sponsored by Toyota. Mr. Glenn Crompton, who we chatted to earlier on, responsible for the Toyota sponsorship. We salute you, sir, and thank you. What a contribution Toyota South Africa is making to equestrian sport in this country. So welcome, and of course we are so grateful. Pictures from the Toyota fan park. There they are on the beanbags, got their drinks, getting ready for a good afternoon's viewing. And of course that party will go on until around about 10 o'clock this evening in the after party. Now I see young the Pony Rider Derby was won by Jamie Riley on Scooby-Doo, and of course Mom Nicola Riley will be riding Lamborghini this afternoon. In fact, she has two rides. She's also riding Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, and that is definitely not Scooby-Doo that Jamie Riley is riding into the arena. Scooby-Doo at home has earned a break. What a wonderful pony he's been after all these years. A wide shot here from the Bob Charter. Those are all your derby winners. Well done to all of you. Coming up soon will be the parade of the class of 2024. They'll be coming in shortly. And I'm going to turn my attention back to Graham now. You've ridden around the big derby, Graham. Of course, Max Star, Obi-Wan Kenobi. What year was that, 2018? 2019?
Yeah, I think it was 10 years ago. 2016, I think it was.
2016,
so 8 years ago.
Yeah. Jump off, into the jump off. You went. Fond memories.
You know, unbelievable. But he was a freak of a horse. You know, he really was brave. He did a bit of cross-country work before I turned my attention to show jumping. And, you know, to ride a horse like that is an incredible opportunity. And, you know, his son, Max Star Onan, I'd love to ride him around, and I think he's capable. So Obi was really good, and just walking around the track today and thinking, well, Obi, you know, it was a big ask. It was my first sort of year of doing 150, coming off an eventing background. So it was a big ask for me. It was daunting, but he basically was the kind of horse that you let him get on with his job, and he certainly rose to the occasion. So it was an incredible experience, but I have to say, what a horse.
And Onan and Vivaldi, you were talking earlier about the build-up into the big derby, and the normal way to do it would go through the micro, go through the mini, then take your place. We saw you in the mini derby today. Is the next step the big one?
Yes, I'd love to give it a go. I'd like to. He's the kind of horse that would do it. He's a very sensitive horse. I thought possibly I hadn't done the correct preparation, and quite rightly so. Dommy said to me, Graham, give the mini another go, because he did it last year as well. So he should really have upgraded to this, but somehow I just get the feeling I've got to look after him, and hopefully next year we'll do the correct build-up. He certainly has the talent to go around, so, and it's very exciting. And Obi's son, Max Onan, is a very brave horse. He unfortunately injured himself possibly at SA Champs, so he's off for a short time, and then we'll build them up, and maybe we can dream, but there'll be 2 horses next year.
Fantastic. Look forward to it. We talked a little bit about Toyota. Toyota is a new sponsor, relatively new into the game. Of course, they're back in. We saw that clip of Peter Gotts 38 years ago. But what a sponsorship they've brought to the party here. The Triple Crown, the Derby, their sponsorships of the World Cups.
And if you look at SA Champs, the first big show that Toyota sponsored, there were over 320 open horses. So the sport is really growing, and we've got to thank sponsors like Toyota that have come in at such a high level and helping us bridge the gap on international competition. And those riders that have ridden overseas looked around this venue and said, with the Toyota sponsor, that it's the same, if not better, than anywhere else. I mean, we are really fortunate to have a sponsorship like Toyota, and I can only say thank you for helping our sport bridge the gap on international competition. And every year we're getting closer. We're certainly getting closer.
What do we still need to do? When you say we're getting closer, there's still a divide, it's narrowing, but what's left?
Is the number of competitions they have over at a very, very high level. And as you know, in any sport, and the competition itself brings on competition, if I could put it that way. So the more competitive a competition is, the more you have to rise to your occasion. We have young riders in this country, and if you think back over the years and to now, how strong those junior, or let's call them young riders are. I mean, I don't think the sport has ever been so strong with the youth, and the youth are having an opportunity to come and ride at competitions like this and like Toyota are offering, and that's going to make them hugely competitive.
Well, you just have to look at the results of the previous 2 adult South African championships, where Amy Mechau won in 2023, young rider. I don't think she was even 20. And this year, Thomas van Rijkvorsel blows the competition away in open classes, open company, against the best riders out there.
Absolutely. And I mean, this young Divan Bosman, these are unbelievable riders. And what's so great is they're not intimidated by the older competitors, and they go in there and they've, I can put myself as the older competitor. You look at these youngsters ride, and they're not just winging it. They're riding with finesse. They're riding with a purpose, and it's all a win-win situation for the sport in South Africa.
Well, there we take a look at the VIP section at the top end of the arena. Here at the Bob Charter. Is that Simon Hendry there, having a little sip of champagne? Could it be? Back to the fan park. There they are. Hello, fan park. Enjoy yourselves, guys and girls. Sit back, relax, and enjoy all the action there from the Toyota Fan Park, a new initiative here at the South African Derby in 2024. As we build up to the big one, I think as per tradition, the Scottish pipe band is about to come in. This has been a tradition going back many, many years of the Derby. We're now in our 58th running of the South African Derby. Only twice in its 58 years has it not been held, and that was in 2012 2020 due to COVID, and then there was the move from Inanda Country Base in 1999 through to Kyalami Equestrian Park, and in 1999 it wasn't held in that year. Let's talk about some of the Derby legends, Graham. Gonda Beatrix, 6 wins. Nobody on 5, but then there's a couple on 4. We've got Nicole Horwood, 4 wins on the magical Don Camarco. Ronnie Lawrence, 4 wins. High Hopes, Panache, Griffin Rouge, Napoleon. Barry Taylor, who did he win? Checkpoint, Sunday's Eagle, and twice on Avalanche. Mickey Lowe's on 4. And then there's a couple on 3 as well. I think Gale's on 3. Who else did we have on 3? A couple of them, but there's some real Derby legends out there, and some of them still going.
Very much so, and I chatted to Gonda about it with her 6 wins, so she's 2 wins ahead of anyone else, and very interesting, her horses that won the Derby, won South African individual champs, won Grand Prix, so they were very versatile, as with Don Camarco, and there are a lot of horses, and I always thought that you either had a Derby horse or you had a Grand Prix horse, and I still believe that the way that the horses are being bred at the moment with a tendency for speed and that they're a little more suited to, say, what we would call our World Cup events and South African individual champs, but the Derby has Gonda won on the horses that she won the Derby on. She won individual titles on.
Let's test your memory. Do you remember who they were?
Well, now you're asking me. I can look at my book.
Let's go. Should we? I think Eldorado, Four Marks, Honey Girl, Isis Bridge, Watchfire.
No,
did I get it in the right order?
Very good.
Did I get the right order?
No, well done. Well done. You're a lot better than me. I need this little book, and I still battle to remember it.
So there is the pipe band coming out. Do you think Gonda's record will ever be caught?
I do think so. You look at the rider like Nicole Horwood and riders like that, and if you think back, Nicole Horwood won 3 back-to-back on Don Camarco, then had a break and then won it again. She's now riding a horse, Capital Impossible, and it's his first Derby. He was second in Mini last year, and the way Nicole rides, and if you think of Capital, Canago and Watchfire, those horses are jumping 160 overseas, so she has an unbelievable knack of producing horses. And if you look at how small she is, she certainly doesn't do it by forcing them to do it. She does it with an incredible, for me, horsemanship approach to it, and horses want to go for her. You very seldom see her get after it. I don't think I've ever seen her, but somehow she has this rapport with the horses for them to want to do the job for her. And I think, the young riders and anyone looking at that, take note of it, because it's the way to go with the way Nicole rides horses, and mostly produces them to feel confident to come around and do tracks like this.
And then, of course, the horse you're referring to is overseas now with Niall Nasser. Was a debutante 2 years ago in the Derby, and I think finished second.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying about Nicole's ability to get horses to go for her.
Yeah.
And it's certainly, I look at in awe of it and think, wow, because she's certainly not using any form of force or strength to get it to happen. They want to go for her and please her. And going back to the South African riders, and we've had a few that just keep coming back on good horses. You look at Ronnie Lawrence, Domini's having an incredible run. There was a little bit of a lull in Domini's winnings, if I could put it that way, and this last 18 months, 2 years, Domini has been as competitive as any other open rider in the country, and he's very confident today. He was telling me with Athena, said, Graham, I know you were telling me that a lot of horses that have won Derby have also won individuals, but Domini said Athena is not an individual Grand Prix South African top horse, but look how good he is around the Derby. So being the professional horseman he is, he's suited each horse for each test.
And it's a funny thing because Dominic has been at the top of the game for a long time, but of course 2 years ago was his first win in the Derby. He had been second a number of times. Jonathan Clark, you would think somebody of his caliber. I think I saw Jonathan's first Derby was 1986. He's been doing it a long time. Has never cracked the Derby.
Yeah, it is interesting. Jonathan's ridden 8 different horses. So that's just how talented Jonathan is. And one of them, Lombard, actually competed at Hickstead Derby as well. So, Jonathan is, for me, an all-rounder as well. But as you say, he just hasn't yet pulled off the big win in the Derby. But he's certainly been a rider that has just produced horse after horse.
Staying on that Hickstead theme, of course, another talent that has competed at Hickstead a number of times, I believe, Ronnie Healy. He's been second at Hickstead. He's been placed in the Hamburg Derby, was the winner last year, finally cracked a Derby, but he's still got many, many years to come. And you would think with his talent, with his backing, with the horsepower that he's got, 4 or 5 Derbies is not in the realm of impossibility.
Just to try and get the viewers or spectators involved in the rider Ronnie Healy, is he has the ability to ride different types of horses. The 2 horses he's riding today, you couldn't get more different and more opposite to what they go, and he just seems to adapt to ride the horses the way that they need to be ridden. And it was lovely to hear. He had a lot of praise for his coach Gonda Beatrix, who is really incredible. Not only has she won more than anyone, like we spoke earlier, but talking to the riders, and I said about Gonda, the coach, not only is she a great coach, but every one of them said she just somehow, when you know she's in the warm-up arena and you know she's there, gives you that extra confidence. And Gonda every year seems to have more competitors competing at the highest of levels. And it's just got bigger and bigger, and I think that just shows you you often get a brilliant rider who can't really put that knowledge across. But Gonda seems to have not only been an incredible talent herself, can give other riders that kind of confidence that is needed. And I'm in the instructional coaching level as well, and I just admire Gonda for being able to do that. And it was lovely to listen to the top riders saying, we've got to say thanks to Gonda.
Yeah, she is amazing, as you say, has been an incredible rider, ambassador for South Africa, and now as a coach she's just reaping success as well. She's just absolutely amazing.
Equally does it in a very passive way, and gets you to ride the horse the way that particular horse needs to be ridden. And I think one needs to know everyone is on a horse that needs different attention, different types of riding, different approaches, and I don't know if it is, but the older I get and the more I work with young horse production, I've realized there's no shortcuts, and if you can get that horse to work with you or for you, you're going to get the most out of it.
Well, I believe there has been a slight delay to proceedings due to a power issue. As you can see in picture there is Carl Bunzaya and Callagho Casperon waiting to come in for the horse parade. John Bauer and Equestrian Franklin are really getting to know this arena. They're a debutante couple. This year will be their first ride around the Derby, if I'm not mistaken. John's an interesting character, but he got the go-ahead to walk into the arena, and he's been making the most of it. Equestrian Franklin looks very good, very relaxed. There is Kiara Byrne, Aeroplus Callagho Lindor, her first ride around the big Derby, but of course was winner of last year's mini Derby.
Talking to John earlier, he said, Graham, this will be the biggest test this horse has ever done. And he said, it's a real try. He's keen to do it, but he said, by far, this is the biggest test that this horse would have been asked to have done in its lifetime. So, John's a very, very talented rider as well, and it was interesting. He left the sport for 10 years, created a big business.
Farming goats and sheep and embryo transfers with that, and traveling the world, judging and breeding, and he's a colourful character and very, very interesting life. There's Sandy Manassi and Carinius, not their first time around the Derby.
This is Sandy's 4th time, and she herself has jumped World Cups and Riders Grand Prix, and she was saying that she's had to be a little cautious with her build-up to this year's Derby. He is getting a little older now, and again, why I'm mentioning this is that each rider, you keep looking after your horse and you keep doing what is best for your horse, and Sandy has missed a few of the bigger events this year to try and save the horse for this big day, and let's wish her luck and hope she goes well.
Well, interesting, a moment or two ago we saw Ronnie Healy riding in, but not on either of his horses, neither Mandarina or Gillian. In fact, he came in on Connor. He's obviously wary of the atmosphere, the buzz, that it might just get under the skin of a horse like Mandarina or Gillian. So there's horsemanship for you right there. He's keeping them out of the arena until they really have to come in, because these horses don't experience, maybe at Toyota Easter Festival will experience a crowd like that, but generally we don't get the crowds like so it's a new dynamic that the horses have to deal with.
Certainly, and in this arena as well. But again, I asked one or two of the riders about the parade, and they said that they definitely need the parade. Not only does it settle their horses and they get a chance of seeing the arena, but they like the atmosphere to hype them up and get more out of the horses. Then Ronnie has, as you said, decided to keep the horses out. He wants them calm, and he wants to try and keep them that way.
Well, again, we see pictures of Oscar Ngube coming in. Consigo, that is not Consigo, so he's coming in on a different horse as well. A moment or two ago, we saw Nicholas Syme, Lamborghini, a couple of debutants in here, horses, debutants, rider debutants, but we'll talk about them as they come in, I think.
That'll be a little easier.
Yes. Nicholas Syme, of course, a past winner of this class on El Paso a few years ago. She's been second a number of times. There's AJ Rademacher, who's coming in now on Ebb and Flow Font Count Capri, making a long journey from George to be here. Welcome, AJ. Go well. And this horse is looking like it's plenty scope, plenty power, could do the job, could be a lurker.
He said, AJ was saying that he's never been as well prepared for a competition as he is now, and he said, he said, please tell them I'm from George and not PE or Cape Town. So he was very proud to be from George, and it was interesting chatting to him, and you won't believe it. And he was 16 years old when he did his first big derby.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Another first derby here is KP Vagabond and Mika Choka, who we saw a moment or two ago. Big day for them, their first derby as well. And a horse that I think could go very, very well here. The way he likes to jump forward, open canter. This derby track will suit them perfectly. Gail Foxcroft, a legend of the game. I mean, she's won before numerous times.
She's one of the three riders that won at the previous venue at Ananda and here. And Gail, one can't say is unorthodox, but she certainly trains her way. And I remember asking her, saying, Gail, when did you start preparing for the derby and how do you do it? She said, Graham, I start preparing when I start riding the horses all those years ago. And she says, they go on our trials, they jump off little banks through water. So Gail's preparation wasn't just a week or two before each big competition. She said, the way I bring on my young horses is with derby type outright stuff, and it was interesting to see that's how Gail approached it.
Johan Lotte, demon in the saddle he is, what a talent, but this horse a little bit unorthodox. Best Company, he's got some nice horses. Pour Moi, Forever Delaroc not competing today, they out, so sideline, so he's bringing this one in.
Yes, and Johan certainly can ride any horse with a lot of confidence. He is he's a very strong rider, and it was lovely to be with him at the World Equestrian Games in Kentucky in 2010, and then you just again realize just his talent, but he certainly can rise to the occasion, and when you call a big match temperament, that's Johan.
Now this is interesting. Jonathan Clark we spoke about, he's had a number of seconds, never won it, riding Pilgrim for Lisa Williams, who was up there in the standings for the Triple Crown. She's gotten off the horse to give Jonathan the ride, which basically puts her out of the Triple Crown. Maybe the thinking was that Ronnie's going to be very, very difficult to catch. Maybe you know more, Graham.
No, I'm afraid I don't know more about it. I do know that Lisa hurt herself, and having spoken to Jonathan, he rode the horse last year as well, and he said, the horse is very brave and good, and he was saying that he needs to give it a good ride, and he was confident, but said that he hadn't been on the horse for as long as he had been last year. But we are talking about Jonathan Clark and this Brilliant.
So there is Nicole Horwood coming in on Capital Impossible, a 4-time winner of the Derby. All of those wins on the legendary, mighty, indomitable Don Camarco. Got a smile on her face, and this is a talented son of Verdi.
Very, very. And interesting, she hasn't jumped many 150s on this horse, and having said, Nicole, how do you feel about the Derby? She said, Graham, this is a brave horse. She is brave, and it's going to do the best it can, and she was very confident, and that's what just makes Nicole the rider as well. She's just super confident within herself.
Well, I remember Tracy Carney as a very young lass. 1999 I think was the year, or even 97 it could have been, that she rode Dorian around the Derby at Inanda for her first go. She's had quite a few spins around the Derby since then. Talented rider, but never cracked the big one, never cracked the Derby.
No, but she's there, and the way Tracy rides as well, it's not going to be impossible for her to jump around here. It really isn't. She's going to go.
This horse is on form as well, been placed in the World Cups. Still relatively new to the 150s, but it is Derby Day, and like you said, big occasion, big atmosphere, could certainly rise to that, and I would love to see Tracy win the Derby. Her sister Lynn has done it on Ella.
Yeah. And Tracy, and especially the horse that she's on, has got a superb temperament. She would certainly be bringing the horse in here to allow the atmosphere to pick it up a bit and get it going. And
There comes Dominique Alexander, one of the most talented horses on the circuit these days. The son of Kronos is Capital Collier. I absolutely love everything about this horse.
Yeah, got a super jump, and we spoke earlier about Dominique's present form. He's going to be giving this horse a good run. He's got 2 horses in the Derby, and talking to him, it was just lovely. And I have lessons with Dominique, and it's just so lovely to chat to him because of the confidence he gives you within the sport. So the sport has changed. Not only do you do your homework, but you mentally believe in yourself, and he helps a lot with that. And he's a very strong-willed person, and we chat often in our early Thursday morning lessons, and we spoke about the will to win and the will to do right and achieve, and he certainly is on form at the moment.
Very popular young man is Lawrence Mowat. There he is, all smiles, playing to the crowd. Lorenzo, he was saying 11 years since he last rode in the Derby on his wonderful thoroughbred Aquablade. We wish him all the very best today. This is a lovely partnership as well, and a big moment for Rochelle Klook. We tried to have a word with her in our Derby coursework, but she was really zoned in, focused on what she needed to do. She was a winner of the second qualifier on Friday on this horse, a horse with a huge amount of scope, ability, and again, they're debutantes, but anything can happen.
Absolutely. I did manage to talk to Rochelle, and she was saying from the horse that she has just got off, who was a real fast speed horse, and jumped up to 140. This is a total different ride. It's powerful, very big jumping, and she admitted that it took a while to get used to such potential and such ability. But looking at them on the second qualifier, they're certainly getting it all together, and she can go round.
Now you've got to fancy the chances of Callagher, Lexington and Jean, who we've just seen. There is the highest qualifier, Leona, and she brings in Hayam Wilma. That's not Wilma, that's Finale U that she's sitting on. So leaving Wilma outside to stay away from the atmosphere here. Let's go back to Jean. Last year's performance, just that one extraordinary little, can I call it mistake, where she jumped from virtually the top of the bank, one stride to the panels and just clipped them, clipped them.
Yeah. Now, watching Jean and knowing Lexington, if I had to say who I thought had the better chance.
If you were a betting man.
Yeah, I would go for Lexington and Jean. She's a super competitive rider. If there is a jump off, she's going to go fast, and she's very good that way. And talking of a jump off, I had the opportunity chat to Kevin, and we were just talking about the different courses, and I said, what are you hoping for? He said, Graham, the crowd's like a jump off, but if we can get one,
yes,
then job done.
Now, I also chatted to Kevin, and I don't think he was all that forthcoming with me, because I said, what have you done? How have you manipulated, tweaked the track? And he said, no, I haven't done anything. I've left it the same. I don't believe him. There's one or two little things.
They have the course, the basic course plan stays the same every year. But if you remember, for example, right in front of us, the big oxer, the white oxer, you could in previous years turn inside the brown to the dike. There you're forced to go around. The Liverpool at number 3 is pushed further away.
Yes.
So you're not being influenced by running down into the water and close to the slope.
I remember the year I think Ryan built where he had it almost by the gate, and it caused a lot of
trouble. So Kevin he said that you have an opportunity. He said the heights have been the same as last year, but he has definitely jumped slightly. And I always find it very interesting. On the second qualifier, there was that bank down to the planks, and just about every rider in it said, Kevin, what do you want here? Is it 2 or 3? And he calmly stood his ground, and he said, it's how you come down the bank, it's how you're going to ride the planks. And he stuck to it, and everyone went down to the bottom of the bank and had a patient 3 strides, and it rode really well. So it's lovely to see that even Kevin, at the level he is building, a 3-star level, he is confident in himself, he knows what he's doing, and when you have, and I certainly felt, wow, it is not an open rider that didn't question his distance, and he stuck by it, and it rode well. And talking of the bank, this year, that the panels is 20 centimeters further from the bank, because the bank has a little bit of a drop 2/3 down, a vertical drop. So the horses are pushed off a little earlier than they normally would. They're not sliding as far down, making the 2 strides even shorter. So he has, and that's where Kevin has got the ability to, even though the course has to basically be the same, he can tweak it in or out, he said, in the interest of the horse. And when you start talking to course builders or designers, and they start talking about the interest of the sport, and we've done it this way or that way, and the jumps that in previous years that have caused a bit of a problem, he had a good look at and decided, what do we do? How can we improve the jump? And that is again very interesting to hear that the course designers are prepared to look at the overall picture that they see, because the horse tells you. The horse's picture and rider will tell you whether that distance or that jump is working, and it's lovely that Kevin can take a step back and look at that and then build accordingly.
Now, am I correct in saying that in the qualifiers, a course designer would introduce a few of the funnies, the dike, the steps, the road crossing, the bank, but not the bank, because they haven't come down the big bank, they've been down the little bank.
Yes.
So that is an unknown. The actual bank today, the big one, they wouldn't have gone down. They get to come down when they get there on Derby.
A lot of the first timers said they've tried to do a lot of arena preparation, but they've never come down this bank. And every year you go and you stand at the top of that bank and look down. I'm not saying obviously it's not getting higher, but it certainly seems that last bit is definitely dropped off. So you're only going to know how your horse copes on the day.
Lovely pictures here. Thomas van Rijk Vorsel, the current South African show jumping champion, along with Tiffany Duo of South African show jumping, giving all the grooms of the horses in today's class their accolades. Well done, gentlemen. These guys who work so hard for equestrian sport behind the scenes, really probably the guys who have the closest bond with the horses.
It's so important, especially when tensions are high like they are before any big competition. You need a handler that the horse knows and feels confident about. And we saw with riders not even bringing in their own horses for the parade for whatever reason. That is how important it is to keep these horses relaxed, and horses jump better relaxed.
Yes,
it's something we've got to be aware of.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting closer and closer to the start of the South African Derby for 2024. As is tradition, it will be the horse's prayer as well as, I believe, the South African national anthem. So that's up next before we get to the first horse to come in, who will be Equestria's Franklin and John Bauer. With me for co-commentary for the South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota, is Graham Wynne. Looking forward to his expert analysis for this 2024 Derby. Graham, can I put you on the spot and say once again, if you are a betting man, give me your top three?
I'm going to go with Jean Corber, Lexington. Okay. I think I've got a feeling there. It's going really well. Ronnie Lawrence.
Healy.
Ronnie Healy. I was thinking of his horse, Ronnie.
I'm going to stop you there. We're going to cross over to Andrew Dawson, who's the chairman of KPC, for his address.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Can I have your attention very, very briefly? Thank you. Just a warm word of welcome to you all this afternoon. First of all, our competitors. To get to this stage, this pinnacle of show jumping takes massive amount of time and investment and sacrifice. So thank you and welcome and good luck for this afternoon. To our members that are here, thank you for joining us. This club is nothing without its membership. So for you and your families and your support from the executive, we say thank you and thank you for being here this afternoon. For our sponsors, Toyota, I think we've been involved in this sport for a long, long time. And it's the first sponsor that we've had that's had such an inclusive view on equestrian sport and how to support it. So Glenn and Martha, thank you very much for your patronage. Thank you for your time, your investment. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. For those of you that don't know, KPC actually has two teams that run this event and this facility. We have Sanic, which is our property company, where Graham is our GM and Wayne is the maintenance and property manager. And then those of you who have dealt with KPC, we have Jeanette in the office with Heather, who runs the shows and does the magic. From a marketing perspective, we have Lizzie, who runs across both entities, and our events coordinator, our dynamo, is Angie Meredith. And Angie, we thank you very much for putting this event together. I think it's been spectacular. And for a team, I don't think the people here realize how hard and how long hours these guys work to deliver this kind of event and this kind of facility. So I'm going to ask you to put your hands together for our team. And thank you very much, guys, on the ground. We appreciate you greatly. We have two executive teams that work on a voluntary basis. I'm not going to get into all the names, but guys, thank you. Without your input and volunteer and your time, none of this all comes together. And although we have a very hands-off approach and the team on the ground runs with everything, your time and your input and your wisdom is invaluable to making this facility the best of breed. And if I can just take 2 minutes to talk about best of breed, for those of you that compete here, you will see that the team has made massive investments into the property and its facilities, upgrading the members arena, putting in the members pavilion, upgrading the May Foxcroft arena, and making sure that the going for our horses is the best that can be. Still to come this year, we will redo the entire May Foxcroft warm-up arena, and we will also put in a sponsors pavilion to make sure that our members never have to miss their members pavilion for any of their big events still to come. On a exit note from my side, thank you to everybody for being here this afternoon. And I'm going to ask Glenn and Martha and Wendy and Gwen to come down and just receive a token of our appreciation from KPC and Sanic for your contribution in the growth of our sport. So if you guys wouldn't mind coming down, I'd really, really appreciate that. Just to give you guys an indication of the amount of work that goes into putting this event together, without being 100% accurate, we have upwards of 70 meetings that have taken place. Now, when you combine that from a time perspective, that is a huge amount of input from people that run their lives at marketing at Toyota and their family. Wendy, who's spent invaluable time crossing the bridge between the marketing and the equestrian requirements, and Gwen, who stood in when Dad was working to do the handover of the prizes. So massive investment both on a family perspective as well as from Toyota on a sponsorship perspective. So thank you guys. We really, really appreciate your input going forward. And if you guys can give them a massive round of applause as they come down, thank you. And where's Martha? Martha, don't you go hide now. There we go. Okay, Heather, you're going to hand over because I can't do everything. There we go. Thank you, Jen. Wendy, thank you. Can I give you a hug as well? Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. Where's Martha gone? Martha's hiding. Well, okay. Got photos? Guys, if we're all going to stand together for a photo, if you just give us a hand of applause, just show your appreciation. Thank you. There we go. No, you guys, you have no idea how we value it, right? Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. One more thing. The fan club is open for all of you this afternoon and into the early evening. A lot of good entertainment. All I ask you is on your way home, just be responsible. Please, we don't want anybody coming here today and not going home. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please ask all of those in attendance in the crowd to please be upstanding, because as is a Derby tradition, we do have a very special guest, KPC's own member and a songstress, Katja de Valier, singing the South African national anthem. So if we could please ask you all to be upstanding for Katja de Valier and the South African national anthem.
Così si che lei Africa, ma gunta canyi su tondo ayo, is way me tanta soye tu. Così si che lela tina sapo. Morena bulu che se ciava sa Gesù, u felice din tuai mazzuene, u se bulu che se ciava sa Gesù, se ciava sa South Africa. South Africa, 80 blauw van onze hemel, 80 diepte van ons ziel, waar ons eeuwige gebankt is, waar die kranse antwoord geeft, sounds the call to Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Ladies and gentlemen, Katja de Valier. If I could please ask you to all remain upstanding for the last order of business before we do get this class underway, as is Derby tradition, the tribute to the horse. Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? Here, where grace is laced with power and strength by gentleness confined. He serves without servility, he has fought without enmity. There is nothing so powerful, nothing less violent. There is nothing so quick, nothing more patient. Our past has been born on his back. All our history is his industry. We are his heirs, he our inheritance. Ladies and gentlemen, the horse. And with that, folks,
and that, Graham Wynne, is what it's all about, isn't it? The horse, our love for the horse as riders, as equestrian fans. We come today to the South African Derby to celebrate the horse and our love for this magnificent creature. Speaking of the horses, the 2024 Toyota South African Derby looks like this. First to go, John Bauer, Equestria's Franklin. Carl Bunzai, Callahow's Casper on at 2. At 3, Kiara Byrne. Aeroplus Callaho Lindor. Sandy Manassi comes at 4. Carinius at 5. Ronnie Healy on the log leader. Cornets Mandarino. At 6 is Nicola Syme Riley, the first of her 2 rides. Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. At 7, Oscar Ngube goes on One Insurance Callaho Consigo, his first trip around the Derby. AJ Rademacher goes on Evan Flo Font Count Capri at 8. At 9, Mika Chalker, a debutante, KP Vagabond. Casino, Gail Foxcroft at 10. At 11, Carl Bunzai and Callaho Lukdoen, his second ride. Johan Lotta at 12. At 13, Danielle Smith visits us from the Western Cape on first L. Jonathan Clark, can he crack it today? He goes at 14. At 15, Grant Langley, Bengston. At 16, Nicholas Syme Riley, her second ride. Lamborghini, Nicole Hallwood, 4-time winner. Capital Impossible at 17. At 18, Ronnie Healy, last year's winner, Gillian van Orshoff. Tracy Carney at 19 on Lemoore. Conzano and Kayla Gattenbach at 20 have had a good show. Dominic Alexander, 2021 winner on Capital Collier at 21. At 22, could that be a good omen? 21 the winner. At 22, Lawrence Mowat, Callaho Lorenzo. At 23, first timer Rochelle Klook and Wilberg's classy boy Jean Corber's a lurker in the pack there. At 24, big favourite Callaho Lexington and Leona van der Merwe on Hey I'm Wilma, her first trip around the Derby. Wilma at 25, top qualifier, Graham.
Well, you asked me about the top 3 horses, and if you look at that, there are a number of them that could do it, and that is why Kevin said he's building up to scratch and building a top competition. He says the horses are jumping well, and there's a lot of good combinations out there.
John Bowers on his way first to go in the 2024 South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota, Equestria's Franklin. Big scopy horse, and one would feel, Graham, that this kind of track with the long distances between the jumps is going to suit this type of horse.
Very much so, and he's got Pierre, who's very calm. He doesn't let anything get to him. He's ridden, and going around the Derby, one has to take into account that you've got to keep travelling at that very forward speed, because we've seen again with myself, time competitions keep you out of it, time penalties. So one has to be very aware of that. Again, I thought that horse had a little look at the people close by there and just took his attention, and Pierre ran in a little deep.
Over the balustrade he goes. Balustrade set quite close to the edge of the bank this year.
Yes, and talking to a lot of the riders and watching them walk, they all decided that because of that they were going to go down before they started their turn. That was a steady 6, which made it look pretty good.
Now comes a test to the top of the bank. He comes. Disobedience there. Disobedience constitutes if the horse moves its back feet backwards. And one must remember that. If its front feet move backwards but not the back feet, you're okay.
Yeah, and there again the horse jumped off a little high up on the bank and really got there just too close, so he had the planks down as well.
Now here's what you were talking about. Has to go around those panels to the dike. The A element is down. Jumps out fine.
Eden, we spoke earlier about all these horses in this competition can jump individually any one of these fences. It is just putting them all together that the competition itself, the track itself, starts becoming the test.
And of course now towards the back end of the track, here's where fatigue starts to come in. The horses get a little bit tired, a little bit strong.
And that is a more open 6 strides from the water down there, but it is going down towards the gate.
Has John had a ride around the Derby before, or is this his first? His first, I believe.
Is it on an army horse? But we'll find out. But there he had a few more poles. But as John said to me earlier on, he said, Graham, I'll be happy with just seeing the finish, and that he certainly did.
Total score of 24 penalties for John Bauer. Time allowed, and remember that Derby is run at 400 meters a minute, a length of 1,000 meters. So the time every year will remain the same. 400 meters a minute at 1,000 meters gives you a time allowed of 150 seconds. And John coming in at 1:47.11. This is the first of the rails that went down. Let's take a look at the replay. At front rail there at number 5. A few more rails to come. Inside of the time allowed puts John on a score, final tally of 24 penalties.
Showing Cole's versatility as he's just come 3rd in the South African Dressage Championships and riding Hello Stallion. And Casbron can jump anything, but if he says no because of his, if I could call it, strong wills, stallion tendencies, he makes it very difficult for Carl to kind of guarantee he's going to do this and that. And you ride every track working on how the horse is that particular day, and it adds to one's, say, pressure of putting it all together. And for some reason, when I asked Carl about are there any jumps out there, he said, Graham, it's just him on the day and how he copes. But for some reason, he has, in previous years, had a good look at the wall. And if you remember, he's really...
One will remember the year that in the qualifying classes, he stood on his back legs, wanted to go out the gate, and everyone thought, oh, this is going to be a disaster jump to clear around, went into the jump off. It's him on the day. It's unpredictable.
That's what Carl was saying. But I mean, there's no better rider and strong rider as Carl. That was a real unlucky knock. Coming off the bank, it fell even once the horse had landed, but it's now 2 poles down. Let's see if Carl can keep it together.
Here he comes to the bank, sitting on an 8 penalty score at the moment.
He jumped early. That's it. You see, with it, it's difficult to say. He didn't get there on the 2, and the horse put in a 3rd one.
Now you can see the horse
moving away from the water, it looked like. I could say it must be frustrating for Carl to ride a horse when you know you can do it all.
Exactly, he's got the talent. He's got it. One thing you can't train really is the mind on the day, and he is a stallion. Some stats for you: we've got 4 stallions in this class, 19 geldings, and only 2 mares jumping today. And one of them, the top qualifier.
Was a good 7. Now the water to the wall. It'll be interesting to see just how Carl handles this. And he kind of, even though it was difficult, that's what he said, Graham, it can happen. He can jump that wall. He's practiced different walls. But the way Carl had to land and ride, it is a forward 6, and he's on a big striding big horse. He didn't get there on the 6. That horse had already made up his mind. Listen, I've told you before, I don't like this wall, and I mean, look at that.
And then again, the second time, that's the frustration.
That is the frustration that Carl has to cope with riding a horse that finds that he just popped over that wall like nothing.
And that's a 165 wall.
Yeah.
That's the biggest fence on the track. Jumps through the double of gates beautifully and to the rustic. Now he has to ride for this rustic.
Yeah, and it was a bit shame. I do feel sorry for Cole. He came down there on 10 and it was kind of meant to be 8. That is just how much the horse was backing off. He didn't enjoy his run, that dog, Casper.
Finishes on a score of 74, but plenty of those because of the disobedience at the wall will be for time. Some 42 of those for time as we take a look at the replay. And this is a horse that has jumped clear around the Derby before. So, you know, he knows his way around here. He knows the fences. And again, that comes back to the frustration. A horse that you know on the day can do it easily. He's got so much scope, so much power, so much jump.
And what was very good as well is even though Cole has, as you said, been around the Derby, felt what it's like to jump a good round around the Derby and then get on the horse who is backing off. But Cole used more leg than anything. He didn't, use excessive stick. He didn't, and he really just tried to encourage the horse to keep going. So I take my hat off to Cole for keeping it together, even though it's a big disappointment.
Youngest rider in the class of 2024. Kiara Byrne was a winner of last year's mini derby on this horse. Era Plus Callagho Lindor. Bright future she has ahead of her. Her first ride in the derby. Nerves, would they be coming into play here? Surely must be.
Oh, I'd say
for everybody.
For everyone. But she's a confident young rider. She's on a lovely horse, and it's lovely to be young and very competitive, and I'm pretty sure even though she is nervous, she's not going to allow that to take away her ability of going forward on this horse. And this horse also, over the bigger tracks, definitely rises to the occasion. So, good luck. All right, let's see how you go.
Lindor's a 14-year-old son of Lissabon. Contender Dam Line. Kiara formerly trained by Joe van Achterberg and for the last while been trained by Dominique Alexander.
There you see the confidence with clever footwork and horse riding right up to it, and Kiara sitting very quietly to allow the horse to jump.
Navigated those steps beautifully. Gave a real jump over the A and B element.
A little open to that, but that's what the distance she was on, and she had to keep going on. I spoke earlier about riders and their coaches, and this is where your coach plays such an important role. One has to get on with the coach and believe in your coach to be able to go around a track like this. It certainly looks a lot steadier, the 6th, than in previous years. Perfect ride. That was absolutely perfect, and it was pretty forward to get there in 2.
Well, this is looking really good. Got to keep it together now, Kiara. We were talking earlier, Graham, about the talent of the young riders. This young lady, another one we mentioned, the past 2 South African Championship winners. Kiara having the ride of her life round here as she navigates her way to number 15, just on the 4 penalties. Positive to that, wasn't she? To that
walking with the riders, and Dominique told her forward to this, nip around here just to the dike. She's ridden absolutely to instruction.
Penultimate fence goes down, sitting on the 8, coming to the last, jumps it.
Unbelievable
what
ride.
a round there from young Kiara Byrne, just 2 down in the South African Derby, finishes on a score of 8 penalties. Graham, what a round.
Unbelievable. But as I said earlier, as she was going, is that she rode it exactly like Dominique had told her to, and that just shows you just the talent, that she never allowed nerves to get to her. She stuck to the game plan, and well done, Kiara.
First rail that came down, fence number 5. then again, two of them, both the white poles. That one coming down as well puts her on a score of 8, but she will be so happy. What a future she has. And now, as one of the lower qualified riders sitting on a score of 8, how does that look for the rest of the field in terms of scores? What are we expecting here? Clear round jump off? How many? If you had a little crystal ball.
I think we're going to get 2 clears.
2 clears. Sandy Manassi goes next. This is Carinius. Who's had a few trips around the Derby.
No, done 4 Derbies together. He's a horse that certainly likes to be kept going forward, and watching Sandy's rounds, especially the second qualifier, she managed to get that right, and she travelled forward, and the horse looked very confident and happy. And if Sandy can stick to that game plan, I heard Anne-Marie giving her instructions to say you've got to keep the horse going forward and don't doubt yourself, and that's let's hope that Sandy can stick to that game plan.
So far so good. He's on a good rhythm. That's come down again there. That's the 3rd time that fence has come down. Stop at the balustrade. Now, what is the correct way to ride that fence?
No, she did do it right, but just having watched this horse once or twice, he can cut out to the left. So possibly I would have jumped it more on the right, but it's so easy to sit here and say that. Sandy was obviously thinking of the turn back to the tabletop. No.
Well, that's a pity, because he was looking so good all the way to that hedge fence. He was actually jumping out of his skin at that rail. Then the little mishap at the balustrade. The second time of asking, the balustrade came down, and then the second stop means elimination. Replay. Yeah, this came down on the second time of asking, just clipped it behind. Do they look down that bank?
Yes, no, most definitely, and they want to. It's actually a difficult one to ride, because you've got to allow them to use their necks to get their back end up and be confident with your balance in the air over that. But at the same time, they are looking down to the bottom of the bank. I think a little bit with Sandy there was, once you had the knock and then the run out, you kind of just takes the edge of keep digging deep, keep going, and that was a pity, because it certainly looked very fluent and good up to there.
Right, big moment in the Triple Crown series. This is the log leader. Remember, Triple Crown, Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs into Derby. Ronnie Healy on Mandarino leads the series on 37 points. He was the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix, second in SA Champs. This horse in the series so far has not touched a rail. Ronnie would love to get a nice clear here as he loses his stirrup and finish the series on Mandarino on a 0 penalty score across the 3 shows, which would be quite extraordinary.
Unbelievable. Just looking at Ronnie here, I'm starting to perspire my palms, and I get more nervous than I'm sure Ronnie is. But I said it earlier, Ronnie's ability to ride the big day is unbelievable. He has, if you watch his 2 horses, and if the viewers there can just remember watching the picture of this horse and how it jumps, and then his second ride, and he just seems to just cope with the different horses, and he rides them exactly how they need to be ridden.
Absolutely, consummate professional. This horse did qualify, was better qualified than where he's going. He's just come in early to give himself space between the 2 horses, and remember that he is the defending champion. Last year he won an emotional title on Gillian van Osself, who he will partner here, who is sitting 3rd in the series.
Now there, Ronnie's balance and brilliance really showed how that horse jumped off early. He gave a big jump off that bank, and Ronnie's balance in the air is exceptional.
To the dike he comes. 0 penalties. Leaves him up. The horse is operating. Cornet's Mandarino.
Found that 7, and his turn back was quick and efficient. That's 6 strides.
Sitting back and enjoying the spectacular ride. Leave it up. This horse is trying to the last. Clear. Leave it up, Ronnie. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is a consummate professional on form, the form of his life. What a season Ronnie is having. Ronnie Healy on the log leader in the Triple Crown. Cornets Mandarino left them all up over 3 rounds at the Outdoor Grand Prix, left them up over 3 rounds in the South African Championships, comes into Derby today on 37 points and leaves them all up. It's going to take another clear in a jump off for somebody who can he be beaten? I don't know. He's in the form of his life and gives us our first clear in the South African Derby, and he's put the pressure on.
That he has. I was just listening to how you talk, Aidan, and you certainly in your game are a professional. I'm here sweating, having watched that, feel quite emotional how well Ronnie's just ridden. And just, he is absolutely cool. That horse didn't change its way of jumping from start to finish, and he didn't look like he had a wow moment at all. It was a perfect round.
Unbelievable. He is dialed in.
Absolutely.
Nicola Syme Riley, she's been a winner before, a few years ago on El Paso. Here she goes on the first of her 2 rides this afternoon, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. Gonna have to bring out her A game. They're all going to have to bring out their A game to get on level terms with Ronnie Healy. It's down to a clear. You want to win this Derby, this Toyota Derby for 2024. You need to be clear. Force a jump off with Ronnie Healy. That's your only chance. What a round he's just given us on the Cornets Mandarino. Absolutely brilliant. And still got Gillian to come.
Very lucky. We did say we were hoping for 2. Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible.
He's going to be the Ronnie show.
Yeah.
Quintessence, a 9-year-old stallion by Contender. Kalido One Dam, Kalido by Cantus.
Nicola is another rider with absolute nerves of steel. She gets every horse to go her way. She's ridden a lot of different horses of late, and she knows she's really effective and efficient. But the biggest thing I think goes for Nicola is her belief in herself, what you can do. And even if she's last to go in a jump off, you can believe she's going to give it all and stay so cool.
She's got that, we're talking about temperament of riding, Ronnie being so cool, but she's another. She just doesn't get flustered.
Not at all. Not at all. And she also doesn't always ride the easiest of horses, but give them a couple of months together, and there they all seem to go the Nicola way.
And am I correct in saying this horse's first trip around the Derby, Quintessence, and Lamborghini as well? So 2 first-timers.
And she rides with the experience of as if she was riding one of her older horses. Shame it's a little bit of the inexperience coming through, because Nicola did give it a good ride.
As a rider, knowing that it comes down to a clear, do you think that adds, do they feel that extra pressure now coming in?
I think at this level and these top riders we've been talking about, that's what they thrive on.
That now it's down to a clear round.
That's it. You watch riders like this, you realize, and I just keep saying it, just how great it is for South Africa that we have riders of this caliber that have bring a young, inexperienced horse round, had an unlucky pole at the bank, and then just jumps around clear.
4 penalty round for a debutante Quintessence. What a magnificent round there from Nicola Syme Riley. But of course it had to be clear to force a jump off, and the man who gave us that clear standing by is Ronnie Healy. So apologies for that, some audio glitches there. We will endeavour to get that interview back to you with the audio. Would love to hear what Ronnie has to say. Nicola has been a 4-penalty round on Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. Next to go Oscar Ngube. Oscar's had a few trips around the Derby before, but never on this horse.
It's his third Derby. This horse is first Derby. He did Paparazzi years ago, and Vincent were his previous 2 horses. And Oscar said, look, he's coached by Barry, he's confident, they've done their homework, and the horse has got the jump to take him around here.
And he's a scopy type, you would think, Derby type of a horse.
Yes.
So you got another 9-year-old by Con Coriano. And Oscar's done all the production on this work on this horse, which must be a satisfying feeling as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And just chatting to Oscar and talking, there's a passion for it, and they love what they're doing, and it adds to it. And I think the horses really picked that up as well. Looking at that, a few horses have hit that. I think their attention's on the crowd. That is so close. I mean, that jump is on the fence. And it just catches some of the young, inexperienced horses, just catches their eye.
Horse position right next to that VIP tent.
Now, interesting, he did 7 down there. He was steadying for 6 and the horse chipped in, so caught the back rail there as well. But that, we're looking at horses of different experience levels.
Did he chip in as well at
No.
the bottom? Was that too?
Yeah, they're jumping off.
Oh. He lost his way slightly.
Not sure what happened.
Currently sitting on a score of 16.
Oh, that was bad luck. That's a second.
And that's going to constitute the second disobedience, which will mean elimination, I'm afraid, there for Oscar. There we hear the bell sound 3 times. So an elimination there for One Insurance Calaho Consigo, number 7, Oscar Ngube. But make no mistake, he'll be back another year for sure. So let's take a look at the replay of the second pole that came down for Consigo and Oscar. This was the A element of the road crossing. And had the number 5, that hedge fence down as well. And there you see just chipping in for the 7 strides. And that really is a dedicated 6 there.
It is, absolutely. And it's a steady 6 compared to the water to the wall. Interesting looking at the dike with the rustic poles and how the shadows are slowly moving in. If that'll have an impact on the horses later on in the class. Whereas in some years they've been white poles. So interesting.
I remember in Nanda years where there were bendy poles taken off straight off the tree to the Derby.
You're talking of the poles there, and looking at these are all rolled light poles on shallow cups. This is, so
you breathe in these.
I'd like to know if the other big derbies throughout the world, are the poles heavier, are the cups deeper, do they run on the FEI levels of safety cups and shallow cups with rolled light poles? It's certainly a test that these South African horses are having here around this Toyota Derby.
The man from George now on his way, AJ Rademacher, Ebb and Flow, Font Count Capri. This is a combination, like you were saying, Graham, a man who jumped his first Derby at a very young age, so he'll have a temperament for this. The occasion's not going to get to him. He has jumped around the Derby on this horse before. come a long way to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's not going to be making up the numbers. He's got...
He rode a horse, Winslow Cognac. It's his first ride around the Derby there. That's first front rail again.
Has Kevin set that fence closer to the tent this year than you've seen it before?
I thought it was the uprights are on the fence.
Gone down, so pretty much a copybook round from Oscar at the moment. Got to keep it together. So he gets the 6 there to the star.
Now there, AJ kept going, it's easy to say, a little more, too much momentum down the slope, and the horse actually fell onto his front end and really did well. And AJ was pretty good to survive that as well, because the balance had been lost completely down that big drop.
Safely through the dikes, sitting on 12 penalties as he turns, switches back to the style.
Aren't that 7 comfortable?
Found himself a little bit off that water and landed with a splash safely over the wall. He's gone up to 16 penalties now. And this last little line from the double of gates to the rustic is testing at this stage of the course. 1,000 meters this track. It's going to test your fitness, your endurance. And the B element of that double of gates has come down. Finishes on a score of 20 penalties, just inside of the time allowed of 150 seconds, 148.88. A score of 20 for AJ and Ebb and Flow Font Count Capri.
I think AJ can be pleased with that. The horse jumped the last jump well. He didn't tire at all, and it just, the duration, the whole test itself got to the horse.
So that A element of that road crossing came down, and then, sorry for the technical glitches we're experiencing here on the replays. As you said, Graham, the horse just fell in a bit of a heap at the bottom of that bank.
Yeah.
Big moment now for the next rider, Mika Chalker. She goes at number 9, KP Vagabond. And Graham, I've stick my neck out, but I've got a sneaky about this one.
Well, good. He was telling me that she's ridden 150 round before at Shongweni in the Grand Prix. So it's very new at 150, but it's got a big jump. Another very gutsy young rider. And, yep, she looked good in the qualifying rounds.
I just think her rhythm, her pace, her positivity that she rides at suits a Derby type track.
Very much so, but interesting. Her horse that she's done so well in the lower grades on her Leopold, and really I don't think there's a horse in the country that can go as quick as that horse. So as much as she's brave and goes forward, this is a very different horse to be jumping, and I take my hat off to her to get onto something like this with a very different powerful jump, and
she was going really well up till 5, that balustrade, and the horse knew the drop was on the other side. Puts its toes in, got to sit up, balance.
Yeah, it's a big jumping horse, and I think going down there possibly needed a little bit more time and training showing the horse, because it's a lovely big jumping horse. That, and interesting, I was talking to the previous winners of, say, yesteryear, Gonda.
I'm going to cut you there, Graham. We'll come back to that thought as we cut away to go back to that interview with Ronnie Healy.
That horse is just the most incredible horse. He just loves to jump. He's a fighter. He jumps to clear rounds. His first Derby 2 years ago, he had the plank. It was such a big stride, so I really worked hard today, and he was amazing. And the rest, he just felt like an absolute superstar.
Brilliant stuff from Ronnie Healy there, the first of our clears. Will we get another one? Here goes the 3-time Derby winner, Gail Foxcroft. She sits on 3 derbies along with Peter Gotts and Mickey Lowe. Those derbies by and by. Did she win 2 on by and by?
She won 2 on by and by, and Lachlan won 1.
And then once on Lindenberg.
Yeah.
So by and by a 3-time Derby winner. And here she goes on her homebred. And she absolutely adores this horse. This is Equifox Casino, the 13-year-old son of Consuelo, out of a Lindenberg mare. And of course, we're saying Lindenberg, a previous winner of this Derby. So lots of affection for this horse, and he can certainly do the job as well.
Very much so. And, you know, Gail has this unbelievable ability to cope at the jump itself. And as I said, she knocks number 5. That jump's definitely the one that's caused more problems than any other individual fence on this track so far.
It's so interesting, though, because, I mean, if he hasn't set it closer than in previous years, why are they having it this year? And
I'd like to ask him. I mean, it's all about learning for next year and seeing what we can do better next year, and we'll see what Kevin has to say about that.
So I think, just to recap what you were saying about Gail, I think she's the only rider in the field, or would she be the only rider in the field, who has won the Derby at Inanda and won the Derby at KPC.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Late Ronnie Lawrence has done it, and Barry Taylor has done it as well.
Of course, but Barry not riding today, unfortunately. He says we might see him next year.
I don't want to, when I say comment, but this is unusual, really, for Gail to have the poles. You wonder if the horse is feeling 100% in himself, because you'd been giving him a very good ride.
I did chat to her in the course walk, and she said he's not on his best form.
Yeah.
But he still jumped a good round, 20 penalties.
Very. But Gail really helped and gave him, when I say perfect ride, gave him every opportunity to jump clear, and there she still pats her horse and loves what he's doing, and they're definitely moving right,
didn't
yeah,
they?
They're moving away from the crowds there.
Yeah, the replay of the bank.
Like there, Gail gave him the ride. I'm not too sure, but again, I'd like to chat to Gail and see what her feelings or thoughts were on it.
He's still going to get lots of hugs, kisses, pats and carrots. She absolutely adores it. Big smile on her face. There's Casino taking in his fan club. Well done, boy. Job done. As we go back to Carl Bunzaya, number 11, his second ride around here. Calaho Luk Duayen. Not their first derby together. Want to improve on Kasparon's efforts. But this horse's mind, as he tips off number 1. He's a gelding, this horse, so different to Stallions in temperament. One would feel perhaps the temperament of Stallions at this time of year, breeding season, also factors in.
Yeah, it is, but you get some Stallions that just seem to be able to cope with it as well. Interesting, this horse has got a very exaggerated hind leg action and cantering. Again.
It's interesting. Jump number 5. We've never seen that in previous years. We've seen a few years ago the balustrade caused a lot of problems. There were a few horses who put down there on takeoff. Each particular year something crops up, but jump number 5 unexpected.
For interest, just to speak to Kevin afterwards, if that is closer. I think it is. Shame, poor Carl.
Unfortunately, 2 disobediences at the top of the bank for Carl Bunzai and Kalaho Look Duayen constitutes elimination. So not his day today, I'm afraid, Carl.
Different temperaments, and if we get an opportunity to see a replay, that horse wasn't looking down at all. He just had made up his mind that he wasn't going to look down and give it any opportunity to go.
Here we see the jump number 5 once again. Seemed pretty straight on takeoff there, but once again that front rail just doing the damage. So elimination there for number 11, Carl Bunzai. So just to recap, Ronnie Hingley leading here, the only clear thus far. Then we've got Rivendell Quintessence, Nicholas Simon Riley, who sits in second in fourth, on 4 penalties, I beg your pardon. And then young Kiara Byrne, the ride of her life, sits on 8 penalties. She's currently in third position. And here goes Johan Lotter, Best Company Z. And I think there's a funny story about this horse, the way he was came to Johan. I think something on a overseas auction that they hadn't seen the horse. And Johan just decided to buy it unseen, untried, just like the look of it, watching some sort of a sale from overseas online, and bought the horse.
Not many could do that. Johan can. He, I can remember chatting way back when he was jumping 120, and he said, "Graham, I don't know, but it certainly has tried hard and seems to have the jump to be able to jump the big fences."
I think the story goes that on that auction nobody was bidding, and Johan kind of felt sorry for the horse and put in a bid and was the only one who bought it, and so it came to South Africa, and here it is in the South African Derby.
Big Derby.
It's had the B element of the steps down. So now sitting on 8 penalties.
Yeah, that a perfect ride.
He was determined to go there at the balustrade. Very positive. Another horse who's having his first trip around the Derby. Johan's been around quite a few times, I think.
It's interesting. Johan went down there on 7. Just getting the horse back after those 2 open rides. It just shows Johan's ability to read the situation on the forward stride like he is.
Super ride down the bank, got the horse to take off midway down the bank. Landed possibly a little bit further into his distance that he would like, but sat up and got the jump he needed. Still on the 8. Clear through the dike, looking good. Kiara Byrne sitting on the 8.
Rider for rider, Johan must be one of the stronger, more effective riders to get a horse to get to a fence.
Absolutely, he has huge amounts of experience. World Equestrian Games, been riding at the top level for many years. And I think, Graham, going back to what you said, I think he made his way in the sport. He wasn't, you know what I mean? He had to ride horses that possibly weren't that great, and he's a rider that makes them jump.
Johan, he can dig deep, and he can get the horses to dig deep. And, even taking a young horse like this, inexperienced horse around such a big track, I take my hat off to Johan.
Fantastic ride, goes into joint 3rd place, does Johan Lotter. What a ride. Best Company, his first trip around the Derby. This was the first rail that went down. First time that fence has come down. The B element of the steps as well. Generally, they've been jumping those steps very well today. And this is the final fence that came down. So, beg your pardon, 12 penalty ride there. 16 for Johan. 4 poles, beg your pardon. 142.45. Best Company, Johan Lotter.
Interesting. Danielle is from an eventing background as well, and this is an imported horse, a Dutch horse. And I was chatting to Danielle. She was saying that, he evented 3-star, up to 3-star, evented, did top-level dressage with its owner, and just showed such big jump over those cross-country jumps that they swung to world show jumping, and watching it on the second qualifier yesterday. it's got a huge jump. It's got a jump that'll jump anything. And Daniel just said, I've got to try and just keep it all together. It got a little keen towards the end of the track 2 days ago, and she's just got to kind of keep it all controlled and keep it happening. That fell late.
Clipped it with those back toes on the way through, so sitting on 4. Here comes the bogey, fence number 5, and really had that front rail. Are they sighting it okay? Is it the optics of it? Is this for some reason they're just not seeing that front? Because that horse really had that front rail. It's like it didn't see it.
No, yeah, it's a little bit of a worry that a horse with such potential and such a big jump, I just think it was all got a bit too much for it, and maybe a little more time spent, because I think both of the combination, horse and rider, can go places, and they will get it together. They will get it right.
Here we see that front rail.
Just ran way too close.
Really collected it, yeah.
And then I think he's such a careful horse, he wasn't going to even think about this. He said no from way off. I think poor Danielle had, unfortunately, just caught his confidence a bit there over number 5.
So not what they were looking for, but they'll be back. Daniela Smit and First L. Right, Jonathan Clark now comes in, number 14. Protein Feeds Pilgrim, riding for Lisa Williams. This horse was second behind Mandarino in the Outdoor Grand Prix in this arena at the Toyota Easter Festival.
As we said earlier, Jonathan's ridden 8 different horses around the Derby. The first horse was the Army horse Galan, big grey horse, and that was 1985.
85.
Yeah.
So he's been in it for some time.
That he has, and also his athletic ability and ability to get on any horse and make it go is exceptional. And interesting, we watched him in Lombard over at the World Equestrian Games, and I mean, just how he would go in there and Jonathan would give that horse the best ride it could ever have, and he did South Africa really proud.
Rails come down again, Graham.
You watch Jonathan carefully over that jump. He's just jumped now. He gave the horse time to have a look at what was behind that jump. And then he said, "You've seen it enough now, and let's go." And he's a very patient, calculated rider.
They don't call him the master for nothing.
No,
he certainly is a master of his trade, of his craft. Now, interesting when we turn our attention to the Triple Crown and the Triple Crown rules, Graham, this horse was sitting 4th on the log with Lisa, and the rules state that you have to ride horse and rider combination, all 3, and she's given the ride to Jonathan. So probably feeling that there's no ways that she can beat Ronnie in the position that she's in, because essentially by doing that she's taken herself out of contention for the Triple Crown. Liantos, Tamara Rueda, who is sitting in 2nd, not riding. It just gives Ronnie all the more chance to walk home in that car today. And of course he has Gillian still to come, who essentially without Liantos is now sitting second on the log.
Yeah. Jonathan and Lisa must be incredibly pleased with that round, because it was almost an unlucky rail, that white oxer.
Absolutely.
Because the way he was jumping his oxers after that, it was really good.
Well, here's number 5 once again. He jumps it on the left-hand side.
And the horse stayed straight. The horses must be seeing something. This is where I thought he could have got. That was just, for me, bad luck.
2 rails down, 8 penalties, so level pegging there with Lindor and Kiara Byrne. So remember, Derby rules in terms of time. Time only factors into time penalties but does not split the minor money. So in other words, if they're 2 on 8, they will be equal no matter what their times are. So at the moment, 1 clear, Mandarina Ronnie Healy. Quintessence sits in second with Nicholas Riley, Jonathan Clark and Kiara Burns sit in third. Now a man from Natal. Natal's been going well here at the show. Grant Langley, this is Forsyth Bankston, homebred from Langley Equestrian, and a combination that again on their day could pop up.
Grant hasn't, he was saying, hasn't won the Derby before, but in this horse in the first qualifier was really, I'd say, difficult. He didn't look easy to ride, and then was so good the second day. So let's see if he's scared to talk too soon, but it looks like he looked the second qualifier.
Well, his pupil Courtney Webber took the win in the mini derby earlier in the day. They're quietly confident about Bankston, but the Derby track's a long course. So that A element puts them on 4 penalties of the road crossing, comes down. Toyota Panel comes down, sitting on a score of 8. Back rail, that very wide white oxer come down, so it's sitting on a score of 12
think
now.
of Grant's horses that he's ridden in the past. He certainly chooses a more forward type horse that runs, and he likes it, and he rides them so well. As strong as they are, he seems to get a rapport with them, and they really end up going, this horse is, for me, jumping really well towards the end of it.
And it's flat in the middle of the water, I'm afraid. Found himself a little bit off that one and couldn't get over, so moves his score on to 16, and then just jumps the biggest jump on the track, the wall, for fun at 165. Final fence comes down as well. So Forsyth Bankston, Grant Langley, score of 20.
Kevin, when I spoke to him about the last line, he said, Graham, it's either it's doable in 7 or the 8, as long as you ride it accordingly, because he jumped that white combination really well and came down here on a little tight in 8, but did come on the inside.
See a replay of the water. Just the 1 foot going in. So next to go is the lady who sits on 4 penalties on Quintessence. Her second ride here aboard the formidable Rivendell Lamborghini, number 16, Nicholas Riley. This horse, the stallion, 8-year-old son of Lissabon. Calvaro Z dam line, and his first trip around the Derby.
Yes, 8 years of age around a track like this is a young horse. Like he's got Nicola on his back, but it's a big ask for a horse. He's got a big jump, but 8 years of age is, it's, as I said, like he's got Nicola on.
Make no mistake, he's a class animal.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying
he's a unit.
Absolutely, but so much so that he would find, you would think, possibly the ups and downs of the Derby type fences might all start getting him to just think about it. But as we said earlier, it's got such nerves and steel. She really gives him a good ride.
Kayla's just told me that that hedge fence at number 5 has come down 9 times already.
That's what we were saying, Eden. Just he is powerful, he is good, and as good as Nicola is, he's just, that was a little bit of inexperience. He jumped well off the bank and just couldn't get his balance.
And again, going back to what you were saying, Graham, you can train these elements, but when you get to the bank, that's the Derby bank. You haven't been down there before, no matter how much training, it's on the day.
Absolutely, and with the crowds and this, we mentioned earlier about this, the vigor of the entire test.
Did well to jump that water, swerved slightly on his approach. Cleared it, clears the wall at 165. Safely through that double of gates to the last, sitting on 12. And jumps the last. Nicola's all smiles. Look at her, 3 down, 12 penalties. It doesn't matter because in the upcoming years, you've got to fancy Lamborghini as a winner of the South African Derby.
I'd say you're 100% right there.
We're going to go to a quick interview with Brendan McNevin, who's got Jonathan Clark, who's just gone round on Pilgrim.
Was fit, strong, trying to clear them. I think I could have left one out to both of the ones that I hit. He likes space and pace at the same time. So waiting and a bit deep's not his ideal ride. But yeah, thank you to George and Lisa for the ride. Steph Aprosky for all the fitness work. And I'm thrilled with that round.
Good.
Jonathan Clark there, 2 down, 8 penalties. As we turn our attention now to Nicole Horwood, Capital Impossible. Is it impossible that she jumps a clear round here, Graham? We saw Nightstar, a debutante a few years ago, jump a clear with her and go into a jump off. With this lady on their back, it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, for sure. You know, we spoke earlier about just the horses that she's produced over the years, and all right, Don Camargo was unbelievable in winning 4 derbies, 3 in a row, and then a break, and then a win, and winning in that same year. So she would have won the Triple Crown. I don't know how many riders have done that before.
She's the only one to have done it in the same year. Some riders have won all 3 legs on different years, different horses, but only once in the history of the Triple Crown has Nicole Horwood won it. Same year, same horse. Don Camargo, 2015.
What she said to me when she said this is the first time, and I mean, he hasn't done that much, this horse. She just said, Graham, he's so brave, and he'll do whatever I ask him to do.
Well, the scope that he showed over the Liverpool at 3 and over that start was miles above them. Now's a test. Jumps it. Now we're on, Graham. This is a class pairing.
If I can just try and make it a little educational for viewers that are watching this, and they watch Nicole's hip in the air, it is always in the center of balance of the horse. You know, she just seems to have that ability to stay in balance, total balance, in the air with the horse. And I think that is what gives the horses this unbelievable confidence that the horses have got, is that they know where the rider's weight is all the time.
Riding up to number 15, the water. Clear so far. Big test here. To the wall, 165, jumps it. 3 jumps, 2 elements to come. Will we see our second clear? Mandarino, Ronnie Healy, gone clear before. Will she join them? 1 more to come. Strong ride to the last, jumps it. Nicole Horwood, the hand goes up in the air. Our second clear, we have a jump off in the Toyota Derby for 2024. Ronnie Healy, Mandarino, Nicole Horwood, Capital Impossible it is not impossible. He jumps a clean round, through to the jump off they go. Absolutely magical pairing. She does it again, Graham.
It's unbelievable. You know, when you talk to her, she's such a down-to-earth person, and she said, Graham, he's a great horse and he's going to do whatever I ask him to do, and he certainly did that. And the way he gave it air over the last jump just shows how keen he was, and it wasn't getting to him. And I said again, stuck record, Nicole Horwood is world class.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Through to the jump off she goes against Ronnie, who comes again. He's next to go on Gillian van Oorshoff. And Clear, Midnight, Capital Night Star, and Clear, Capital Impossible on their debuts in the Derby. Unbelievable.
But it's got to tell you something about her ability to produce horses.
Absolutely. Last year's winner here, Gillian van Oorshoff, Ronnie Healy. He lies essentially without Tamra Wader and Liantos second on this horse in the Toyota Triple Crown Series. Behind himself, Mandarino leads on 37 points, but for him it's all about winning his second Derby here on Gillian. Took a win last year, and an emotional win. Of course, this horse formerly partnered by his longtime coach and mentor, Ronnie Lawrence, who sadly left us last year. And as we said, after his ride for Mandarino, he is absolutely dialed in. That horse gave a big effort over number 5.
And more so that, and this is what Ronnie was saying, that it took him a long time with the help of Gonda to get used to this horse. He likes to be ridden in very deep and very forward, and not a lot of riders have almost the patience or the guts to ride a horse that deep and that forward into the jumps. But he said once Gonda had helped him and they'd worked it out, it certainly...
Perfect ride down the bank, clears the panels. And could we see history in the making today? Because I don't know if there's been a rider who with 2 horses in the Derby.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Okay, Aidan, shut up. Clear through the dike. Turn back now, right-handed turn to the stile. We are holding our breath. Jump it. Gillian clear to number 16. 3 fences left to come. History in the making here, ladies and gentlemen. Clear round, Ronnie Healy, hand in the air, fist pump. Wow! That's all I can say, Graham Wynne, is wow. I have got goosebumps all over. That is history. Has there ever been a rider in the history of the Derby with 2 horses in the class and has jumped clear on both? Has it happened?
I doubt it, and I don't think it's going to happen that early again. But just again, what makes it so incredible is he rode 2 different horses, 2 type of different horses, and his ability just to adapt from the one to the other is unbelievable. I mean, my palms are still wet. The way he rode to that last one and gave that, but he did give it a great ride.
To quote Eminem, my palms are sweaty, knees shaking, mom's spaghetti is how I feel right now. Ronnie Healy, take a bow. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And he can't be beaten. The South African Triple Crown for 2024. What a season he's had. What a year he's had. 12 months. Remember, last year he won it on Gillian. Yeah. 2024, clear with both horses. Absolutely brilliant. Tracy Carney next to go on Callahoo Lamour. Another combination that has found some good form of late. I'll be rooting for Tracy. She is... unfortunately, fence number 2 has gone down, so not going to be her year.
Difficult to say, but going back to Ronnie quickly, if you look at the round that he's just done on Gillian, it looked smoother and more polished than it did even last year.
we've got a three-way jump off. Ronnie Healy, Nicole Horwood, Ronnie Healy. With still some really top competitors still to come.
Grace is really giving this horse a lovely ride.
Just a bit of a nothing pole at number 2, and Lemore unfortunately not loving that. She well done. Come on. Oh. Now again, Graham, just to go back to that, the front feet came back up, but the back feet didn't move, so no disobedience.
So no disobedience.
She gets her down. That's some riding from Tracy. Has the panel down at the bottom of the bank, unfortunately. So currently sitting on a score of 8 penalties, safely through the dike. 12 now, beg your pardon, with that disobedience.
That definitely would have got the judges talking. That
for sure.
That hesitation at the bank.
But that is the rule. It's got to be movement from the back feet. And of course we do have our jump judge at the bank, who I think is Judith Boyer, so she'll be keeping a close eye. 16 penalties now with that rustic panel's gone down. Just over the time allowed as well, 1:51 seconds, time allowed 1:50, so a score of 18, 2 of those for time. One of our clears, Nicole Horwood, is standing by with Brendan McNevin.
Oh, amazing. I'm so proud of him. You know, it's his first derby, but he's so brave, he's so scopy, and he tries his heart out. So he gave me everything today, so I'm very proud of him.
Through to the jump off, she will go with Ronnie Healy, who has 2. Cornets, Mandarino, Gillian van Orshoff, and Capital Impossible. A 3-way jump off with still quite a few of the top qualifiers left to come. Remember, we are in reverse order of qualification. Next to go will be Kayla Gattenbach and Kalaho Konzano, who've qualified rather nicely here in this 2024 South African Derby, but this will be their toughest test to date.
Absolutely, and Hurl has been riding incredibly well and has had a very good year up to now, and the longer she stays on, being on this horse, the more confident it has become, and it certainly has started to look like a horse that is very capable of going around here.
Beautiful positive ride to the base of that Liverpool, gives that some air. To say congratulations to Kayla, who got married rather recently.
Yeah.
And once again, that front rail jump number 5. 10th time it's come down today. And we are only on our 19th horse to go in, so more than 50% of the time that fence has come down. Konzano, a 13-year-old son of Con Coriano. Hesitant, but he's going.
He did the 3 strides there. I think it's his first derby.
Yeah, gingerly just stepped off the bank to the base and then was on the 3.
Ella was very patient there, and I think well done.
Just the 2 down, 8 penalties. We've got 3 clears, a 4 and 2 on 8. with that foot in the water.
I think Kayla can be very pleased with that. I mean, for a first-time horse around here, it's unbelievable. Well done.
Well done. Take a bow, Kayla Geertenbach. 12 penalty round on still what is a fairly new combination, Kelleher, Conzano and Kayla, as we take a look at the replay, Graham, of the bank and then the water. So he came down here very gingerly.
With a bit of encouragement from the rider. Just added there and came a bit close.
So you really got to be on the 2, and here's the replay of the water. Just 1 foot in the water. How wide would that water be? 4 meters? 3
Yeah, I should know. Does it not say on the...
And the bank, I think, around about 4 meters, 3.8 meters, something like that, from top to bottom. Dominic Alexander goes next. Winner in 2022. 2020 was COVID year. 21 Campbell and Lisa. 22 Dominic. And 23, of course, Gillian and Ronnie. And here he goes, another first-timer in the Derby. This is the magnificent Collier, son of Kronos, owned by Holly Smith. Campaigned this season by Dominic Alexander and has found some really nice results on this horse. Made that look easy, didn't he?
Very good, but Collier puts a lot of effort into his jumps, and that he goes really high.
Picked on landing there after jump number 5. Once again, beautiful jump over that St Andrew's Cross. This horse jumping out of his skin here is Capital Collier. Dominic Alexander would love to make his way into the jump off.
He came slightly to the left there, and the horse was, because Dominic was really good in that he sat still all the way down. This is going to be a big ask from such a tight angle. Oh, well done, Dominic.
Yeah, he kind of jumped to the left and then ran out the left door. Unfortunately not going to be his year this year, but this is all about now gaining experience and mileage in the Derby for Collier, as he has the A and C elements down in the dike.
I think definitely it's another horse you'll see in this class again doing very well, because he's got the jump, and it's just again the few, not that he's young, but inexperience of Derby type fences.
Plenty more to come from him. He's a 9-year-old, beautiful jump over the last. He's got such scope, and again that bank, first time down, experience, greenness.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier about the dike being with rustics in the shadows and that, and it was just again close to the people. It's what caught a few of the horses are starting to look, but those Ronnie's horses and Nichols' horses didn't look. It would be interesting to see here, and he shot to the left, and then the distance just wasn't there. But Dominic patted the horse there already and said, come on, it's okay.
Brilliantly well to jump at the second time around, and then the ANC elements of the dike down, and then unfortunately just for that disobedience, some time penalties to add, comes home in 161.56.12 for time total score of 24. Last couple to come, and they're good ones. Will we add to those three who have already gone through to the jump off? Lawrence Mowat goes here on Callao Lorenzo. Lorenzo's first time around the Derby. Lawrence's second. Went around on Aquablade as a very young man, some 11 years ago. There's so much to like about Lawrence's way of going, his attitude.
He's very positive, and Lorenzo, I think, towards the end of the track, especially on the second qualifying, started, his enthusiasm was getting the better of him. And you know, Lawrence is really good, he's cool, he's confident in himself that if he can keep it together around the whole track, the horse is certainly capable of going around, but he just needs to keep it...
keep the lid on the pot.
Keep the lid on the... Yeah, that was...
So his second rail, the Liverpool came down as well. I don't think we've seen that one come down today. And now the balustrade. So sitting on a score of 8 as we canter towards the Star, the St Andrew's Cross, call it what you will. Take some jumping. Now a test, the bank. Oh my goodness. That's one way to do it,
Well,
Graham.
it's lovely to be young and agile and athletic. Not many riders would have sat like that.
That was quite extraordinary. We will for sure have a replay of that as he canters to the dike. In and out safely through the dike. So Lawrence Mowat, 12 penalties at the current time. Couple of fences to negotiate. Just getting a little bit headstrong. A and B elements both safely negotiated. Last to come. And lovely round there from Lawrence Mowat. Almost like the back end of the course. Fewer penalties than what he started. Look at him, he's loving it. Eating up the atmosphere. Well, let's take a look at the replay. And here is his ride off the bank.
That was jumped from pretty much close to the top of that bank.
And goes in there, was like a rodeo.
But what was good that Lawrence, even though he kind of lost his balance, he didn't hang on the horse's mouth. He gave the horse its neck to work it out and to keep himself balanced. So well done, Lawrence.
Finishes on a score of 12. Lawrence Mowat and Callao Lorenzo. Big moment for number 23, Rochelle Klook. Wilberg's classy boy. Rochelle dreaming of this moment for many, many years. Now finds herself as the third highest qualifier in the 2024 Toyota South African Derby. Was a winner on Friday's 150 qualifier. Plenty scope over jump number 2.
Another rider I was chatting to, and her horse that she's done so well in the speed events, Moon Zapper, who was really quick in the 135s, 140s, and probably even jumped one or two of the bigger classes. But this horse took a bit of time getting used to, in that it's got a huge, big jump. First Derby for both of them, and yeah, what a lovely horse to be on to go around your first Derby.
Number 5 safely negotiated.
Certainly has got jump.
13-year-old son of Klassa, Valentino on the dam line. Here's a test.
Ask. Oh, well done, Rochelle.
Fortunately found herself some ways off of that very daunting white oxer. Has that down. A element of the dike has gone down as well. So it's suddenly finding herself on 8 penalties. Got to keep it together from here. Stay on the 8 to join Lindor and Pilgrim. He certainly does have jump.
No, that he has got. And I mean, I'm just being quiet and just watching this. And a ride around the first derby like this. Oh, it was bad. Sorry.
Oh, and unfortunately not the way she wanted to end. Rochelle gets unseated at the final fence. So unfortunately an elimination at the last for Rochelle. Was looking so promising all the way up until that first rail that she had. We do have an interview with Dominic Alexander, the 2022 winner, on his ride on Collier here in 2024.
I was really happy. I have to tell you, it was easy. He jumped the really big jumps very easily. He had a silly mistake jumping into the dike. It's novice. I mean, actually the horse only did a 135 derby last year, which he'd never done before or anything. So for him to jump around like he did now, I mean, he went so high at the hedge. Do you see? And that's just a bit of inexperience. And when he got off the bank, he was obedient. He went down the bank and then he got there and went, oh dear, shit, there's a plank. You know, he just hadn't lifted his head up. I'm thrilled with him. It actually felt really easy, and that horse will win the derby. For sure.
Well, there you heard it from Dominic Alexander. He thinks Collier, a lively derby prospect in years to come. Was greenness, has only come into this derby off of the back of a 1.35 derby. So a huge, bright future for that horse. Now, Graham, Jean Corber, your pick next to go. Last year, just the planks. Has she done her training?
But if you remember last year, I think this horse jumped from pretty close to the top of that bank. A little bit like Lorenzo's just done. And Jean just caught the planks, but I've got this nervous feeling now for poor Jean. But anyway, I'm confident it'll go well.
For sure, she has been doing her homework, her preparation, got a strong team behind her. Husband Ray's a former winner of this derby a few years back on Clooney. And of course, Jean been training for many years with the mighty Gonda. Here we go. Will she join the jump off? 3 have gone clear. Ronnie, Nicole and Ronnie. 2024 derby will be concluded on a jump off. 2 left to come. Will Jean and Leona, the highest qualifier, be in the mix? Jean on this horse has found the podium on 2 previous occasions, not only last year. Got to get fence number 5 out of the way here, Graham. Jumps it. '24 is not going to be their year either. That balustrade causing problems. Sits on the 4 penalties now. As she makes her way to the bank, where last year's 1 stride at the bottom happened.
Yeah, he's a bit keen off the bank.
So once again, those planks come down. Safely through the dike, still sitting on the 8 penalties. Of course, the balustrade and the Toyota panels coming down. Style now as well, so a few more penalties to add.
Sitting watching Jean go, and I mean, all right, it hasn't turned out I'd expected. Be interesting to see if this is the same bit that John normally rides in. And the horses just seems a little bit, when I say not as soft through his back as he normally is, but he looks incredibly strong.
I was wondering that when I watched the qualifiers as well. I don't think I've seen him in this double bridle before.
Yeah.
We do have an interview with Lawrence Mowat. Let's see what he had to say about his ride on Callao Lorenzo.
No, he's a lovely horse. I mean, we've had him since he was 5. He's just done everything we wanted of him. I was away for a couple of years, so Charlie had the ride on him. Before that, Kaylin, and he's just gone from strength to strength. You know, I have such a brilliant team around me. Today, just wasn't our day, unfortunately, but I'm still so happy with him. I think we're going to walk away here with a smile and grab a beer with the mates.
Such a likeable character as Lawrence Mowat, all smiles after his 12 penalty round. Proudest punch of his Callao Lorenzo. Last to come, Leona van der Merwe here, Graham. Highest qualifier, 334. Hey, I'm Wilma.
Well, unbelievable. Chatting to Leona, and she just said, Graham, this one of the 334 horses, and you know, he never did micro, hasn't done any Derby shows at all. And she just said, Graham, she's such a lovely mare, and she will do anything I ask of her, and certainly got the jump. So, you know, again, like Nicole Horwood, Wilma's very lucky it's got Leona on its back. You know, she's incredibly competitive, and I would have thought, interesting, if how many rounds and different horses she's won on in the 150 classes in the last 2 years. She's certainly can get horses to jump for her.
Wilma, the winner of the Biogen-sponsored World Cup qualifier at Maple Ridge earlier on in the year. Unfortunately, that Liverpool, she found herself a little bit off of that and just clips the back rail, so it's not going to be in the mix for 2024 so far as the jump-off is concerned. Currently on a score of 4, which means, Graham, we'll be going to a 3-horse jump-off with Ronnie Healy riding 2 of them against Nicole Horwood on Impossible. Leona been around the Derby herself 3 times before today. Well, this is her 3rd ride, I beg your pardon.
You know, for a horse that hasn't done Derby shows, and I'm sure the prep was done, because Leona's not the kind of rider that would ever go into a show unprepared. But I mean, this horse is really showing tremendous personality, and as I say, then we have a stop at the dike. But all the way up to now, if you think of her, a young mare jumping the way it has jumped, and I just think again, it's a whole test down that big bank, over the planks. This, you know, it's been a big ask for this horse. Not today, Shane.
Not today at the dike. That's where the trouble comes in for Hey, I'm Wilma. But they've had a good show. Been the highest qualifier, and 2025 is another year. Let's take a look at the first pole that came down for Leona and Hey, I'm Wilma. This was the Liverpool running down the hill. Big jump over that and just clipped it back toes on the way down. So that concludes the first round. Mr. Win, 3 going through to the jump off. Of course, the Toyota Triple Crown, I think we can safely say it's in the bag for Ronnie Healy this afternoon. He will drive away in that Toyota Crown motor car valued at just under R1 million. The question is, will he be the winner of the 2024 South African Derby sponsored by Toyota? He's got 2 chances to dance now, Mr. Healy. He comes in first on Cornet's Mandarino. Then we take Nicole Horwood on Capital Impossible, and Ronnie will be last to go on Gillian van Oshoff. What a year it's been for Ronnie Healy. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, we'll get the expert analysis from Graham Wynn about the upcoming jump-off, who will be declared the winner of the 2024 Derby.
Okay. Alright, here we go. And 1, 2. Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. Write my name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
Welcome back to this wonderful Bob Charter Arena here at KPC. First round of the 2024 South African Derby completed. 3 clears, 2 of those Ronnie Healy. Let's take a look. He goes first on the Triple Crown log leader Cornet's Mandarino, a horse, Graham, that hasn't touched a fence over 3 rounds Outdoor Grand Prix, 3 rounds SA Champs, and now the opening round of the 2024 South African Derby. That is quite remarkable. Nicole Horwood in second, Capital Impossible. Is it impossible that Nicole can walk away as a 5-time Derby winner? Nobody else has done that. A couple on 4, including Nicole. Gonda on 6, nobody on 5. Will it be her day to go to 5? Ronnie Healy, last year's winner on Gillian van Oshoff, will be last to go. You have a very good idea of the jump off. We have an animation of the jump off. It's over fences 1, 2, 5, 7AB, 17A, and 18. Let's take a look at the jump off that will come into play. And Graham, you can chat us through it.
All right, the riders, there's not much in the way that you can make turns. You've got to keep your speed up 1 to 2, really run. That is a tight turn before the fence at 2, all the way up to number 5, and then to jump 7A and B. So one has to take into account that number 5 is and has caused more problems than any other course, a jump in course. That 7AB turns sharp back to 17A, that vertical, and then the riders, I believe, that are going to win it will drop a stride to the last. So what I was trying to say is there's no real can they go inside there or outside. It's just they've got to keep the speed going up. They've got to be really confident to ride that number 5 and to turn quickly back to 7A and B, then down to 17A, around the car and down. And then I think if it's tight and you've got 2 of the most competitive riders, and they both are very, very fast in their jump offs, but I don't want to say I've got a feeling that Nicole Horwood is on a horse that she can gallop on. You know, he's young, she's good, and I think that you know, Mandarina Ronnie, yes, he's won everything this year and he's really good, but he's going to, for me, jump a quick clear. But Nicole is the one that I think is going to, for me, give the feeling is going to go all out.
I mean, is he going to let the circumstances of what's up for grabs here get into his head? It's the Triple Crown. He's won that. He's won the car, no matter really what happens here, because the other people on the log are not in this competition. So he's won that. It's now about, is he going to win his second derby? He's got 2 chances. The question is, and what do you think Gonda would have told him here? Because in the outdoor, in SA Champs, she said to him, put the clear in the bag, don't go hell for leather, just put pressure. Do you think that's enough when you're up against Nicole Horwood in Capital Impossible?
That's what I'm saying. I know Nicole's going to go.
Yeah.
She's going to go. They're both riders are coached by Gonda. So it's a little awkward here. But I've got a feeling that Ronnie is super competitive. He's going to try and, I mean, who's won it first? Who's come first and second before? So, you know, there's also that. So, but I still think, somehow think he's just going to go for a very nice, quick round with this horse. But you watch Nicole, she's going to fly.
History in the making. Has there ever been a rider combination that's been first and second in the Derby? The answer is no. Will Nicole Horwood move on to 5 wins? Remains to be seen. We're off. Cornets Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. First to go in the jump off for the 2024 South African Derby. Super jump over number 2. You can see puts his foot down now. Asks the horse to gallop on. This dreaded number 5 jumps it, clears that front rail, Graham. Turn back now to the road crossing. Quick off that. The horse kicks back, gives a big effort. He's safe over that. Down the hill he comes now. Left-hand turn to the A element of that double of gates. B element removed. On the gallop now to the last.
And 8 strides to
Leaves
the
it up.
last.
8 strides to the last. Clear all the way. Ronnie Healy puts the pressure on Nicole Horwood. Cuts the beam in 41.79. Graham, how good was that?
Well, that's... I thought Ronnie was going to just be cautious, but he rode that horse. He rode to that number 5, where I think is the one that you've got to really trust yourself at. And he rode confidently all the way to it and did a very, very efficient turn back to 7A and B. The car, interesting, is placed in a different, you know, right there. It affects your ride to number 2 and your turn back slightly to 17A, but everyone's in the same boat there.
Jump the car, Graham.
Yeah.
41.79, all smiles. Ronnie Healy, he's put the pressure on Nicole Horwood. She rides this wonderful son of Verdi. This is Capital Impossible. Remember, much like Night Star a few years ago, her first trip around the Derby on this horse, finds herself in the jump off. Got to beat 41.79. 150,000 Rand up for grabs to the winner. But of course, more importantly for these riders is bragging rights. Nicole already on 4, Ronnie on 1. They would both love to bag another win. Super jump over that number 5. I feel Ronnie was quicker there, Graham.
Yeah, that he was.
He was very tight back to that A element of that road crossing. Nicole giving herself just a little bit more time and space. Got to beat 41.79. And it's down. She can't do it. Not going to be her 5th derby this afternoon. Jumps the last. Beautiful, big, scopy jump over the last, but a 4 penalty round in a time of 46.32. So regardless of that rail, she would have gone into 2nd.
That you would have, but looking at the ride Nicole's just given that young horse, she didn't do what I thought she would do. She looked after it. She gave it around. You're going to see her again many, many times. And interesting, Ronnie came down in 8 to the last and Nicole did 9. And it just, that Mandarina has got unbelievable step as well.
So Nicole is not going to bag her 5th win in the Derby this afternoon. Now the question is, will Ronnie Healy be 1st and 2nd and make history as the only rider in the history of Derby ever to do that? He's got the Triple Crown in the bag. The question is he going to be 1st and 2nd? He's won the Derby in 2023. He's won the Derby regardless of what happens here in 2024. He's won the Triple Crown. The Derby's in the bag. What a year it's been for him. Can it be even better with a 1st and 2nd place here in the 2024 Derby? How good is this guy?
Ronnie's unbelievable, but I'm going to choose not to say what I thought, because I've been wrong on just about every what I've said about Nicole, and I've said about who I thought would win it. Ronnie is on form. That he is. And I watched him the first day in the warm-up with Mandarina. It's not an easy horse.
No.
Not everyone could ride it. And he, watching him now, he allowed the horse to be itself. He really rode it on a very forward open ride, and he didn't try and contain the horse and interfere with its way of going. So, yeah, Ronnie, it just shows. And, I still have to say that Nicole, to get that young horse around the way it did the first round and then look after it to give it a smooth jump off. But when you are against a rider like Ronnie Healy, who was out here on a mission today.
Unbelievable. And let's talk about the season that he's had, because last year he came into the Derby, won the Derby, defending champion on the horse that you see in picture. Conclusion of the season, came into 2024, was brilliant at Outdoor Grand Prix, was 1st and 3rd there. Lisa Williams was 2nd, went into SA Champs, 2nd there to Thomas van Dijk. Then the let's not forget about the World Cup Series, where he won some qualifiers. He lost out on the World Cup Series. We did an interview with him earlier in the week, and he said he missed out on Stocky's Drive to give his horses a breather, knowing that it was a long season, lots of big shows, and he wanted to save them for the final push, being the Derby and the final concluding leg of the Triple Crown. So that's professionalism for you.
Well done to Ronnie for doing that.
So he sacrificed basically his World Cup. Listen, I think he nominated a few wrong horses along the way, and that's a nice problem to have when you're in such good form and you don't know which is the better of the horses. Had he not done that, the World Cup Series might have been in the bag for him as well.
Well, Ronnie, just watching Ronnie, if I have to say, you have jump riders, jump jockeys that can really ride a horse the way they've got to go. He's a master at that, and I keep thinking Ronnie's really young, and but he's done a lot in his life already, with his overseas campaign and how successful he was overseas, to come here and to ride the way he does is sort of incredible. I mean, it really is. It's unbelievable, and there's so much more to give.
There he is on last year's winner, last to go in 2024, Gillian van Oorshoff. You talk about that overseas campaign, you talk about the biggest derbies in the world, the Hickstead Derby. He was 2nd there on Carlo Cruiser. The only fault that he had on that track, no fault of his own, the horse balked at the gate and stood up with him and got the disobedience. Other than that, a faultless round. He was placed in the Hamburg Derby. I mean, the man has got a Derby pedigree. But besides from that, what struck me about going out and interviewing him was his absolute dedication, professionalism. He was talking to me about his schedule, how many horses he rides a day, his teaching schedule, the businesses he runs. He's a very, very busy man, and to ride at this level with all that he's got going on is quite incredible.
That it is, Aidan. But as much as he has achieved, he certainly said it earlier on in the commentary, his ability to ride the way those horses need to be ridden is that you're gifted with that. You can have as many lessons as you like. You've either got it or you haven't, and he certainly has got it.
41.79, his time to beat. That's the time on Mandarino. Will he try and beat that, Graham, or will he go for a safe clear and guarantee himself the first and second spot in the Derby? Never been done before. History in the making. What's he going to do?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that, because I've jinxed everyone I've spoken about. But so I'm going to leave it and hope that there's history in the making of it.
Time to beat. 41.79. Nicole sits in second on 46.32, but with one pole down. So will he roll the dice here and go for the clear? If he has one down, he's got to come home in a quicker time than 46.32, and he'll still get that second place. Gillian van Oshoff, Ronnie Lawrence, last to go in the Toyota-sponsored 2024 edition of the South African Derby. Already got the win in the bag, regardless of what happens here on Cornet's Mandarino, safely over 1 and 2. Rides up to that front rail of jump number 5, puts him deep the way the horse likes to jump, clears it. Gives himself a little bit more space than he gave himself on Mandarino to the road crossing, clear A and B. Left-handed turn now, down the hill, 2 left to come. A element of that double of gates, B element's gone. Ten to the last, jumps it, he's clear. First and second, Ronnie Healy in the South African Derby, 47.91. The time not quite there to beat Mandarino. He doesn't care. He's first and second, Graham win. Mandarino wins. Gillian van Oshoff back in second. Nicole Horwood third. You've just witnessed history in the making.
That was an unbelievable competition, and I just watched, and you mentioned it, Aidan, how close he ran to number 5 up the top, and how close and patient he was and ran, how close he did to the last. And that's what suits that horse, and that's how you've got to ride it, and he certainly rode it to the best of its ability. It was unbelievable to witness and be part of this commentary with you and to see what we've seen today.
Well, we've been treated to an absolute display of riding at the highest level. Ronnie Healy first and second in the South African Derby, bags the win on Mandarino, gets the 20 points, moves himself up to 57 points, unassailable lead in the Toyota Triple Crown Series, will bag the 150,000 Rand win for the Derby on Mandarino, will bag the 70,000 Rand check for second on Gillian van Oshoff, and will drive away in $1 million worth of Toyota Crown motor car. Not bad for a Sunday.
Well, lovely for the sport to start, and thank you Toyota for making our sport more competitive against golf, and you think of the other big sporting, that was a lot of money to win today, and Ronnie, and well done, and one has to thank Toyota for making it possible. We're certainly picking up the sport to such a level that we can talk of winnings like that, and I think that would be favorable in any country.
Beautiful pictures here, all the congratulations there with his son, one of his 2 sons. The team, Ronnie Healy, well done. Gonda Beatrix, well done. To all of you at Healy Equestrian, brilliant effort there. There is wife Ashley, the right-hand side of the screen. What a day. Talking about the Toyota sponsorship, there is Tam Rueda, who was second on the log coming in today, but decided not to ride on her Liantos. So Ronnie will finish first and second on the table for the Triple Crown. Will walk away with that motor car. It's been a good year for him financially. I mean, I know that's not what this is about, but let's think about what he's won just in terms of this Toyota sponsorship, just in terms of the Triple Crown. 100,000 Rand with the bonus prize money given for the first leg, plus that third check. I'm not too sure what that was, probably 30-odd thousand. SA Champs, that was a good payday as well, probably around 30,000 for that. For his second, 100,000 Rand for the 150,000 Rand for the Derby, plus that 70,000 Rand in second, plus R1 million worth of motor car, which Toyota has also given them the option that if they want to trade that in for the cash value of 950,000 Rand and some change, they can do so.
Well, good for the sport.
Yes,
and, I
good
said
for Ronnie as well.
Good, yeah, and absolutely. And I said again, thank you very much, Toyota, for sponsoring at this level and bringing our sport and putting it on the map.
Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarino, 41.79. The winner's time, 47.91. Bags the clear, bags the second place check as well on Gillian van Orshoff, last year's winner at the young age of 18, that horse in second. So this might be his swan song. This might be Gillian's last Derby. So to come out of 2023 as a winner, 2024 as the runner-up, what a horse he's been.
And to think of it, the horse could have won it today.
Yes.
You know, it was Ronnie's idea to go hard on the first horse and pull it off and make sure of the win, and then bring that horse, and he gave it a good ride. And the way it looked and the way it jumped, I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again. Why not? You know.
Yep. Absolutely brilliant. We're going to go to a quick commercial break to calm our nerves here. When we come back, the prize giving, and then of course we will be having that winning interview with the man of the moment. Wow, riding the crest of a wave. He is in a rich vein of form. Ronnie Healy, winner of the 2024 Derby. To a commercial break, and then don't go away. Plenty more to come here on Equestrian Live.
You're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortuna. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The mild hybrid Fortuna 48V with smoother drive and better efficiency.
My once dinner's cancelled. Aww.
Aww.
The all-new Toyota Starlet Cross. Own it.
Previous two legs. Oh, sorry. Well, there he is, the man of the moment, Ronnie Healy, all smiles. Of course he is. Cornets Mandarino. Let's talk about this Mandarino, Graham, because the horse wins the Toyota Triple Crown, of course, Horse and Rider Rankings, wins it outright. But in Outdoor Grand Prix, jumps 3 clear rounds. SA Champs jumps 3 clear rounds, just gets outdone by Thomas on a quicker time, moves into second. Derby, clear in the first round, clear in the jump off. The Triple Crown over 6, 7, 8 rounds hasn't touched a fence.
Yeah, well, yeah, unbelievable how he did it, and especially that he went in this jump off. He dropped a distance to the last and the horse just got higher. He really is in tune with the horse and understands it and jumps it the way he wanted to. And not that I've watched too much and been too involved overseas, but I'm pretty confident that that horse has the jump to jump like that anywhere in the world. And it would be lovely to possibly see Ronnie ride like that overseas and see what it could do. But at the same time, just thinking of where the sport is going back home here in South Africa, we are almost doing what they're doing overseas.
And what is brilliant about this horse as well is that when he first imported the horse, there were a few naysayers about it, saying, is he that good? And Ronnie believed in the horse. The horse then stepped up into the Burlington Cup and won it. And Ronnie was kind of like, well, he's always believed. He knows what the horse is capable of. He's only gone from strength to strength, this horse. Yeah. And last year, don't forget that he also came off of a little colic op.
Yes.
He had to come back off from colic.
Yeah. Again, it's Ronnie. It's Ronnie on the horse, because the horse didn't look easy, and in the beginning I thought it was almost over-jumped with a stiff body, and Ronnie has not allowed that to change the way he rides it, and he rides it the way the horse wants to go. And it's very important for the viewers to see that the horses don't have to go like the way you want them to go. They've got to go the way they feel comfortable to go. And Ronnie certainly showed that today by leaving the horse a little free and a little open, and used its scope. And the horse can use its scope to its full potential or ability when it's not been interfered with by the rider. And not many riders have that ability or talent to actually ride like that, because if you go back, and those viewers that watch the replay and go and watch it again realize just where that horse's head position is, where his back is in the air. He uses brute force. He's not a very conventional horse of jumping through its body. He doesn't jump through his body. He just jumps big enough, and with a rider on like Ronnie who allows that to happen. And I'm pretty sure that if someone got it and said, no, look, this horse is a little unorthodox, you got to put it in its box, they're not going to be and achieve what Ronnie has achieved.
Lovely pictures here. There's Mr. Glenn Crompton and daughter Gwen Crompton, Mr. Jean-Michel Turlot posing for a picture with a third place Nicole Horwood. A capital impossible. Huge, huge future for this horse as well.
Yeah.
Lovely animal. Finishes up in third. Ronnie Healy denying Nicole her 5th Derby win. He bags his 2nd. And a horse like Mandarino, he's an 11-year-old. A horse like Moonlight, still on the up of that horse. You would think with that sort of horsepower in his string and the others that he's got coming through, you know, he's going to join the likes of the Barry Taylors, Ronnie Lawrences, Nicole Horwoods on 4 wins for sure. You'd got to put your money on that. Could he catch Gonda on 6?
Well, the way he rode today, there's no reason he can't. You know, he definitely is. But one always starts to get a little worried with a rider with that ability and horsepower. Do they go overseas? Do you campaign overseas? And, you know, I don't know. He runs 2 very successful businesses here, and he's doing very well for a young guy in business as well. And he rides at this level, and he seems to really have been enjoying it. But I selfishly hope he stays here, because the sport needs him.
He's great to watch. Top coach as well. Got some very successful pupils. So all-round contributor to equestrian sport. Great ambassador for the game. We'll be having an interview with him in a few moments' time after the conclusion of the presentation of that wonderful Derby trophy. There's Mr. Glenn Crompton once again, more photos. Vice President of Marketing. Kiara Byrne in picture there. How good was Kiara? Finishes first Derby on 8 penalties.
I was just having a look now. We've been talking about Ronnie and Nicole, and then you look back and you look at young riders like Kiara, and Jonathan there. riding Lisa's horse. It was lovely for him, and they did really well.
2 down, 8 penalties on Pilgrim after just 2 weeks of riding the horse. He's a master, old Jonathan. I would love to see him crack a derby.
I still believe he will. He will. I think if he put his mind to it and prepared, he rides young horses, and I do think he's got good backing and people that are there for him, and he can ride anything, and he's still very competitive, and he wants to. He's enjoying the sport, and you chat to him, and there's no thought or talk about him slowing down.
And got some very, very nice horses that have just come into the country for him, so would love to see him crack it one day. There is the man who adds his second derby to his mantelpiece, but of course has never won SA Champs. That's the one that's eluded him, Ronnie Healy. He's won every other title. SA Champs, as you heard from him in that interview, never won it as a child, never won it as a junior. He's been second runner-up a number of times, but has never cracked SA Champs. But you've got to believe that that's coming.
That for sure.
He's been very close a number of times. And look at that. First, second to Ronnie Healy, and third place to Nicole Horwood with that beautiful Toyota Crown behind him. Gwen Crompton going forward to present Ronnie with the winner's sash. And somebody's going to present him with the keys to that car as well. Obviously can't drive it away tonight, got to get it off that platform. But what a day for the Healy household. Mrs. Gillian Shaw going forward to present Ronnie with the medals. First and second, gold and silver he'll bag today. What a day.
Interesting, just looking at the results as well, how many horses first times are in the top few placings.
Absolutely. Impossible in third, Quintessence in fourth, Lindor is there, Lamborghini, Conzano, I think he possibly his first time,
Yeah,
Lorenzo his first time.
So this shows you that the sport is very strong.
Absolutely. And there Ronnie presented with the Derby trophy. Winner of the South African Derby, sponsored by Toyota. Winner of the South African Triple Crown Series with Cornets Mandarino. Finishes first and second in Derby, first and second in the Triple Crown Series. Quite unbelievable. Walks away with a set of car keys for that Toyota Crown. The very car you see behind you, that pearl white. And what a job Gonda's done. I know we've spoken about it, but there she is in picture. She must be very proud.
Oh, to have top 3 placings.
Brilliant stuff. Soak it all in, young man. That's what all those early mornings, hard work.
You're talking of Gonda in the first 3 places, actually the first 4. Nicole Horwood also rides.
Nicole Horwood, yes. Nicholas Syme.
And Nicholas Syme.
150,000 Rand check goes the way of Ronnie Healy as the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Well done. 150,000 Rand. So the 50,000 Rand bonus prize money for jumping clear, 100,000 Rand to the winner, so 150,000 Rand in the pot. And how's that for a photograph? Ronnie's 2 sons, wife Ashley, Gonda, Nicole. What a special, special day. The Victor Ladorum prize now goes the way of Ronnie on Gillian van Orsel. Victor Ladorum for the most consistent horse and rider pairing throughout the course of the show. Was right up there in the qualifiers. And of course second this afternoon, walks away with the Victor Ladorum. Anne-Marie Esslinger presenting the Victor Ladorum, Gillian van Orshoff and Ronnie Healy. Ronnie Healy being interviewed by Roger Bierman. We, of course, will get Ronnie up into our little studio for a chat for ourselves. And, of course, one more prize to come, and that is the Triple Crown. We'll go back to those pictures in a moment or two. Let's just confirm the result. Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarino, clear in 41.79. Ronnie Healy, Gillian van Orshoff, clear in 47.91. And Nicole Horwood, 4 penalties in 46.32 with the wonderful Capital Impossible. Graham, your overall impressions of Derby, Toyota Derby 2024?
It's got to be one of the most exciting ones we've ever seen, especially with the riding that we saw. The riding was unbelievable. Young horses really going well. So overall it was a lovely competition, and it's always so important for the sport to have a person like Ronnie to try and ride up to, and to try and, you know, to have him in the sport and to be able to ride 2 horses like he did, and first and second, and Nicole there as well. It was a great day. It was a great day for the sport, a great day for equestrian sport in South Africa, and I said it in the beginning, and this is all made possible by the big sponsors like Toyota and what they have offered and how they have upped our game to try and do it. And every sport is pulled from the top end, and certainly our top end is very healthy at the moment, and thank you to all those riders for putting such an effort into it, and the lovely horses that they're sitting on.
Wonderful Derby. Let's talk a little bit about the course designer Kevin Spratley and that jump number 5.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to speak to Kevin because I'm interested to hear what his take was it on, but I would have thought it's just the positioning of the jump right next to all the people there. If he says it's always been there, I'd say yes, but the 10th seemed to have been a little closer this year, and it definitely distracted the horses, and a lot of them jumped very well, but a good 50% knocked that.
Yeah,
so
certainly was the bogey.
It would be interesting, and just for my sake, I'd like to talk to him. I'm interested in course design and to hear what Kevin did, but hats off to Kevin. He said, Graham, possibly one. Crowds like more than one for a jump off, and he got it all, so well done to Kevin.
And of course, 3-year rotation for the Derby course designer, so we'll be with Kevin, or Kevin will be with Derby for another 2 years before we have the next course designer. Ronnie Healy has concluded his winning interview. I believe they're going to mount up now and have their winning canter off Derby-wise, but then of course there's also the matter of the Toyota Triple Crown prize, and that prize is that Toyota Crown vehicle for the series. And Ronnie Healy dominates the series as well in first and second. Cornets Mandarino and Gillian van Orshoff bags plenty points here this afternoon at the South African Derby, and will drive away in that Toyota Crown. Top 3 grooms are receiving their accolades, their just rewards from Mrs. Gillian Shaw. Grooms of Cornets Mandarino, Gillian van Orshoff and Capital Impossible. Well done, gentlemen. The horses turned out beautifully this afternoon for the big one. Derby trophy going to the groom of Cornets Mandarino. Well deserved. Once again, just to reiterate the point, that horse in the Triple Crown Series hasn't touched a pole. Wonderful achievement. Mr. Wynne, I'm going to thank you so much for being with us here on Derby Sunday. Your co-commentary, always enlightening, and next year we'll see you in the big one.
I'm going to try. Aidan, thank you very much, and thanks for helping me through that as well. Thank
Always
you.
an absolute delight. Graham Wynne there. He's going to leave us. We're going to stay on these pictures. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is your winner for 2024. Not only the winner, second place as well. Cornets Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. Gillian van Orshoff, Ronnie Healy. Capital Impossible, Nicole Horwood. Three-way jump off. Ronnie, Nicole is how we ended up. Wonderful scenes here from Kyalami Equestrian Park. This will be a day to remember. History made at the 58th edition of the South African Derby, as Ronnie Healy bags first and second on his two horses. Unbelievable achievement. But of course, there's still the matter of the Toyota Triple Crown Series, concept that was launched earlier on in the year at the unveiling of the Toyota Triple Crown. A secret unveiling where riders were called to come and attend something. They didn't have any idea of what it was about, and that was the launch of the Toyota Triple Crown, a series for horse and rider combinations. You had to compete in all three legs. Bonus prize money was on offer if you managed to win the Outdoor Grand Prix on a clear, South African Championships on a clear. Remember those two Grand Prix over 3 full rounds. They went to a jump off, both of them, and Cornets Mandarino and Ronnie Healy managed to negotiate clear rounds in all of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, South African Championships, and of course in today's South African Derby. So the deserved winner of the Triple Crown, the only horse to jump clear throughout the series, horse and rider combination, are going to receive their just desserts now, as Ronnie Healy is awarded the car keys to that car that you see behind him or next to him, the Toyota Crown. That car valued at just under 1 million rand. And Ronnie Healy, the deserved winner of that motor car. Absolutely brilliant. Cornets Mandarino, brilliant. Big smiles, wonderful pictures here from the Bob Charter. There is the VP, Vice President of Marketing, Mr. Glenn Crompton. Car keys to the car. And there you have it. The winner of the Triple Crown, Ronnie Healy, receives the Toyota Crown vehicle. Well, Toyota wanted it to go to the horse and rider combination, who was most deserving, who competed all three legs. It was a test of stamina, of endurance, and make no mistake, no questions asked, the horse and rider combination who wins it this afternoon are the deserved winners. Jumped in all three legs. Make sure it's in neutral, you don't want to drive it off that platform there, Ronnie. There he is in his brand new Toyota Crown motorcar. Well done. Well done, Toyota. Well done, Ronnie. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Handshakes all round. Come see the new car, boys. Come see the new car. Smell that new car smell. Those are certainly pictures for the scrapbook. What a day for the Healy household. There's Mom. Absolutely wonderful stuff here. Well done once again, Ronnie Healy. Let's take an ad break, and when we come back, that winning interview with that man in picture right there. Ronnie Healy, don't go away.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map, but we're going the right way. I'm following you.
The Corolla Cross Hybrid. Cross boundaries.
Okay.
Alright, here we go.
And
One, two.
let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit, I can't go no
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Well, with me is the man of the moment, Ronnie Healy. He's just won the 2024 edition of the South African Derby. And in so doing, Ronnie, with your two horses, you've made history. there's never been a rider who's been first and second,
really
clears in the Derby in first and second on both their horses. Today,
wow.
You've made history. You've bagged your second win.
Finally,
in
I've
the
got
Derby.
something that Gonda hasn't.
Absolutely unbelievable. Talk me through where you were this morning, where your mind was at coming into today with the stakes as high as they were, defending champion of the Derby, leader of the Triple Crown Series. What was at play? What were you feeling last night? Did you sleep?
Yeah, I slept quite well. This year's been different from a lot of years because there's been an expectation. It's like everybody's like, "Are you going to win? Just go and do it." Like you don't just go and do it, but so there's definitely been an expectation and a pressure to, now that I know I did it, to do it again, and I wanted it. So last year I was very calm, very cool. This year I was definitely more aware of what I wanted to do and needed to do and what it meant. It was obviously the Triple Crown was at play, but like everyone's like, where you were and I just said, I want to win the Derby and that'll take care of itself.
Yeah.
Like the Derby is everything to every rider. When you get one, you want more. The feeling, the crowd, you just like I said to you now before we came on air, like I was tired after the 140s this morning, but the energy the crowd gives you is just incredible. So they pushed me through, like the will to want to do well. Then Nicole put a spanner in the works and jumped to clear rounds. But 2 years ago, Cornes Mandarino did his first Derby and it was in a fourfold jump off, and I was quietly around thinking, if they'll make a mistake. And I was like, not a chance. It's either going to knock 4 down or we're going to win by 4 seconds, And he's just got such a big stride. I actually think I went the same distance with 2 strides less. Or it was supposed to be 10 from the last. And I went 8 again from the first round.
Unbelievable. We have your first round queued up, so let's take a look at that Corner Mandarino. Of course, Gillian needs, we'll talk about him as well, how brilliant he is, the defending champion who came in today and jumped a lovely clear as well. But here you go. So this is the first time you're watching it back, and unbelievable round. You said to me in the week when we did the interview how you want this horse to win, because it would be so fitting, having jumped clears Outdoor Grand Prix, clears SA Champs, to come into Derby and jump a clear.
Now, it's incredible.
So absolutely
I almost fell off here. He actually jumped me out the saddle, and you can see I lose my stirrup. And I was like, well, we've got a long way to go, and I'm already getting jumped out the saddle. Luckily, I got it back. But this horse is just so game. So careful. He is a little awkward in his way. But I'm starting to sort of, like with Gonda, we've been working on him, and we're getting him to be more relaxed at the jump, not so like a seahorse, he can jump a little like that. But I mean, this horse, and he loves the Derby. He just loves it, and I'm just so privileged to have him. He is a horse of a lifetime for me. Him and Gillian. Gillian set the way for me, and I was privileged to have him, even though I haven't had him for long. And he is, Andre and I have done a deal where, he's going to be with me now, and he'll retire with me. And
brilliant.
So, which was really special, but this horse has just felt incredible.
You've always believed in this horse, because when he first came in, there were a couple of people thinking, oh, how good is he really? You stuck to your guns.
I almost
you believed
sold him, though. I almost sold him, and then it didn't go through, thankfully. And it was the best decision that's ever happened, because for me, he's just got better and better and more stronger in his body. He's quite big and he's quite long, and so it's a lot of management with him, because he can get a little bit tight in his back. So the physios, the chiros, just working on him, that behind the scenes work to keep him, happy. But I don't ride him with a spur anymore. I used to, and I used to shoot him a lot.
Yes.
So now it just gives him that little, and now it just feels like he's can jump anything.
So it's been a process. He's gone from strength to talk to me about the last 2 years, because the horse came through a colicop as well.
So it was, we had a bad batch of grass, unfortunately, and he jumped amazing. And I actually got the farmer to change it, and we'd had a couple of horses that weren't right, and he was then the third one, and he didn't have the luxury of coming through it. So we had to have a colicop.
Hildegard was the vet that did it for me, and thankfully she has tiny little hands, so the cut was so small, and but I took hold of last year just to really take my time with him. I only started halfway through the year. Shaitan had a horse that had a colic, and I chatted to him a lot about it and his recovery, and he said that, gave me some sort of ideas, because I haven't had many, that have done it. So, and he was so good that it was worth the time, and I haven't looked back for it.
It's almost been a blessing that he had that time to get stronger, furnish into himself. Let's go back to the Derby now. Clear on him. Nicole jumps the clear, impossible. A little bit of a repeat on like Night Star, first time horse in the Derby, jumps clear, goes to the jump off.
Unbelievable rider. She is a Derby queen, and listen, she was so kind and said, she's happy to lose it to me, but she wanted that fifth one.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Gonda did.
No, one step closer to the 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's everyone's dream, but I think that's going to be very hard to beat.
Where was your mind at going into the jump off? Firstly, on Mandarino, what did Gonda say to you coming into the jump off? It's difficult for Gonda because she's got you and Nicole.
Yeah, Gonda it was fair to both of us. We were warming up together, and she just both said, jump good rounds and do your thing. She wasn't biased to one or the other. She'd won the Derby now. As a coach, she doesn't care because it's either Nicole or I. So, I mean, I think she's won it, I don't know how many times in a row as a coach now. It's incredible. But as I went in, I knew I had Goofy behind.
Well, we've got your round, so let's talk you through your round on Mandarino, and then we get to Goofy. And just tell me where your head was at. You wanted to go in, be quick, set the pressure.
I was stuck on a dinner on him.
Right.
I was like, I'm not like the first time I did it, I was slow, and I was here pulling, turning, kicking. Right, we're off. And actually from here, I was like, there's my stride, and I don't even really think I pulled. He jumped that amazing. I was so tight here, and I just thought if I risk it,
watch him behind.
He does something funny, I'm sure.
Oh, you couldn't see on that. He really kicked out behind. He's allergic
to it, and he's a winner. And I saw a good one here. I was really tight. So I was like, cool, there's one. And then I just hacked it. 4, 6, 7, 8.
Last, you could see the step, you could see the leg, the reaction. Yeah. It's absolutely amazing. And gave that air. I mean, he was quite far off that.
I thought if I was actually hoping to go 9, and I saw the 8. And I was like, I hope he has enough space and time to finish behind. And he did. And then, obviously, Nicole had one down. And
then where was your head? Because
my head
now
was
you've
jumper
got the
clear.
Okay.
Goofy would never have beaten that time. Cornetto's got such a big stride, and I was on it with him. I must say, I was impressed with that horse. He was incredible. And Goofy now has jumped clear last year. He's jumped 2 clears now, first and second. I mean, he's been, and Victor Ladorum for him today.
Yeah.
So special. So
absolutely brilliant.
Incredible for Cornetto, but.
And fitting for Cornetto, because again in the week you said how wonderful it would be if he could jump clear rounds in the Derby for the Triple Crown Series, then he wouldn't have touched a pole. Well, you've achieved that. Yeah. And you drive away, not today because it's on the podium there, they'll have to get it down for you.
Well, we could try.
How did that car feel?
It's a beautiful car. I mean, to Toyota, to Glenn, to everyone behind the scenes that put this together, it's an incredible thing. I'm privileged to be in the position and win it. To be in, have the horses that I have, and before the year started, in this amazing Toyota car that came into the deal, I'd said I wanted to win the 3. I won 2 out of 3 and was second in 1. But what a year! I mean, I can't ask for more. My horses are fit, sound, and that's also the best thing. They've come out of us, a tough year, unscathed. They can have a very good holiday now. And
well, let's look at your year, because let's go back 12 months. You win the Derby. You come into 2024. You win the Outdoor Grand Prix, Mandarino.
Yep.
You just pipped in South African Champs.
Yep.
You win Derby today.
Yep.
The World Cup Series was there for yours, but for the taking. You nominated a couple wrong horses along.
Cornetto won a World Cup. Gillian won a World Cup. I think... I was on almost all the podiums. And then it just, I would have won the World Cup Series had I nominated correctly, because I nominated Goofy when I should have nominated Mandarino and vice versa. But that's why I say I've had an incredible year. Not much that my horses haven't allowed me to win. SA Champs just keeps slipping away, but I'll come back next year.
It's
We'll
coming,
keep fighting.
for sure.
Yeah.
Is that the only one you haven't won?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well
So,
done, Ronnie
thank
Healy,
you.
2024 champion,
Thank you,
Derby, and numerous other, as we've spoken about, just the most incredible. It's been an absolute privilege watching you in the
Thank
saddle. And to you, to your support team, well done on behalf of myself, Equestrian Live, and all your fans out there, of which you have many. Just absolutely incredible. You're an inspiration.
Thank you. Thank you for all your kind words. Thank you for everything you do behind the scenes. It means a lot and goes a long way.
Awesome.
Thank you, buddy.
Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Enjoy the night. Not tomorrow morning. That's going to be a bit of a rough one.
Yeah.
But enjoy it.
Thanks.
Ronnie Healy there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, a wrap-up of all the day's action here on Equestrian Live.
Control to Fortuna, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. You drop this.
Come in, Fortuna. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The mild hybrid Fortuna 48V with smoother drive and better efficiency.
Well, what can I say? What a day it's been here at KPC. Toyota, the Derby 2024, the first of hopefully many Toyota Derbies to come. Huge success to all involved here at KPC. Well done, guys, to the riders. Courtney Webber, Opal Delabastide earlier this morning in the mini Derby. That trophy goes back to Natal. But of course, the big one, the South African Derby. We were treated to a spectacle. That's all I can really say. Ronnie Healy, the man of the moment, he's in a rich vein of form. Absolutely has dominated South African show jumping in 2024. Wins the Derby, his second win, I'm sure second, but many more still to come. Cornets Mandarino was absolutely on fire. Gillian van Oorshoff was his sublime best at 18 years old, and Ronnie Healy, the man that piloted them across the finish line, just well done. Hats off to you, sir. Absolutely brilliant. Drives away in the Toyota Crown. The series, a roaring success. Everybody's talking about the Triple Crown. Big thank you to Toyota, to Glenn Crompton and your team. You've made it happen. And for myself and the equestrian fraternity, we are very, very grateful to you, to Toyota and your team. So hats off to you and thank you. From all of us at Equestrian Live, we thank our team as well. Scott Seward, Mike Demain, Donovan Orange, Atlantis Video, to all the guys behind the camera, to Shay in the OB unit on the graphics, to Michaela feeding me with little tidbits. Big thank you to all of you guys. You are the A-team, Equestrian Live. That's where we're at. If you've enjoyed our broadcast, do let us know. But thank you to my team. You guys rock. From myself, Aidan Lithgow, hopefully there'll be more broadcasts to come. Let's see. 2024, is just about over. No more big shows to come. That pretty much wraps it up, Derby, the third leg of the Triple Crown. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for watching. We do hope that you have enjoyed the broadcast. Hopefully there are more to come in the future from myself here at the Bob Charter on a Sunday afternoon. Sunday was fun day here at the Derby. Until next time, take care. Bye-bye. The 2024 Toyota South African Derby, proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.